What is going on, everyone? Give me just 1 second here. How's everyone doing? A droplet? Okay, that's out the window. Turn this on. What is up? Birds? New cards? What kind of chance do they possibly have here? Now to lose 1 turn, it's over. It's a wrap. Droplet, send. They're negating. It still leaves over, bro. Anyways. I got cookies. Oh, I should have ended this. We'll do this. We'll do this. Trap, spell, normal summon. Trap, spell, normal summon. We got a droll. Did we do this one? Why didn't that work? Okay, got that guy. Just know that I voted. The right account. Yeah. So is Dragon Link back? Can we play that again? We should switch out the sacked for the sanked for the tracked. Okay. Damn. Well, this is okay. Is it a hard once per turn? Probably not, because they have two of them. Once per turn. Well, it might be. Neither player can summon two or more monsters at the same time. Two or more monsters at the same time? They won't let us pendulum summon. Ooh, wrong zone. It might not be that big of a deal. We'll do this. Negate, okay. They're protected from the, oh, it doesn't even it doesn't even destroy them. If this card is sent to the graveyard. Damn. The Cipher would have protected them anyway. Does this combo? Kind of. That's crazy. Crazy. Banish the Lurie. I think we're better off with the Requiem, right? Requiem is negated. Don't summon one. Oh, they banished mine. Yo. It's better. Comes back? Oh, that's kind of pog. What? They knew I was gonna banish that thing? This is crazy. Why is there like a labyrinth card? I wonder how they get rid of the Chaos Angel, though. I don't want to sit around for it, though. It's so boring. Wow. They had the same thing, but more. They were us, but better. Rough start. We have to ash this, right? I mean, we have to called by the ash. No, I did the wrong one, bro. Fuck me. You're kidding me, right? Crazy. I reflexed. I didn't even think about it. Autopilot. Heartbeat. Return to the deck? Oh, hell no. If I didn't completely mess it up, we might have played through that. It is a cold world. This person's name is right. Royal Drolls? I would do that. Bruh. Look at the hand. What are you gonna look at? Please don't return my Royal Ash. Don't return the Royal one. I swear. Okay. I respect that. You can't even make it up. You know what? It would have been better if I drew a swirl slime. This is a clan member. They have the name TDS. I don't know what clan that is. Let's try not to throw the game. Damn, I don't even have a contract. That's crazy. No, I didn't normal summon a monster? Bro, it's taking forever. You know what? Yeah. True. No hand trap. Who cares? Memento? Another one? Double Fualos challenge? Double Fualos challenge? They're doing it. Ugh. It's an old one. Man, sad. Today is a busy day for everyone playing, that's true. True. I think we're already locked to DDs. We can't even use the sync, so it doesn't matter. Oh, we nibbin'? That's crazy. Kenny MC, what is going on? You're just starting out with Master Duel? Very cool. Let's see here. Let me finish this up real quick. We synchro summon. We'll hit this. We'll do this. I should have waited. Yes. Pride, what is going on? Good to see you. How you been? Thank you, thank you. You will make me blush. New cards. I don't care about Blue Eyes and Primite. Set this? Nah. So we got Kenny here saying Blue Eyes is pretty simple. I think it might be good for a new player. And it won't take too much investment. And this game is very easy, free to play. So if you're brand new, just starting a new account, you could make a brand new account and have any fully competitive deck you wanted within a matter of hours. And then if you don't like it, just make a new account. But I wouldn't... I don't know if I would invest money into the account until you know what you're going to stay with. Master Duel definitely can be overwhelming for someone coming back to the game. Don't be discouraged. It is a lot, but you'll get there. Man, I shouldn't even have done this. Okay. Bye, man. We have to activate a spell. Use a trap. Normal summon. Use the gems and the resources that you have wisely. Oh, I've been growing this beard. Probably, I haven't shaved in 8 years, but I would trim it. Keep it trimmed. You know, at this length. So we'll do this. Oh yeah, I use the beard oils. You got to take care of your hair. This is it. We're gonna summon a Baron de Flare here. 5th summon Baron de Flare. Well, I could use the Zero King Rage effect to tribute another DD, and then make it so they can't activate any effects in their hand or graveyard. Completely shutting off the hand for the turn. But I don't know if that's really that great. the Baron de Fleur at least extends into the next turn. And beyond, potentially. So Kenny, we're gonna have a tournament tomorrow, and I expect there to be quite a few Blue Eyes players. So if you want to learn tips and tricks how to play the deck, you can definitely be watching those games, and we'll learn a lot from them. All right. Yes, we're gonna be streaming tomorrow. At 6 p.m. EST. Oh wait, yeah, we'll have it tomorrow. We're gonna summon. Not yet. Did we get the double synchro? No. What is this type of music? I don't even want this. I don't know what this new album is like. I like their older music. Teaser? Okay, I know what we do. This deck I'm playing, DDD, takes a lot of focus. Takes a lot of focus and perfect planning. But the outcome is perfect. Right here. Is that a cat in the background of the song? It is a cat. We got Baron de Fleur plus 4 sucks, and then 2 special summon negates and a droll. So that's 3 disruption. That's 3. 7? No. 8? I don't know. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But there's a second droll. So a second droll isn't an extra disruption, it's just an extra droll. So what did we land on? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Yeah. 8 disruptions with the droll. So I'll do it that way. 7 disruptions plus the droll. And then they have 6 cards in their hand. Oh. Well. A forbidden droplet will definitely change things. Interesting. Is it Tempai? Damn Tempai. True. Numeron. Numeron in 2025. I should have just let it be over. We would have gotten our missions done. Yes, Kenny, we are posting all of the tournament results to YouTube, and you can check out the YouTube channel. You probably saw the link. You can, if you want, you can look at the YouTube channel to see all of the previous tournament results. I was just thinking, I thought today was, wait, today's Thursday? I was just thinking, Saturday, 100% there's tournament. Friday, tomorrow, I thought today was Friday. Saturday, 100%. Tomorrow, I want to do tournament tomorrow, but I don't want to let you down. But there's just been a lack of support for these tournaments. So I put a lot of time into organizing and hosting these tournaments, and like we'll have 65 people who want to play a tournament. Well, if 65 people who want to play a tournament, let's say, and none of them want to just come by and say, hey, what's up, the day before, and say, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. That's really sad. So they just want to play a tournament. Peace out. So maybe it's just one tournament a week. Maybe it's just one. I want it to be tomorrow. Is it worth all the investment? If the people don't appreciate it. And it's not that people don't appreciate it. I'm sure they do. I'm glad that you asked about YouTube, because YouTube is not promoting our videos the way I would like. So again, that doesn't help us. That's why, if anyone's noticed, I've been exploring other type. Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate that. That's why, if anyone's noticed, we've been exploring other types of content. We got to do what we got to do, and if I can get funding through other types of content, I will reuse that for tournament funding. We just have to get that. But definitely an overwhelming lack of support from the tournament participants. I love all you guys here, but it's like there's definitely a lot of people who just are using the system and then don't even drop by to say what's up, which is very sad. And the game in itself is in a tough position, it seems. Left and right content creators saying they quit taking a break. Meanwhile, I've been trying to make this work since Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. It's not that there's a lack of dedication here. Okay, we're eating an ash. Perfect. Yeah. What do we banish? The Cipher? The Crimson. Reeve G, what is going on? It's good to see you. Been a minute. Crimson Dragon. I think we banished the Crimson. Oh, we could have banished the Spirit. That might be good too. Valmonica upgraded. Pog. We're gonna send to the grave. Did they get new cards? They must have. Send to the grave. New cards, always good. We're still working with the same stuff, but I had to fit Kashtira and obviously Fiendsmith in here. Our hand is weird. Wait, what am I doing? Yes. We can't, bro. The hand's messed up. The hand is so bad. Welcome back, and thank you all for watching those ads. The opening hand was so bad I couldn't play through it. I had 2 garnets basically in the hand. Oh, wait. We can still do this. We unicorn before we engraver. All right. Wait. I think I would rather have eaten the ash with my unicorn, right? Well, we'll be okay. You discard the trap with the Valmonica or white. Oh, you the white forest as well. Yes. Cool. Free counters are nice. This, bro, we've been bricking all day. This is crazy. This is new? Centurion Chimera? What the heck? What is this? Oh, man. How did they stop us? We got ashed. Our hand still sucked. Damn. We gotta activate a trap and normal summon. True. Wait, can we Ash the Link monster? I don't think you can. Yeah. But it's better to Imperm Veiler it, because then you get its second effect. So at that point, do you Ash the Sage? I don't know. Alright. Cheers. Oh shit, I have it. Oh my gosh, I do have it in the title. I guess we have to commit to it. Yeah, this is good. Interesting. That's right, Deathpool. Blue Eyes is here. In full power. Pretty much, right? We're gonna... This is good. It's weird. I feel like I'm the only person not excited for Blue Eyes. I don't care about Blue Eyes. Even ever since Duel Links, never played Blue Eyes, never cared. Because I'm Dark Magician, man, and I guess I'm mad that Dark Magician sucks. Wait, was I supposed to do that? Enjoy that, Deathpool. We will see you later. Dude, there's not even another thing, bro. Oh, God. Well, we lose. We might not lose, actually. It'll be okay. Big coat. Okay. Dude, I just want to win a coin flip. Can't target them. Oh, maybe. No, we can't target. We be targeting. Target them up. What's happening? Oh, wow, they got rid of the macro. True. I just want this to be over, dude. Toggle off. Let it be over. We activated our traps. That's all we had to do. Our mission is complete here. What do we do with the goals? The thing. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, weekly would make sense. Dude, just freaking end this game, bro. Finally, bro. An hour to do daily missions, bro. Crazy. I'm switching to my other account. It's crazy. Spell, fusion pendulum link, normal summon. Spell, at least we don't have to activate a trap. Wow, we won the coin flip? Crazy. Nice. I should have actually done the throne first, but we will do the throne right now. That's exactly why I did it. I did the throne right now to bait the Ash. What do you got, an ogre? Gotta be an ogre. Ualos? Imperm. No, maybe. They just gotta admit we're built different. Yes, we discard this. We could have kept that to get an extra suck. But I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be alright. Dude, what's going on? It's got to be an ogre. Dude, who are we playing against, bro? This person's taking this so serious, like we're in the world championships right now. Wait, I wasn't supposed to do it that way? Oh, Jiminy Crickets. What do you have, a bestial? Gotta be an ogre. I'm convinced it's an ogre. Let's say imperm. Something's activatable. I don't know. You know what? We'll take it out of the title. Yep. Oh, it's 10 by... Ordo? What is going on? Triple, you got a song for us? Let's hear it. Mr. Dog. What do you mean new, Tordo? Do we have... You're in the Discord? Nice. So just keep an eye on that. If you want, you can get the tournament participant role, and I will tag everyone with that role when I open up tournament signups. I think it's just better to get the Griffin. You should be able to nickname yourself. I might have changed it. I thought you could. This is good. Draw a card for free. Not free right here, but we weren't going to do anything else with that. Into the cold buy, I'll take it. Yes. Send. Yep. This is the final stages of the cooking. Yeah, this works. Good, we'll do this. We got 4 sucks plus a spell trap negate, and then we got 2 special summon negates. Then we got the headhunt that'll steal and to take control of their monsters 8, plus a call by, which is 9, and then maxi 9 disruptions. Eight in-engine disruptions plus a called by and a maxi with a spell trap negate to back up the maxi with a cold. We just got lucky with the called by. Oh, you're over there. Negate. Nice. Strong plays here. We should be learning from this guy. Nice. What did we do? I don't know. Just wanted to scare them a little bit. You pull out the Fiendsmith lines and they're like, what the hell? We have to normal summon 2 monsters. Roofing guy, what is going on? Good to see you, pal. New cards. What does everyone think about new cards? It's really funny. Blue Eyes. It's funny. That's another thing we'll talk about. But the first part is everyone's excited about Blue Eyes. I really, honestly, I couldn't even care any less. I don't care about Blue Eyes. It's funny. Even though it's anime and cool, I like Dark Magician. Blue Eyes is lame. Not that Blue Eyes is lame. It's just like, whatever. It's not for me. I know everyone likes certain things. But it's definitely a skip for me, for sure. Is there... we've already been playing with the new ban list already in effect with our tournaments. So... you know, that's not really new. And it's still just Snake Eye everywhere, right? Oh, there'll probably be Blue Eyes now. I didn't even know... that's another thing. So there's... I didn't even know that there was a bug with Necroquip. I didn't know that existed. But it seems that with new cards, there always likes to be a bug in solo mode. Summon Skull best deck? That could be. I'm not gonna sit here and wait for this guy to figure this out. Maybe we will. Unchained Fiendsmith. Interesting. I can see it. They're all fiends. Fiend pile. Go burr. That's not. This guy's combos freaking 10 years. Oh my gosh, bro. Alright, dude. If I cared, I'd be playing Snake Eye, Fiend Smith, or whatever. Oh god. Remember that time I won the coin flip? And it was Tempai? That was a funny day. I might. You lost all of your mine? Lost all of your what? Your coin flips, dude. Game's fucked. Yeah, dude, I lost so many coin flips and then no hand traps. And then 0 and 8. And then I won the coin flip. The one time we did win the coin flip, it was 10 pie. And they had everything. Like 4 hand traps. The Meta Weekly finished. Who won? Three MR. That's the player? What's the deck though? Yugioh? Interesting. Was there a lot of Primite, Blue Eyes? I wonder if we can play Primite Dark Magician. I'm sure there was a lot of Blue Eyes. Bro, what am I even supposed to do with this? Oh, what was it that got the Yugioh to win? What, do they have some kind of edge over Blue Eyes? Is Snake Eye Stonks down? Oh, because the Blue Eyes card says 2 or more monsters cannot be summoned. So the Blue Eyes can turn off Flamberge. And I've seen them summon 2 of them. Yeah, so I don't really care about Blue Eyes. Skip for me. Bro. What? They got a cross out for my called by. I didn't even get to combo. Okay. I'm unaffected. Good luck with that. Yep. Okay. Anyways, I'm unaffected. And I can't be destroyed by battle. Anyways. Mac, any other cool cards you picked that called out to you of the new stuff? So I'm not a Blue Eyes person either. Damn. Good day, but just barely skipped. We'll run it tomorrow. The Phantom of Yugioh still would have negated us. This Fucho is kind of a problem. What did I pop? Oh, that's not good. Crazy. We're not throwing, we're pogging. Holy pog. Is this the real Tempest or is someone trolling? That's a bot, Mag. Well, they can't Zeus with that Fucho. Maybe they could. They're still awake. Maybe a Downard? Then you can add a ritual spell. That's a really powerful effect. Oh, I was thinking of KK what? It's not Grand Theft Auto radio station. It's the Forza Horizon radio station. Link it up. They're elfing. Elf Pog. They were a true duelist. Interesting. We did it. We completed the goals for our contractually obligated Master Duel session. Does anyone have cool videos for us to watch?
Full day, and today we are.
It always puts me on this thing. It's enough Master Duel for me. Yeah, we can leave this for now. This guy looks crazy.
Viewer discretion is
Oh wait, we're not even on that. I'll just pause it. This guy says he's getting arrested, and he says he's a lawyer, CIA, FBI, and the mafia all in one.
Viewer discretion is advised. In the early hours of March 21st, officers responded to a downtown bar after reports of a man trying to start fights. Witnesses
all right, so we got a bar fight.
pointed him out seated on a nearby bench. Officers recognized him from 2 earlier incidents that night. First, when bar security asked for his removal.
Two incidents in one night. He's having a good night.
And again when a group reported he tried to start a fight near a hot dog vendor.
We got another call about you. Stay seated. Stay seated. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. This is the 3rd call we've had about you tonight. The 3rd. Do you want to go to jail or do you want to go home?
I want to go home.
Get the out of here.
Okay.
3 times I've dealt with you. I see you again, you're going to jail.
Okay.
Leave now. Don't talk to anyone. Don't look at anyone. Go. Get up and go.
Just go, yo. Just go.
Last chance. Fuck off. That way. Away from the bars. That way. Go.
That way, like...
Go. Put your hands behind your back. You're going to jail.
I mean, he let him go. He might have
All
just
you
been
gotta do is go
confused.
home, huh?
I'm jail.
No, you weren't. 88, 10-15.
He didn't tell him to go home. Did he say go home?
3 chances you had to go home. 3. No, you weren't.
He said go. I'm just about giving clear instruction. If he did something wrong, yeah, see, disorderly conduct. I really feel like they're stretching this one.
I want to go home.
You're going to jail.
And then he didn't react quick enough to his instructions.
Wrong, man.
You're going to jail.
No, this doesn't. Where's the mafia CIA coming
Scare
from?
me. New York. I wonder. Yeah,
I'm doing well. Sitting there.
Yep.
Oh, what's illegal about sitting there? What is illegal? Did you get my Miranda laws?
This
Did you get my
guy.
Miranda laws, guys?
You don't
Did
need
you get my
those.
Miranda
You
laws?
don't need those.
Yeah, you do actually. It's called the initially court of order.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
You
argue.
fucking dicks down here are morons.
I'm not gonna argue with you.
My Miranda laws.
You mind if I get your name? Because you've been around with several of his calls.
Yeah. I don't have my ID on you.
I can just get it.
I got you.
I thought he was gonna freak out.
Home, I am. And somebody like sucker punched me.
I see. Yeah, Bob's black.
Yeah.
What's your wife?
My wife's home. She's waiting for me. I'm trying to get a ride home.
She won't be too happy with you then.
Can I go home, man, please?
No. The officer gave you multiple chances.
For what? What are you arresting me for?
Disorderly conduct and license.
Disorderly conduct for what? Sitting on a bench?
No. Close the door, but highly intoxicated.
Highly intoxicated, right, okay. Go f yourselves. Give me a Miranda laws right now.
Well, then if he's in the public intoxication, that's another charge. But he doesn't seem, and on video, you know, we didn't see anything else.
Give me my Miranda laws.
I want to see him
Miranda
freak
laws
out though.
Right now for what?
This doesn't mean anything. If they didn't read you your Miranda rights, it
Being
doesn't.
arrested for. Disorderly conduct for what? Sitting on a bench? Now you're it's over for you f***ers.
I would like to see how this goes though.
Conduct? Really?
I don't think this is a flex
Why don't you just drop me off and call it a day?
for either of them.
But a kid who's 18 punches me in the face from behind. That's not this.
How do you get punched in the face from behind? Doesn't make sense.
I didn't call that in. I have to go to the hospital. My eyes kill me. That kid sucker punched me like bad. Can I go to the hospital, please, sir?
I ain't gonna get you out of this
Real
anyway.
fast for someone sitting on a bench, but you don't see little kids punching older guys in the face, right? You hillbilly Wait till the Italians come down here and you. Now, that's my right. I am an attorney as well.
Oh wait, we're getting to it.
Right now, that's my right. I am an attorney as well. And I have not been arrested yet. I have not heard my Miranda laws. Unless you be a nice guy and drop me the off. Call it a day, big man. Because I like you. We always had a good relationship, man. Why are you so mean to me, man? My eyes
Yeah, why are you being so mean to him, man?
I need to go to the hospital. That kid punched me. I do not see anything. Or I'll sue the shit out of this whole place because I'm CIA, mother. I'm above your pay grade, dude.
Now he's CIA.
Drop me off, dump me off, and guess what? The Castellanos will be following every second of what you think you're doing right now. That's okay, because I don't really give a shit. I've been trained my whole life, this thing. I'm trying to go home, man. You gave me 2 seconds. That's all you gave me was 2 minutes. I was walking. You gave me 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, he literally didn't even give him a lot of time.
People who were over 45 years old in their face. So guess what? I'm gonna fucking sue you and the rest of the department. I'm gonna f you all over big time. And the FBI, who I work for, and the CIA.
This guy's an idiot, but I don't think all this is gonna hold up. You know what I'm saying?
Rock and roll your
A lot of this is bullshit.
beyond. So
Unless there's footage that we're not seeing. But wouldn't they show that? Unless it's like some security cam footage that's not on body cam or they don't have direct access to, but it could be secretive to the case.
I'm gonna take your whole fucking fake enforcement down. Get me out of here, bro. Nice guy, man. I'll be a nice guy too. Otherwise, I'll be a mean mother wolf.
Oh, he'll get mean.
And the wolf pack kicks in, it's it, bro.
You don't want to see him when he gets mean.
Got me?
He'll get mean.
Wanna be friends, man. I did nothing wrong. I'm sitting here. What's this arrest for? Can you give me the Miranda laws? Can you actually pronounce them? Or are you that? Do you know the Miranda laws?
This guy drives me up a wall every time he says Miranda laws. He's the CIA and he's an attorney, but he doesn't know that it's Miranda rights.
Exactly. You know shit. Why don't you let me off here? We'll call it a day. You need to go to the
Just let me off here. We can call it a day.
Man, what did I be getting arrested for? For what? Oh, someone could punch me in the face, but I can't sit on a goddamn. You motherfucker crazy out here. We're gonna Mafia style, bitch.
Mafia style.
What's that? You said you were gonna kill me? I said I was gonna. So I don't have to kill. I slap you like a little bitch. Arrest me for sitting on a bench? Get a job, bro. Why don't you work in Brooklyn? Do something real. You arrest me for actually sitting on a bench. You're a bro. Oh, I'm so scared. So I've been trained for my whole life, bro. I'll be out
This guy is an idiot.
and then
But I don't think they were right. I mean, I want to see some other footage. Is this guy doing something really wrong to deserve to be arrested?
You don't even know if it's give me the Miranda laws.
He's definitely an
What am I
idiot.
being arrested for? Disorderly conduct by sitting on a bench by saying nothing? Oh, but the kid who was younger than me punched me in the face. And that's okay down here? Wait till my Italiano Catabalantos come down here and take care of you people.
They're coming.
Oh my God, I'm so scared. Oh shit. One, let me off here. Call it a day. You walk away or you're dead. Otherwise,
My favorite when he asked him to just let me off here.
what'd you arrest me for, sir?
We'll go our separate ways and you'll be all right.
Sir, take me to the hospital because the kid hit me in the face.
He goes from let me out of here and I'll let you go to take me to the hospital. One or the other.
I need
Keeps
the
going back and forth.
Hey, face. You know,
Fuck
answer?
face.
Nothing? Interesting. So what's the arrest? What's it gonna say in front of the judge? Disorderly conduct by you? That you don't know your job? You know how to do it? You're Homeland fake security? You're a phony cop? Yeah, exactly.
You're phony.
Videotape, man. You're done. Your whole life displayed everything, the whole fucking goddamn thing. Your whole bullshit, fake bullshit, fucking goddamn fake New Orleans Police Department. Go f yourselves. You're all
What?
You guys for about 6 months now. FBI, CIA, straight up. Let me out now. And we'll, oh, you keep going, right? What's this? God, so scared. This is how I grew up, asshole. This is how I grew up, dick. Did nothing wrong.
What kind of stare off are we having right now? Oh my gosh, this guy and his Miranda rights.
What I'm being arrested for.
Maybe they want another witness here or something.
Exactly.
Disorderly public nuisance.
I'm a lawyer.
3 different types. He's with the CIA, the FBI, he's a lawyer, all this other stuff. He's on this
So
side.
why am I
He's with the CIA, the lawyers of the FBI, and the Mafia.
for what?
Don't forget about the Mafia.
I have to go to the hospital. My eye. Someone punched me in my
Okay, so this is what's gonna happen. The nurse is gonna see you. She's gonna evaluate your eye.
Why am I being arrested?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Miranda laws first off.
First and foremost, you're already in jail. First and foremost, listen to what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to explain to you. Listen, I'm trying to explain to you.
Chip Lord, what is going on? And Skippy, hello. Sorry, we were focused on this.
Okay.
What is going on here?
Step out. Step out. Step out of the car.
man.
Step out of the car.
What did I do wrong?
Step out of the car. Step out. Step out.
Oh my gosh.
I am. What did I do wrong, man?
This guy claims to be in the CIA, the Mafia, the FBI.
Don't tense up.
I already told you.
Uh,
twice, sir. I told you that.
I think he might have been wrongfully arrested. Honestly, he's an idiot. But I don't think they had any real reason to arrest him. I don't think all this will stick. But he's still an idiot.
Thanks.
Once at the jail, the subject continued to resist and was verbally combative, prompting staff to place a spit hood on him. He was also warned he'd be placed in a restraint chair if the behavior continued. Medical personnel noted swelling around his left eye and an abrasion on his forehead. He told staff he'd been punched earlier in the night. Due to these injuries, he was transported to a nearby hospital for medical clearance before being returned to the jail without further incident.
That's
He was
crazy.
formally charged with disorderly conduct, public nuisance, and resisting an officer without violence.
He's so bad. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. It's all right.
I'm a pussy. Alright, I admit it.
Resisting an officer.
Straight over there to the elevator, all right?
Ain't no problem. My shorts are in this.
Yeah, they're in this bag.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You don't bust your balls.
It's all good.
I'm an Irish fuck.
It's all good.
Nothing's personal, guys, actually.
Appreciate it, man. Nothing's personal.
Fuck yourself on the bone.
All good, bro.
Straight up.
Now they're homies. This guy's wild.
You guys, I'll never spit ever.
They can't take any chances, you know what I mean?
I know.
Be cool, don't get that.
You know what? Straight up, thank you.
Okay, bro. You're welcome.
No,
Yesterday he was the mafia.
My eye is messed up. I don't complain about a lot of things.
When you see the nurse again, they'll address it again, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
So, am I being officially arrested here?
There's misdemeanor charges. All right? We're not going to go with the threatening law enforcement, okay? I'm going to take you at your word that you were just talking shit, all right?
Of course.
All right. So we're gonna
Oh my god, they're gonna get him with threatening law enforcement. No, they didn't, but they could have because he was talking shit, saying stupid shit.
There you go.
I do like that.
Appreciate it, bro.
Mine?
You can go straight to the nurse.
Thanks, bro.
Go ahead and see the nurse. We'll take all this shit off. You're gonna want to do this.
Kinda average. Just stupid drunk guy.
Viewer discretion is advised.
What? Airbnb full of people?
Illegal aliens. Well, nobody can suspect, nobody can notice. An Airbnb gives smugglers the privacy of a garage that they can come in.
How
and
many
out,
people
drop
are in
illegal
here?
aliens the privacy of a garage.
There's like 25 people, 30 people in
Come
here.
and out, drop illegal aliens, pick up illegal aliens. What we tell the community is that if you see something suspicious, report it.
So as U.S. troops close the border, those trying to sneak into and across America are now making some changes. With smugglers and gangs employing new tactics, not just inside the country to hide from authorities in rented Airbnbs, but also to literally hide their tracks as they carry
Airbnb
people across
profits
the few
booming?
sections of the border not yet covered by a wall. But as you're about to see, some of these new ideas, they don't exactly work when used against the U.S. military.
These are carpet shoes. It's something that they're using once they cross illegally. Let me show you how it works. So you can see right here, there's a normal footprint, right? Pretty easy to track. When you put these carpet shoes on, pretty tough to follow that one.
These 8-wheeled
Wow.
armor vehicles, they are positioned to give a bird's eye view over the border. Strikers could be armed with cannons or machine guns to fight enemies. And we're told the DoD plans to add about 6 to 8 more.
At the border? What?
It could be a
We have
hotel
tanks?
room, motel room. It could be an apartment.
At the
It could be
border?
so many different types of locations, and they will put so many people over capacity while they distribute them just like a product.
The area that we were in, we actually noticed right away clothing and personal belongings scattered along this trail. A reminder that family units and single adults from Central America continue to be smuggled through that area, agents tell us. Agents also say that it's common for migrants to leave clothing behind as they rush to avoid arrest.
So that's what they're doing, and it's a clear sign that they're trying to evade, and they're not coming in seeking asylum.
So America's once overwhelmed southern border is now practically empty. But what nobody's talking about is the smugglers and gangs who do this professionally. They're getting a lot more sophisticated to sneak people into the country and actually make it through, because their $13 billion per year migration business is in serious jeopardy now that active duty troops are deployed along the U.S. border with
That's actually crazy.
sophisticated equipment designed for counterinsurgency operations, making it pretty much impossible to enter America without anyone noticing, which is why the criminals previously profiting from America's open border are now changing how they operate. Not just by masking their tracks as they walk into the country, but also by employing Airbnb to rent stash houses from
Yeah, but how do they actually get into the country,
giving
though?
them thousands of potential places to hide their clients while
That's
exploiting
insane.
them along their journey through America, with many trying to make it to sanctuary cities like New York, where they think they'll be safe from ICE. But according to the border czar, ICE has plans to increase the number of agents sent to places that hide potentially dangerous federal fugitives. Which brings us to the real reason these gangs are going to such great lengths to do things differently. Their criminal operations have never faced this much opposition in America before. And with authorities using state-of-the-art tactics to track down smugglers at the border and after they get across, it's only a matter of time before those here illegally are discovered and deported. Which is why many are doing bizarre things to hide in plain sight, like this.
These are carpet shoes. It's something that they're using once they cross illegally. Let me show you how it works.
They
So you
hide
can
their
see right
tracks.
here, there's a normal footprint, right? Pretty easy to track. But when you put these carpet shoes on, pretty tough to follow that one.
And as it turns out, these carpet shoes, they're part of an entire sneaking suit that these gangs use to hide their clients in the middle of the desert. However, camouflaging all of your customers before trying to sneak them into the country takes time and costs money, and it's part of the reason smuggling fees are going through the roof. Because as you're about to see, the US military has eyes
Where are the people getting the money for the smuggling fees, though? I wonder how much it costs for a smuggling.
and ears everywhere, on the ground, in the sky, and now also in massive tank-like Striker combat vehicles.
These 8-wheeled armor vehicles, they are positioned to give a
That's crazy.
bird's eye view over the border.
So one of the main things that it provides is the surveillance capability with it. It can see up to 2
Oh.
miles, like with the infrared. Once anything pops up, we just call Border Patrol and then they roll up on us. And also it's just, if you look at it, it's just a big deterrent.
So these massive vehicles, they're not just there to look impressive, they sure do, but they've also got infrared thermal cameras, which means night or day, they can see clearly and nobody can see
They gonna find you.
without being spotted. Something carpet shoes and camouflage clothing cannot stand in the way of, revealing that most of the gangs bringing people across now have to anticipate getting spotted. And these disguises they're using are designed only to mask someone's presence from boots on the ground troops who might be near them and might not have a thermal imaging device with them to be able to see at night. But even though our tanks and helicopters are part of a massive deterrent and show of force, they can't be everywhere at once. And the people sneaking across in these stealth suits, as we'll call them, to enter the country, they're doing it along areas of the border that are very hard to patrol, because what good is an Airbnb safe house if you get caught before you even make it there?
Most of them do obtain these booties from the criminal cartels in Mexico, which often comes with
Booties.
a camouflage kit or outfit, depending on how much they pay. Now, these individuals are subject to being prosecuted with up to 2 years imprisonment for using this tactic throughout this sector. Now,
Did you hear that? These tactics must be working, because there are now greater consequences for people who are caught sneaking across using methods like this. People can get sent to prison for 2 years, and it might end up being
Only
that
2
horrible
years? I
prison in
felt
El
like it would be
Salvador,
more, you know?
which is a pretty big deterrent in itself. And as you're about to see, when people sneak into the country, they can pretty much disappear and blend in, something that they're able to do by renting these various stash houses from people who don't even know about it.
Border Patrol and Texas DPS found 13 illegal immigrants being stashed in a home there. And yeah, the surprising part about all of this, it was an Airbnb rental turned stash house. So here's what we know. The property owner became pretty suspicious about this situation after noticing.
So this is a bust that happened at an Airbnb location, and the property owner,
That one doesn't
he
look
didn't have
that big.
any idea that his place was being rented by people who weren't on some vacation. And by using this type of facility,
Yeah, we're just taking a vacation
this gangs a major advantage
from
because in the
Mexico.
past, if they had a handful of locations
Forever.
that were their locations that they knew they could count on, authorities could figure out what those are and watch them and rescue people who are being snuck through the country. But now, with an app like Airbnb, there's thousands of potential places where they could go, and the place they go is always changing, which makes it very hard for law enforcement to stay ahead of them, because they don't know where they're headed until they've already left. Here you have one such facility where 77 people were discovered in 2 different stash houses in Texas. Look at this.
77?
Cooking on a little hot plate over here.
In
They've got
2
boxes
places.
of eggs. These are just really crazy conditions. And obviously the advantages of an Airbnb over something like this are huge because this place is a disaster. Because with an Airbnb, it's going to be cleaner, it's going to be better kept, and now cartels can charge higher prices to the smaller number of people they're able to sneak across the border, because the success rate of them getting to a sanctuary city eventually is going to be a lot higher.
Became pretty suspicious about this situation after noticing unusual activity and immediately contacted Homeland Security investigations.
Somewhere one of the neighbors got to be like, yo, why is 70 people going inside this house?
Agents got there. They found 13 migrants from Mexico and Guatemala inside of that rental, confirming the owner's worst fears. Now, the trend of...
So the owner only noticed what was going on because he must have been monitoring his property remotely, and he must have seen things happening there that didn't make sense. And what that means is these places probably get rented all the time, and you've got an absentee owner who's been on Airbnb for a while. And
Can Airbnb owners have I'm sure they can have cameras in their house. It's their place, right? That's interesting.
rents things to people, and as long as it's clean when they move out, they don't even check their security footage. People are getting away with this because a lot of these properties aren't actively monitored. And imagine the challenge that this presents to law enforcement. These places are chosen at random based on what's available in the Airbnb app, where prices and availability are always changing. How do you stop this and stay ahead of it when you don't even know where the location people are headed even is? You've got to catch folks at the border, which is part of the reason why there's no such a strong deterrent down south right now. Because as you're about to see, once people get to one of these places, they're effectively able to hide in plain sight.
In these short-term rentals, it's a little bit tougher because they cycle people through more quickly. And we talked with a former special agent with Homeland Security Investigations who tells us the homeowner was generally unaware.
There's basically no way to stop this from happening. Homeowners have no idea, and they can claim that they're innocent because they're just using Airbnb and they don't even know who the guests are. The guests are supposed to be vetted by Airbnb. And what is Airbnb even supposed to do?
It's not the owner's fault.
Somebody who looks entirely harmless. And we've
They just said, sure, rent it out.
People weaseling their way into properties using an innocent-looking guest in places like New York. As you can see, they bring in somebody who's innocent-looking, possibly a woman, somebody who doesn't have any tattoos, somebody who doesn't look like a gang member, and the place is just for them and their family. And after their family moves into the place, then other people start moving in, and then they're gonna leave, and their friend's gonna stay there for a little while, and pretty soon it becomes a gang member's hideout, which happened in New York, where you had these guys who had weapons inside that apartment and were part of that Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. But the difference here is these gang members in New York, they were using this place as a base of criminal operations. They weren't trying to smuggle people through America, and when smugglers do get their hands on one of these places, they don't just try to live there. No, they pack it with as many people as they can.
It could be a house, it could be a garage, it could be a hotel room, a motel room, and they will put so many people over capacity of a certain location with the most egregious of circumstances.
That's crazy. So if a place has a garage and it's an enclosed garage, you could pull your vehicle into that garage, open the doors, and an unknown number of people could potentially get out and enter that property and not be seen at all by the community. But the sad reality is that if you've got an Airbnb that's run by maybe a company or one of those Airbnb empire type joints where they've got a whole bunch of listings and a few operators, they might not even care who rents it as long as they get paid and the police don't show up and nothing gets damaged. Which means there are some people out there who might see something very strange going on, yet do not say anything to authorities. And then if the police or ICE shows up and says, hey, were you harboring criminals in your Airbnb? They could just say, oh no, they were just a customer. It was this woman right here and she just rented it. I don't know what was going on.
Now, something important to note here is, what is a stash house? Well, they're not isolated to the southern border. That's not the only place we're seeing them. They're littered throughout.
Oh, then they should be going after the people who rented it, but then they might use fake IDs or something.
They end up being smuggled into one of these homes
they
along
maybe
the border, and then from there, until they get to their
Airbnb
final
has to do better
destination, they're moving from
verification.
stash house to stash house or stash location.
Think of how this changes the game for these smuggling operations. Before, they would need their own locations, but now they could be traveling in a car, driving through multiple states, scrolling through their phone looking for a new place to hide out. And even if criminals do get into an Airbnb in one state and the homeowner spots something and reports them, if they're only there for a day or so, that report could come in and the criminals could already be gone. They could be on to the next location. And these criminals, I am sure, when they leave these houses, they leave them spotless. They want their customer profiles on apps like Airbnb to have great ratings so that they can get more bookings. But the really frightening thing is that even though right now the border is being closed down with tanks and helicopters to stop people getting across.
I didn't know they had tanks at the border.
There's
crazy.
evidence at the border right now that shows that these gangs are still making untold amounts of money.
Now, what stood out the most was the hundreds of discarded bracelets littered all over the ground. Border Patrol agents tell us that these bracelets are not just random trash, they are a form of control. Cartels use these bracelets to track and manage migrants throughout their journey.
Let me lowball here and say that the illegal alien wearing this wristband paid $1,000 to cross the Rio Grande.
Okay.
And I'm going pretty low here. This just shows you how much money the cartels make off of human smuggling.
This is crazy. Look, you can see them in the background here. There's millions of these things all over the ground. And what the cartels use these for is to identify who's
$1,000 a pop. Not really.
Passage to a various location.
I wonder if that's a high or a low number.
Remove these things from their wrists before coming across the country. They don't want to identify themselves as someone who's been trafficked into America. They want to just look like a normal person and try to blend in. But look at this, the Border Patrol agent who was interviewed, they were definitely lowballing on the price. Some people are now paid $18,000. Encounters are now way down at the border, but what these smugglers now do is they say, hey, we've got this luxury experience where we'll sneak you in and we'll give you a sneaking suit and we'll put you up in a bunch of fancy places. And if each bracelet found on the ground here represents one or more individuals who snuck into the country illegally,
where are these people getting $20,000 from?
Be over until there's a complete wall across the border, or until there are real consequences for those who get caught.
He says the consequences are helping, which includes when someone is caught, they are just set back right across the border where they can relink with the same so-called plaza boss, where historically they pay them one time and they attempt to cross 3 times. Instead, they're sent hundreds of miles away. Take a listen.
So look at that. In the past, people would get caught and they would just get immediately turned around.
You buy one run, you get 2 free.
And then they would just try again at another point in the border that might be lightly guarded or at a different time of day. They would pay these gangs and they would get 3 different attempts to sneak across. But that's not what happens anymore. Now people get caught and they get sent very far away. Their journey essentially starts all over. Now let's just say, for example, somebody is from Venezuela and they leave that country. Well, they've got to make their way through Colombia, through Panama, through Costa Rica, Nicaragua, all of these other countries, and then all of the way through Mexico just to get up to where the border is. They're going to encounter a multitude of different gangs along the way, and they're going to have to pay each of them. The financial disincentive to getting sent not just across the border here, but all the way back to where you started, that's crazy. People cannot afford unlimited attempts of that, and they don't get to try 3 times and then pay again and then get to try 3 more times. No, this is really gonna work. And this whole story reveals that what you have to take out of the incentive for illegal immigration is money. You've got to get rid of it. Then these gangs and criminals will not be empowered. They will not have the resources to keep trying to test our border and test our troops. And they won't be able to use that money to come into America and rent stash houses from people who have no idea that they are unknowingly being sucked into a criminal enterprise. What do you think about all of this? What do you think about renting Airbnbs and sneaking across the border? Will we ever be able to completely close it down? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, if they increase the penalties, they only go to jail for 2 years. They need to jail for 10 years if they get caught smuggling people. Chinese insider? Is what video? Like jail? Like I'm going to jail?
Yeah. Jojo, but like, is there a way you could arrest me? Is there a way for me to make a call to organize the money that I owe?
To the customers, he was just the friendly face behind the register. To his manager, a reliable employee who never showed up late. But beneath the surface was a digital con in motion. During routine transactions, he quietly scanned extra gift cards, rerouting the balances into his Cash App. By the time anyone noticed, he had already stolen thousands.
How he would just, but how did the system allow him to do that?
Hello. Hello.
Was he a manager or something?
How are you? Good. I'm Deputy Del Plato.
My name is Deborah. I'm an asset protection manager with Walgreens.
Okay.
This is.
This lady's a manager.
What you ask?
Okay.
So why don't you tell the officer what has been going on?
I wouldn't say anything. What's wrong with this lady?
You're employed here? How long have you been working here?
A few months.
A few months this year or last year?
This year, sir.
Okay. And what's your title here?
Customer
service? Okay. You're not a manager or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Alright, so what are we getting, what are we brought in the office for?
Are you asking me that, sir?
Yeah, tell them what you did. I have a statement.
So, I
Hearing listening.
rang up some gift cards to pay for.
Dude, I would just be quiet, bro. I don't even know what he's saying, honestly.
Okay.
Something about gift cards.
Okay, so we're looking at a theft from the business.
And they said that there's a possibility that the company will let me pay that, which I'm willing to do. And they said that there's a possibility that if you're okay with that,
Right now, is 2,100 grand enough?
I wouldn't be prosecuted if I were to be able to pay it back today on the spot.
So
and then I would be terminated.
I couldn't negotiate anything like that. That's not really my job per se. As far as if you do this or that, charges may or may not be pressed.
At this point, he doesn't have $2,100 on, so the company does want to pursue the prosecution.
But I'm able to.
Okay, but that's not his now. Now we're past that point right now. So those are all the transactions that he rang up, and he did 2 today for a total of $400. We put it on a Cash App.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Is it still? You still have that $400 on the Cash App? Okay. So the 2 that he did.
He'd be talking too much.
And the receipts are.
This guy be talking too much. He deserves it.
Okay. Do you swear that what you wrote in here was
like a sentence to my parents?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, without your parents.
I know you've been very respectful. We're trying to answer your questions.
I'm sorry.
We're not. Listen, we're not holding this against you. This is just something you and Walgreens are going to have to deal with. Okay. But for the time being, I need you to take your jewelry off, empty your stuff. Yeah,
Literally, this guy's talking too much, bro. If anything happens, I mean, I'm not saying do some stupid shit, but if you do some stupid shit, just don't be talking. They probably caught him red-handed doing the shit. I don't think these videos about China is the content that we're trying to, is the audience we're trying to reach. I'll be honest with you. Man, this helicopter crash was crazy.
New York Helicopters markets themselves as having the best aerial views of New York City, but now it is facing scrutiny after one of its helicopters took its last flight, resulting in 6
How did this
deaths.
happen?
This is something we could have avoided.
New York City Council member Christopher Marte represents the district where the helicopter took off from. He's been advocating to put a stop to helicopter tour companies, pointing to past tragedies. In 2018, 5 people died when a no-door helicopter crashed and sank in the East
No
River,
doors?
leaving passengers trapped in their safety harnesses.
How do you get out?
On the other side of the Hudson River, Jersey City Mayor Steve Fulop sharing his own concerns.
It is a very trafficked and busy area, and it is something that Jersey City residents consistently complain about.
Hopefully we can pass some sort of federal legislation, or our counterparts in New Jersey can pass legislation to make sure that we don't have these tour groups going up to helicopters.
Following the crash, a spokesman for Skyports, one of the firms that manages the heliport where the aircraft took off, issued a statement that said in part, quote, "Our hearts go out to the families and friends of all those impacted by
How
this
did this
horrible
happen?
incident. We are cooperating with all the appropriate agencies and thank all of the first responders for their efforts. We reached out to the tour company this evening, but we have yet to hear back."
We begin tonight with the breaking news, the tragedy here in New York City, a helicopter plunging into the Hudson River, killing all 6 people on board, the pilot and a family of 5 on a tour flight, visiting from Spain, a mother and father and their 3 children. Again, no one survived this. The chilling scene in the waters of the Hudson. The crash happened in the part of the river between Lower Manhattan and Jersey City in New Jersey. Video showing the helicopter spinning and flipping.
Dude, this is
down.
not
You
far
can see
from me
it's
at
just the
all.
Fuselage there, the bulk of the helicopter, the
Like,
rotor blade.
if I was looking out the window at the right time, I might be able to. Not really, but it's crazy.
Appears to come apart from the rest of the aircraft before the crash into the river. Witnesses could see the chopper breaking apart as it was going down, the rotor spinning as it falls.
How does that
Splashing
happen?
into the water following the fuselage as it came down.
goodness.
The helicopter then floating to the surface upside down, divers racing into the water to search for the pilot and passengers. And again, there were no survivors. Tonight, the investigation here, how could this happen? The rotor blade coming apart. How old was that helicopter? And we have now learned that the chopper was in the sky over Manhattan for about 15 minutes before it came crashing down.
Wow.
Here's our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron.
Man, if that shit came down and then right over the city in the middle of some street somewhere, it was just flying above the city.
Tursky leading us off tonight. He's on the scene.
Money trees, what is going on?
Tonight, 6 people killed after
Man,
a
this is
helicopter with
crazy.
a family of tourists on board broke apart and plummeted into the Hudson River.
I
off
really
New York
gotta
City.
know how this
Just
should
after
happen.
3:15 this afternoon.
Be advised, you do have an aircraft down, Holland Tunnel.
Was it just like old, worn out? It's crazy.
Please keep your eyes open for anybody in the water.
The tourist chopper going down on the Hudson between Lower Manhattan and Jersey City. This video showing the chopper splashing down, the rotor blades still spinning in the air before it lands in the water. Fire rescue boats and the Coast Guard racing to the spot where it went down. The chopper fuselage upside down. The rough, choppy water just 49 degrees. Law enforcement officials tell ABC News the helicopter was carrying a family, 2 adults and 3 children, tourists from Spain, in addition to 1 pilot.
I saw the helicopter. It was just coming down in that 45 angle, and it went straight into the water. It was a big splash.
Witnesses watching in horror.
It sounded like a sonic boom on my right. So I look up and literally I just see a helicopter splitting in 2 with the rotor flying off in the sky. It was going so fast and just went straight into the water, and like nothing came up afterwards. It must have just sunk.
And I heard a loud snap, or like a kind of sound barrier breaking sound, and I could see a helicopter falling on its side.
How's this shit happen,
next to that
though?
red barge over there, and then the rotor on the top fell off as well and then hit the water.
If your rotor system disintegrates, goes away, stops, blows
If-
up, or loses a blade,
Rest in peace to all those people, and I feel bad for the families. It's terrible. If you imagine trying to put yourself in the shoes of someone in the family, you can't even believe it. It's you can't ever be ready for that.
whole ability to fly is 100% compromised at that point, and you're simply going to go down. It's very seldom that we have a helicopter crash that resulted from a disintegration of the lift system. That's what this begins to sound like, and it's very rare.
FAA records show the helicopter is 21 years old. Flight radar 24 showing the chopper was in the air over Manhattan for about 15 minutes before it broke apart. It was the helicopter's 6th flight of the day.
So let's bring in Aaron Katursky. He's on the scene for us tonight. And Aaron, you reported on the family of 5 on.
I live near New York City, and I actually know someone. Not like I don't know them personally, but I where I worked, they did business there. That was a helicopter pilot in this area for something, a tourist pilot. They fly around the city or whatever, show you the views.
On board, these were tourists visiting the U.S. on a flight.
Gosh, I hope it wasn't crazy.
Over the city, the pilot.
I knew this guy like 10 years ago.
Do authorities think they had any chance here as rescuers dove into the water late today trying to save them?
And those divers told us, David, they did everything they could, but eyewitnesses said the helicopter came down very fast. The Hudson River is frigid. Rescue boats sped toward the wreckage site, but by the time they got there, they saw the helicopter had come down upside down, David.
Just a horrible toll there today. And you also reported that that tour helicopter was actually flying over Manhattan, over New York City for about 15 minutes before this crash. Obviously, the crash in itself is awful, but authorities also know this could have happened, right over the city.
Yeah, David, these helicopter tourist flights are quite common. This particular Bell 206 was on its 6th run.
Yeah, there's probably 10 of them doing 6 a day.
Of the day. A similar tourist helicopter actually crashed into the Hudson River in 2018, and ever since, there's been a debate about
One
how
crashed
many
7
of these
years ago.
flights there are over such a busy corridor in the city, David.
Our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, on the scene of this deadly chopper crash tonight. Aaron, thank you.
Maybe they should think about how many flights should be going over the city like that. Chip, I'm really sorry to hear about your uncle. Someone who I looked up to passed away. I can show you their YouTube videos. And then I was like, damn, I gotta take care of my body. We should all take care of our bodies the best we can, because shit, you only got one life. Crazy. And then, fuck, there are people who, they don't take care of themselves. This is what we're gonna lead into, actually. There are people who don't take care of themselves, or there are people who do take care of themselves, and you have some kind of horrible accident. I just say live life the best that you can, to the best of your ability. But this is literally the exact opposite of that.
Fat acceptance is a cult. Just a reminder.
Now, there's nothing wrong with people who are overweight. I'm not the thinnest guy around, but this is like glorifying an addiction, some kind of issue, This is not.
Remember that I am very fat and very sexy, and I am 100% glorifying obesity.
I want to inspire big girls all over the world. This is what I manifest every single day.
Dude, that lady, she manifested what?
Sexy, and I am 100% glorifying obesity.
Yeah, don't glorify that.
Big girls all over the world. This is what I manifest every single day.
That's what she manifested. And she died. Rest in peace. That's what she manifested.
Choo choo. Choo choo. There's nothing you can do.
I'm fat and I'm sexy.
I'm fat and I'm sexy.
Sure, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I don't know about you. I don't find any sexiness in contributing to the statistics that obesity is the leading cause of death in the US. Very hot, I know.
Just because I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I say.
She died.
Oh my gosh.
You ready to get supersized?
She died too.
Oh no.
I got the big Fruit Loop.
He's dead. Join me on my
Bruh.
Fat Positive radio show, which didn't last long
No way.
because she died.
Unlike how Dove,
Bro, this is crazy.
believe healthy beauty does not come at every size, and certainly not at a lot of the socially noble, body positive plus sizes. Yet it is absolutely not wholesome to point that out. So much corporate glorification has been done to powder the fat
Oh, hell
elephant
no.
in the room. That obesity is in fact a disease, not a bragging point. But corporations don't want you to get well because there's
Of course.
a gold mine in fatness.
They can
Not
make
just in
money.
convincing you to shed it, but also for you to keep it. Take body positive.
They sell you
All-Star
the food
Dove,
at
for
McDonald's.
instance. Real beauty comes
And then
at
they
every
sell
size.
you the
They stretch
medicine
out
because
the
you're sick,
plastic
because you're
bottles
fat.
And video game figures to slap on words like beautiful, sexy, confident whenever they can. Like every other human, I wanted to believe that it was to support the self-love
Augustus
journeys of
Gloop
women
from Willy
and leave it
Wonka.
at that. But
They say, or wait, the blue, when the lady swells. Terrible. Violet? Oh my gosh. That's definitely a face right there.
No, I decided to ruin my day and my trust in humanity by researching a bit more and found out that Dove is owned by Unilever. And guess what else Unilever owns? Ben & Jerry's ice cream, Magnum ice cream, and many other ice creams, Hellmann's mayo in all your greasy burgers,
Damn.
Skippy peanut butter, a selection of frozen foods. I can go on. Isn't it nice to encourage your consumers to accept their enlarging body and deteriorating health as the ideal in order to sell more of your processed foods because their beautiful bodies deserve more? Has body positivity, a movement intended to uplift women, become just manipulative limits to our acceptable emotions?
My dear sweet child, that's what I do. It's what I live for.
And worse, a cover for big food,
That's
big
disgusting.
farming, and big pharmaceutical companies to profit off a nation of increasingly sick and fat people. None of this is a coincidence.
So the industry
I am not
has
the
engineered what
peak
they
performance
call the
either,
bliss
but there's a
point, the
difference between being, you know, perfectly healthy and glorifying this nonsense.
amount of sugar.
You know, you can
really
say,
not too much.
you can know that, you know, I'm not the, I could maybe do more to be in shape, but just saying that it's okay and then double downing on all this.
Working on maximizing the allure of their product.
Quote, we like them fat. Pick any ultra-processed foods at your local grocery store, for example. Some Kraft mac and cheese and Nestle drumstick paired with some Kit Kat, Coffee Crisp, Smarties,
I'll
and
take
why
a
not
Kit Kat.
throw in some Laffy Taffy. Pop in the Kool-Aid and 4 cans of Dr. Pepper to keep hydrated. Oh, and can't forget the Oreo and Chips Ahoy. 4 cans of orange Fanta for the vitamins. Fanta. Balance, as one may say. As conventional beauty standards have become much more accepting and ambiguously defined by beauty giants. But guess who owns the beauty giants? Conglomerates like Nestle, Unilever, who sell you anything from chocolate to
Don't look at the man behind the curtain.
ice cream to frozen foods, and that is when the Dove body soaps begin to make sense. Not saying that all body positive and fat acceptance campaigns are there to manipulate and trick you into increasing your body fat percentage without limits. And that is exactly the issue. So much of the message comes actually from an extremely caring and helpful perspective to help remove the stigma around plus-size people. But also, so much fat glorification has
Nimbus, your dad went to 350 pounds from Hungry Man breakfasts and then lost it all. That's freaking amazing. That's dedication.
been disguised as acceptance.
Oh my god.
And when the majority
That's
of
terrible.
your stakeholders need to make money from selling frozen pizzas and ice cream, the votes are not up to you. Hiding profit-generating fat glorification under the term fat acceptance is genius in two ways. First,
It's genius
based on the
marketing.
sentiment of correcting social injustices in society. Yes, arguably so, the statistical likelihood of fat and obese people facing more difficulties in society, such as prejudices,
Yes.
is a lot
Nick,
higher. And the
avocado
stigmatization in
person,
media
they
brought
lost
unfair
they
shaming to obese
they lost a lot of weight and they got
individuals,
into
which
shape. They
should
look really good.
be normalized.
You know, from
Glorifying
before.
obesity, the disease, as conventional beauty hints at a moral superiority and makes anyone's opinions who differ morally shallow, regardless if fat is unhealthy or not. Second, a food company telling you that being fat is natural, which isn't, and awesome, is not so convincing.
There's no waistline worry with Coke, you know. This individual size bottle has no more calories than half a grapefruit.
When you can
Let me
spot
tell
the
you, I drink a lot of Coke, and I tell you that's definitely not true.
profit motive from 50 miles away.
Coke is low in calories, too. Say now, don't you get any thinner.
A direct hard sell won't work here. But when a beauty or self-care company you never associate with frozen pizza casts someone plus size for a commercial, you get fired up with a sense of justice. Yeah, that is beautiful too. Don't get me wrong, overly restrictive beauty with models who are only Kate Moss level heroine chic is also problematic because, again, it is not healthy. But as much as many wish, the spectrum of healthy does not stretch over to obesity. It is amazing that women of all sizes are loving and accepting who they are, but genuine self-love and confidence comes from within, and not society telling you or some ads telling you that your size is also quote-unquote beautiful. What we're talking about here is not the opposite of fat shaming. For shaming someone for any reason is not acceptable behavior because it does not come from a place of genuine care of wanting to help them be well. We're talking about the glorification of fat, disguised as acceptance.
Positivity is toxic because it pretends to be rooted in compassion and kindness. But in reality, it encourages women to engage in very destructive behaviors. It encourages women to be obese, unhealthy, and be averse
Ignoring
to personal
reality.
responsibility and discipline.
If you think most body positivity campaigns are to help you love yourself, I'm sorry, honey. Corporate America is a surfacely sweet,
I look at all that stuff and I'm like, that's food's not even real.
cruel place.
And I tried to avoid all that
It's
as
like,
much
how
as
can you
possible.
not see the problem? They have to see it and just not care. They have to just be like, well, we're gaining profit. Do you see how much this McDonald's is making? Put another one across the street.
There is nothing wrong with fat acceptance. Acceptance of reality is the first and most
Except for
essential
soda. I
to
can't stop drinking
all
soda.
or any type of
Coke.
progress.
I
But
love
the
that stuff.
importance of what to do after accepting the reality is often neglected and never talked about. Telling fat people to keep eating the way that's not serving their health because they are beautiful is like telling an alcoholic to keep on drinking because they're fun. It's the easy and profitable thing to do.
Having a fat country makes us money.
But at the end of the day, it is irresponsible
Bruh.
to push unhealthy, addictive
Oh my
behaviors
gosh.
to a greater extreme with the power of both brainwashing, quote-unquote self-love ads and processed foods designed in a way that's addicting, easy to eat, and easy to repeat the eating pattern. It's not a simple good versus bad food, normal versus fat problem. It's a whole addictive pattern building trap.
I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. Everyone was so happy for me. I hated myself. I hated the way I looked. I hated why I exercised.
Naturally fat. Are daily trips to McDonald's genetics? Is eating chips in bed genetics? Is being allergic to the gym genetics? Is running 100 miles genetics? Back in a universe where fat just meant fat and not a compliment or insult, fat just means you have excess energy stored in your body that you are not using. Obesity or overweight is a disorder involving excessive body fat that increases the risk of health problems. Notice how something that elevates your risk of dying of cardiac arrest is a disorder and is not normal.
I ride a bicycle a lot. I don't ride my bike as much as I used to in the past, but I would ride my bike. Back when I was younger, I would ride my bike every day for hours and hours, all day, every day, all around, as far as I could.
Yet,
So I got a lot of exercise.
times and times again,
Not that it helps today, but probably in a better position from people who never did any of that. And then if I still ride my bike today, but your body remembers how to be active and stay in shape, so it's easier to get back into that.
science and data say one thing, and media and advertising say another. Beauty is supposed to be diverse and natural, but there is nothing natural about being obese. Obesity prevalence was stably low until shooting up post the 70s, and even though there is no data evidently backing up its absence in our hunter and gatherer days, rare civilizations removed from modern processed foods and lifestyles such as the Chimene tribe is a close modern case. The Chimene, a Bolivian population living in a subsistence lifestyle of
There's no
hunting,
obese
gathering,
people there.
fishing, and farming,
There might
had
be,
the lowest
but there's not a
levels
lot.
of coronary heart diseases reported to date and statistically insignificant obesity. And yes, they also eat sugar and starchy carbs, just harvested by themselves. So do these people just have some God-sent fat-proof genetics? No. The overall Bolivian population that shares similar genetics is still subject to 28 and 17% of obesity for women and men. So if they also eat carbs, fat, protein, just like the American diet, why are they rarely inflicted with fat-related health complications?
Because
Is
it's not
the
all that
difference
processed
really in
crap.
the absence of food processing? According to CDC, Americans are eating more calories on average than they did in the 1970s. Between 1971 and 2000, the average man added 168 calories to his daily fare, while the average woman added 335
Oh my
calories a
gosh.
day. What is driving this trend? Experts say it's a combination of increased availability.
That's disgusting. I don't know who eats that much nuggets, and that no one can eat that much chicken. That's a family meal.
Design of processed foods to get people hooked as an addictive coping mechanism to rising psychological issues. Food addiction is a carefully designed process. People aren't stuffing their faces in beans when they're having a bad day. Quote, foods that are very high in fat and carbohydrate in equal ratio don't exist naturally, said Gerhardt, a clinical psychologist at the University of Michigan. It is something that is designed by food scientists in a laboratory to look a certain way, feel a certain way in your mouth, smell a certain way when you open the package. So once
That's
you had
the
one
scary stuff.
pleasant experience
The
with
food is like a
you
science
want more,
experiment.
and you want it more often. Food addiction is on the rise, and the conglomerates are normalizing it, or rather glamorizing the consequence of it. So much of the fat acceptance movement is actually a brainwashing ad for addictive junk food. And yes, excuse me.
And people are falling for it.
It's now politically incorrect to call food good or bad. And I agree. It's all based on perspective. Good for what and bad for what, and how much of good before it turns not so good. Because good versus bad is so subjective.
I do kind of like the Nature Valley stuff though, but they just put too much sugar in it.
It's easier than ever for food companies to manipulate the concept.
There's no
because
need
the
for them to
easier
put
answer
extra sugar
is
in
always
granola
one
bars.
that makes you feel good. To eat as much as you want and
That's
still feel
terrible.
great about yourself.
Get that fiber and the antioxidants. You just feel.
And the greatest beneficiaries to glorifying this disease is the toxic triad of big farming, big food, and big pharma for creating a nation of sick and fat people. Let me put it into context. About a third of our economy thrives on making people more fat and sick. Big farming grows 500 more calories per person
1/3 of our economy is designed to make you fat, kill you.
than 25 years ago. Industrially processed foods with addictive combinations of fat, sugar, and salt deter the stop signals for eating. The sicker our population, the more medications are sold for high cholesterol, diabetes, high blood pressure, depression, and other lifestyle-driven diseases. While more and more of us believe not only is this okay, this type of sickness is sexy
bad.
and beautiful. And sadly, the profit-driven version of the fat acceptance movement targets women way more. Why do we see a range of plus-size models from mannequins in retail to Victoria's Secret fashion shows, while men's fashion still shows buff and toned models and plastic mannequins? Something does not add up. Perhaps it is because of the preconceived notion that women care more about appearances, or that many women still take the main responsibility for shopping for food for the whole household, which drives more impact in speeding up the fattening of the population, leading to more sickness.
That's terrible.
The spiral itself,
You're
from
getting that kid
farming to
started
food
way too
processing
early.
to solving a naturally increasing problem, is just bleak and sickening. Self-acceptance is not the opposite from self-improvement, and is certainly not the logical reason to regenerate 90% of your cells from frozen pizzas, chocolates, chips, and whatever genius foods corporations created to keep you addicted and sick. Part of loving yourself is to actually take accountability for your well-being instead of
Yeah,
letting
I eat fresh
profit-seeking
pizzas.
commercials tell you that you are enough. Being positive does not mean being unrealistic. It requires the courage to face the discomfort of broken delusions and be willing to make changes if needed.
Body positivity movement has now resulted in magazine covers that actually says this is healthy. The lifestyle of being obese is now not only beautiful, but it's healthy.
Glorifying a disease is not self-love, it's delusion.
Of course I don't have any health problems. Always out of breath and it's hard to do things, but that's because of fat phobia. And doctors not listening to me. It has nothing to do with the fact that my fupa restricts my movement.
And despite how impossible it seems, what you do after acceptance is still your choice to make. That's a food for thought.
Nothing new. They all want us to be fat and sick so they could sell us medicine. Yeah, that used to be a saying everyone said. Everyone used to say you are what you eat, but no one says it anymore. No one cares.
We gotta get it.
My mom just got a bag of that, actually.
Is it good stuff? Good?
She says it's the best.
Is that the best?
She says it's the
If
best.
it is, I'll be in Washington, D.C., hopefully in the Oval Office. I'll send for popcorn, okay?
Appreciate that.
Just have it. We gotta get it.
What? Oh, well, I could eat McDonald's French fries and drink a soda every day. I don't think that'll kill me as quick as everything else would. Still probably not good though. You think Donald Trump eats McDonald's? He looks like a McDonald's kind of guy. Oh shit. Yo, it's literally the movie. What's the movie we always talk about? Idiocracy. Man, sometimes I wonder, like, how can someone be so stupid? But I guess it's real.
The rate of... Do you ever feel like you were surrounded by people who can't follow basic instructions, use simple intuition, reason, or even think beyond the next few minutes? Well, you might not be imagining.
Some of the stuff that people say nowadays is so stupid, and they don't even use like common sense at all. Rational thinking's gone out the window.
Things. There has been a marked rise in cognitive difficulties over just the last decade. If you haven't noticed this decline, well, I might have some bad news for you. The rate of young people reporting trouble learning new things, concentrating, or just thinking has almost doubled over the past 20 years. But it really shouldn't be like this. For the last 200 years, humans on average have been getting consistently smarter with every passing generation. Around the world, we have more access to information than ever before, better nutrition, and we are now spending more on education than any point in history. But that can only get us so far. Whether you want to blame it on brain rot short-form content, AI that does the thinking for us, the defunding of public education, symptoms of long COVID, or the fact that nobody can get a decent night of sleep anymore, the data is all saying the same thing. We might have already passed peak intelligence, and we are now getting progressively stupider. So then, what happens when we build a world that's too smart for us to use?
Everything is done for everyone. No one needs to really apply yourself anymore.
I will sign an executive order
To actually figure things out. They just want everyone to be a zombie.
eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all.
How many sides are on a triangle?
Oh man, you just
It's 3.
This is the type.
Oh, true.
This is the type of stuff I'm talking about.
Ooh, I forgot about that.
I went to Harvard.
You went to Harvard?
Yes, sir.
What did you study there?
It's disrespectful and insulting to
Them.
be locked out, kicked out, and then cast out.
Rondo's got what plants
Cashed
crave.
out.
It's got electrolytes.
That was a scene from Idiocracy.
What plants crave. It's got electrolytes.
Measuring
It's
intelligence
got electrolytes.
is really hard. There are standardized tests to assign intelligence quotients, or IQ. But for most people, there are some problems with reducing someone's mental capacity to a single number. Most IQ tests that are actually performed under properly controlled conditions are done to diagnose suspected learning disabilities or cognitive impairment, which means the sample group is naturally going to be people that already demonstrate impaired mental capacity. Anybody else that actually goes through the effort and expense of completing a controlled condition IQ test is naturally going to be the type of person that cares way too much about it and studies beforehand in validating the results. IQ tests can give you some useful data though. If someone brags about their IQ, they are an idiot. But with a large enough sample size, some generalizations can still be made. James Flynn was a researcher who collated data which was aggregated over decades to identify the Flynn effect.
I want to take an IQ test. I'm pretty sure I was told that mine might be on the higher side.
Since 100 IQ is supposed to represent the median score of a test taker, he noticed that bell curves had been adjusted over time, with large testing groups indicating that subsequent generations were getting
So you're telling me you met someone who just learned that plants reproduce?
smarter. On average, a cohort 10 years younger would be 3 IQ points more intelligent than the group that came before them, and this trend continued for the 6 decades he was active. But even with
I lose more faith in people every day.
such a clear trend, there was not one single cause that experts in the field could agree on. Most concluded that it was a combination of factors including more efficient schooling, the reduction in infectious diseases in early childhood development, a more stimulating environment as people moved into larger community centers, the widespread realization that inbreeding was not the best idea, and the fact that we decided to stop putting lead in our gasoline. There are also
lead is
experts
probably
that simply
bad.
argue that the data is too unreliable
And
to draw
so
any
is
definitive
inbreeding.
conclusions over these timeframes. Whether it was one or all of these factors, it can only get us so far. Most of Flynn's observations ended in the early 2000s, so he wasn't around to see the current decline that researchers are noticing across the globe. But there were a few countries that were ahead of the trend. From 1962 to 1991, scientists studied nearly 750 Norwegian men who completed an intelligence test as part of their mandated military conscription. The scientists noted a statistically significant boom and bust over the measured time period, with average intelligence reverting back to the levels it was over 30 years ago. This decline started in 1970, so you might think it disproves the theory of leaded gasoline. But Norway never actually used it nearly as much as we did here in the United States of small block Chevys. They instead used something called public transport, which primarily ran on diesel or electricity. One of the theories that researchers put forth was that in an advanced economy with
They knew how bad it was going to be putting lead into gas. They didn't care. They just said, oh, don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
education around and access to birth control, dumber people were just having more dumb babies and smart people weren't keeping up. They call this dysgenic fertility, but I prefer to call it the idiocracy theory. However, given Norway's relatively homogeneous and small population,
He said the thing.
scientists were able to control for family groups through generations, and the results were the same. Dumb people were having dumber kids, but smart people were also having dumber kids. This meant that the dumbing was coming from the environment rather than being passed down, which was strange because over this time period, Norway was enjoying large material wealth increases from a sharp increase in oil and natural gas resources. Ultimately, the strongest factor that researchers found in the existing population was educational systems that had become overly focused on rigid curricula, distracting TV and media, as well as worse nutrition from overly processed and sugary foods. So yeah, if schools that look like this, color televisions that looked like this, and the occasional fried fish undid decades of worse intelligence gains in Scandinavia, it's time to learn how money works to find out exactly how cooked we are in the age of brain rot content, crumbling education systems, and high fructose corn syrup.
We're cooked.
This video is sponsored by Shopify, the platform trusted by businesses of all sizes to build, manage, and grow their online store. On this channel, we talk a lot about money, and for a lot of business owners, that means understanding how to take what you're already selling and make it more scalable. That's exactly where Shopify comes in. Shopify helps you build a fully customizable online store with no coding required. You can start with free, professionally designed templates and use the drag and drop editor to make it your own, fast. It also gives you powerful tools to run your business day to day. You can manage your inventory, track orders, connect with customers, and even view analytics to see what's working and what's not, all from one dashboard. If you already have a product or a storefront and you're ready to grow online, head to the link below to start your 3-day free trial with Shopify. You'll get your first 3 months for just $1 each. And when it's time to make the sale, Shopify Checkout and Shop Pay make the process smooth for your customers and faster for you to get paid. Features like one-click checkout and abandoned cart recovery can genuinely move the needle. If you're selling in person too, Shopify Point of Sales syncs your online and retail sales automatically, so you always have accurate inventory and customer info. And if you need something specific, the Shopify App Store is packed with tools to tailor your store even further. Shopify isn't just for new entrepreneurs, it's for established businesses ready to level up. If you already figured out what you're selling, Shopify's for... Okay, maybe the biggest question is why we are only now noticing a decline in intelligence. There are factors that have increased our intelligence and factors that have made it worse. And for a while, the good stuff was more than compensating for the bad stuff. But that is starting to change. When was the last time you felt bored or even slightly mentally challenged? Probably not for a while.
Every day.
Right? Technology has put the world's
that kind of
information in our
challenge.
pocket along with basic tools like a calculator and an automatically updating global map. I don't want to make myself sound too old here, but in the past, most cars had a big book of streets.
Wow, I remember way back in the day, you might actually print out the directions of your trip before you leave. Crazy.
To look through to figure out manually which turns to take to get to a destination. It wasn't exactly rocket science, but it took a bit more intuition than plugging a destination into a phone and letting Waze to the wheel. Researchers have noted that offloading these simple everyday problem-solving tasks means our brains aren't as exercised as much as they were even 2 decades ago. The spike in recorded cognitive challenges amongst 18-year-olds from the Monitoring the Future survey did start around 2012, right as fully capable smartphones were entering the mainstream. Easily accessible technology started to do the thinking, so we didn't need to. But that by itself wouldn't have
Why think when less think do more?
actually been a problem. Yeah, nobody these days knows how to read a paper map, but we also don't know how to churn our own butter or read a sundial either. Technology has been making mental skills irrelevant for a lot longer than we have been getting dumber. The difference now is that mindlessness is the goal. This new wave of technology has not only taken away minor inconveniences that could be overcome with a bit of critical thinking, it's also replaced it with easy, instant contentment. It's no secret that the competitive
I've had to use a map with a lot of people and no one has any idea how to use a map. And I'm the only one who knows how to use it. And then I think that's also because of video games giving me a good sense of direction for all these years.
meta of the world's largest technology companies is to keep you engaged with their platform as long as possible. Endless scrolling, tailored content on demand, engagement metrics, echo chambers, dopamine loops, time-sensitive rewards, and push
I'm also
notifications.
29 and there was, for as long as we could drive, there's probably been GPS. But I remember like, there was a time when before I might ask my mom to take me somewhere and we had no idea where that would be going, or we're driving somewhere or anything like that, you're getting a ride from someone, you had to print that shit out. But then by the time I was driving, yeah, everyone had like iPhones and shit by then.
Are just some of the tricks, and it really does work. For user-generated content platforms, the companies themselves don't even need to try that hard. They just push the content that someone else figures out how to keep engaging. As a disgusting, low-life influencer, I am 100% guilty of that myself. I need that watch time too. For example, I spent hours refining the opening hypothetical question of this video, the one about you feeling like you were surrounded by dumb people. It's unfortunately relatable, it makes you think, and it probably made you feel just a little bit smug. All things that are good for engagement, but are also kind of bad for challenging our minds. Humans are not made to be constantly contented, and if we are, it makes it really hard to give up the easy dopamine to commit to something challenging and not immediately rewarding, like studying, learning a new skill, or just sitting down to get some work done. AI is shaping up to be the ultimate incarnation of this trend, where people don't have to think about challenging problems and just get maximum stimulative output from minimal input. Now, I am not a psychologist, and even though I spoke to a few and read a few papers when putting this video together, there are simply better people to discuss the exact mechanisms of brain rot.
Skibbity toilet.
Instead of making a video about the Cocomelon to Skibbity Toilet to Aiden Ross pipeline, there is something else more important to address. What happens when we are too dumb to use a world built by smart people? It sounds like a silly question, but it is literally already happening. We are now spending more on college than ever before, and the rate at which people are getting these expensive degrees is also higher than ever since it's become increasingly essential to land basically any job. The result of all of this education is that we apparently have a massive gap in technical skills that young people entering the workforce aren't able to fill and aren't willing to train into. Now,
that's why I became a car salesperson. No degree. I didn't need to have any education. I mean, that's terrible, but shit. Who wants to spend all this money on it on school?
That's because the pay is simply not worth it. But they don't like to say that part.
The people, you know, let's say people 20 years older than you, 15 years older than you, they paid half what school is, what college should cost. They're able to get a job in their field. And nowadays, the whole market's so saturated, you can't get shit anyway. What? And what?
Out loud too much. Okay, so businesses complaining about not being able to fill underpaid, hands-on roles is not exactly breaking news. But there is a surprising trend emerging from the computer-addicted generations entering the workforce. They aren't that good at using computers. Modern computers have become so refined and user-friendly that people who have grown up using smartphones and iPads aren't as savvy as older generations who grew up using LimeWire and loading mods onto their pirated...
Well, there's the thing about this because technology has actually gotten so good and it doesn't have as many issues as back in the day. And then when a computer now does have an issue, it kind of like self-fixes itself. What do? You turn it off, you turn it back on again, and it probably fixes itself. If it doesn't, what do people do? They throw it out. They don't know how to actually fix things, so they don't spend time doing the diagnostics, trying to learn how to be more computer literate.
Copy of Age of Empires. Commercial IT tools in most companies are still fairly old and utilitarian. They have a lot more in common with the home computer experience of the 2000s than the smartphones of the 2020s. Formal education programs are also not equipping labor force entrants with these foundational skills because they are largely even further behind. A survey conducted by Dell, the computer maker, found that more than a third of Gen Z admitted to not being adequately prepared to use computers in the workforce. Eventually, this could become a massive problem, because even those lovely user-friendly computer programs rely on a foundation of technical adeptness to build. It's a big challenge from 20 years.
My thing with math in school was, I wasn't like bad at math. I would do the math my own way, in my head backwards, some weird way. And I wouldn't even know how to put it down on the paper, so I would get the right answer. Or I would do the math weird in my own way, and they would be like, "How did you do this work?" And I'd be like, "Don't worry about it. I got the answer." And be like, "Write the work, man. I ain't writing shit out."
But some of the most skilled people in the world of technology are now the 50-plus-year-olds that wear socks and sandals and have been working on computers since MS-DOS. Technology companies have made this even worse for themselves, because there is a not-so-secret ageism problem.
That's what got me with math. Everything else that was fine.
I've actually seen declining numbers of older workers even though the population is getting older overall. Now, most of the big tech companies will be fine. They can hire people who have specifically trained to work with technology. But regular companies that have grown used to people entering the workforce with a basic knowledge of computer systems are increasingly running into problems already. And this goes well beyond computers as well. It actually gets way dumber than that. The rush to make everything as user-friendly as possible means less people are reading, choosing to consume purely audio and visual media instead.
I like audiobooks.
Wrote the article about moving past peak intelligence called this a decline towards a post-literate society, a hypothetical society in which multimedia technology has advanced to the point where literacy is
just say a cooked society.
no longer necessary or common. So why are we just noticing this now? Well, we aren't. We are just feeling the consequences of it now. All the way back in 1985, Neil Postman, a media professor, published the book Amusing Ourselves to Death, where he spoke about the influence of showmanship in public discourse.
Oh, they've been working on this for a while. This isn't new.
Basically, the book saw the trend of television consumption taking over from newspapers, and theorized that in the future, the truth would matter a lot less than what narrative was more entertaining. It would also create a world where the people with the resources and expertise to make things entertaining and easy to consume would have a lot more influence than the people who took the time to report things factually. Again, this book was written in 1985, and ironically, it never actually sold that well, because it is quite dense and full of facts and figures. Now, if anybody should have known to present this information in a TikTok dance, it should have been him. But these warnings were largely ignored. Now, this book is still fascinating, and some of the predictions are downright scary. And if you want a bit of light horror, I will link a link to it like I always do in the description below. Postman wrote 2 other books on the subject as well. Technopoly, The Surrender of Culture to Technology, and The End of Education, Redefining the Value of School. These both came out in the early 1990s, so there's a good chance this guy might have been a time traveler. Now, there's one other factor at play here that is a lot more straightforward. Yes, young people might have been blasted by brain rot since birth, but we are also on average simply getting older. Cognitive function naturally drops off as we age, and the average American is now almost 40. As we are living longer lives than ever before, a lot of elderly people well past their mental prime have refused to give up senior positions in government and business. Watch this video
that's
next
an obvious.
to find out how we ended up with the senile managing the brain rot. And make sure to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
That could actually be good. I found it's for another day though. You had a weed dealer who couldn't read. I mean, that sounds about right. This looks crazy.
I got there at 1 p.m. and paid $75 for the all-you-can-eat buffet. This was the best food I've
I mean, it says 1 to 9 p.m. They shouldn't kick you out till 9 p.m.
had in my entire life. You can make your own crepes, make your own
Yo, this
omelets.
place looks insane. Well, it is $75.
I even made some caviar jelly.
Yo,
clam
they have
chowder. It
pizza?
was
Do they have
delicious. I
pizza?
was getting my money's worth left and right, but after a little bit over 2 hours, my waitress came to my table to talk to me.
You cannot eat anymore. Okay. Thank you.
My waitress told me her shift is ending soon and they have a 2-hour time limit. I thought she was kicking me out, so I gave her a tip.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Stay here. Watch around. I'll tell her that you came with your family.
I thought she was kicking me out, but she actually told me I can stay at the buffet as long as I want. I just can't eat any more food. She'll transfer me to new waitress and I can hang out and get free refills on my soda. I just can't eat anything else, but I can stay there as long as I want. They're so nice, but I don't really want to hang out at the buffet if I can't eat anything, so I decided to leave. I spent 2 hours and 14 minutes.
Spent 8 hours in a CC's Pizza. One time I spent like 14 hours in a McDonald's.
Minutes at the Seafood Spectacular, and it was the most spectacular day ever. I got there at 1 p.m. and
You can get pizza. It doesn't look that good though.
Now be
Schedule 1.
careful out there, girls. I can handle losing a few grams of product. I don't know what I'd do if I lost one of you. Aww.
This is us in Schedule 1.
Stuff those Coke condoms up your asses.
Bro.
Mateo, buddy, what's wrong? Where's that famous Mateo smile?
Mateo's smile hides today. Mr. Klaus, he sort of...
Sort of what? First, I told you I want to be called Razor. How hard is that to remember? Maybe you need a little reminder. Every time you dance. Razor, a word?
I don't want to get copyright on YouTube.
An American YouTuber just got arrested in India for illegally traveling to a forbidden...
Mac, what is going on? Are you telling me you've been playing Master Duel for 30 hours? Nah, that's crazy. Just stay hydrated, Mac. Get some rest. YouTuber arrested for giving uncontacted tribe Diet Coke.
Island to contact an isolated tribe and give them a Diet Coke. So according to Indian police officials, on March 29, 24-year-old Mikhailo Viktorovich Polyakov set off by himself in an inflatable boat to North Sentinel, a remote island in the Indian Ocean that's home to one of the most isolated
You
tribes in
don't
the
go
world.
here. They
Indian
kill you
government
on site.
regulations
Yep, they
making it
kill you
illegal
on
to go
site. You
within
don't go
3
here.
miles of the island or interact with the tribe, whose members use spears, bows, and arrow to hunt and have been known for killing outsiders who land on their shores. Or with this, including an American missionary who traveled to the island in 2018 in an attempt to convert the inhabitants to Christianity. But also the rules prohibiting travel are meant to protect both outsiders and the tribe. Or because they've been isolated for thousands of years,
When
they don't
was
have immunity
this?
to common outside diseases.
This
like
was
measles or
recently?
the flu. And you have experts saying that the introduction of any new diseases could wipe out the entire tribe. But apparently, this did not matter or occur to this American YouTuber who had just 700 subscribers at the time of his journey. With the police saying that he meticulously planned his travel to the island. In fact, it was his 3rd attempt to do so in the last year, but he had been stopped the previous 2 times. But this time he was successful, landing on the island where he collected samples, filmed video footage, and then left a Diet Coke and a coconut as an offering before returning to his boat. Then staying there offshore for another hour, blowing a whistle to try and attract the attention of the tribe. But apparently no one came, so he left, returning to another island where he was spotted by a local fisherman who reported him to the authorities. And now, just 2 days later, he was arrested and he faces possible prison time, though there are mixed reports on how much. Or with some outlets saying as much as 8 years, while others are reportedly saying he
8
faces 5 years and a
years?
fine. But follow to stay in the loop. An American YouTuber just got arrested.
That's crazy. Oh, wow. What is happening here?
He called y'all from the.
Officers respond to a gas station where a semi-truck is blocking gas pumps.
All right, ma'am. They want you trespassing from the property. They don't want you to leave, so let up the stuff.
Sir, I just told him I'm leaving. The person that's doing this, he's right here in this truck. He called y'all for no reason.
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
You're saying you're leaving, but I'm not saying you're loading up the beer.
Sir, you're not gonna sit up here coming talking to me like that when I just told you Pepin is pulling up. The dude right here. So y'all gonna stop yelling at me like I
If you don't shut up, I'll just put you in handcuffs.
No, you're gonna shut up when you yelling at me, bro.
I'm not yelling.
You are just yelled at me for no reason when I just said Pepin is pulled up.
So either you calm
Did I just yell
down.
at him, John?
Let's diffuse.
Did I just yell at him, John?
Okay, let's diffuse.
Come on, bro, but you gonna put me in handcuffs because I'm upset? Y'all didn't even ask me what the fuck happened.
Okay.
What the hell's wrong with this lady? I think she could relax like 10 levels.
Trespass. It's private property.
So you can do what you want to do?
Yeah. It's
So
time
I
to
can
leave.
Well,
run
yeah.
anybody's face because I own property.
Oh, well, nah, she's bugging. If she doesn't want you, if they don't want you there, you gotta leave.
Ma'am, we're not going to get into that.
Man, whatever, bro. Y'all take this fucking go, bro. This is some bullshit.
We're gonna, Yanni, let's go back in the truck.
No, bro.
Yanni.
That's your last warning. Load it up and go.
Warning for what?
You're trespassing. You're trespassing.
Man, that's bullshit, bro.
Sit in the truck.
Y'all always taking cop side, bro. That's bullshit. This man is right on my face. This is how big that man is. But they're supposed to be here for protection.
How did this get to this level, though?
Not ready?
That's bullshit, bro.
Keep moving. They get her moving.
When I get for delivery.
We'll get her back.
I need to hurry up. But if she keeps doing this.
I know. So who called the cops? You or
What's that?
who called you guys?
The manager himself.
Why, though?
Hurry up, bro, so I can go.
Yanni. He's gonna take you back to the warehouse. I'm gonna take the truck back.
Yeah, she's literally just making a delivery, but I don't know how how did it get here?
I need a sergeant here.
Sergeant's right there.
I want a sergeant. I want a different sergeant here. I'm not talking to neither one of y'all.
Then you didn't get in that truck.
I want a police report about
didn't
this.
get in that truck.
Because he's harassing me.
No, you're harassing everybody.
Can I have a police report?
We'll give you a report.
Mom, look how he's looking at this, Mom. Bro, can you take my phone?
I think she's making a disturbance at this point.
Look at this, bro.
Put your hands behind your back.
You watching this, right? You watching this, right? Yeah. Who am I resisting with my arms behind my back? Can you call my mom?
Still resisting.
I'm not. I'm telling him to call my mom.
We'll take care of that. We'll come over and
Why are you getting my headphone out?
Yeah, get in the car.
Pull my headphone out, man.
Phone number.
Back up.
She had a chance to go, too.
Straight bullshit. I hate you, fucking cops, bro. I hate you. Don't know where we at.
Yeah, men are allowed to search females.
Since when?
Since always.
So why am I being searched again?
I'm gonna search you again. Okay? Can you step out of the car for me, please?
This is.
Yeah, it's. Because if you go into jail with something on you,
I don't have to.
I know.
He asked me to give my property to someone, which is my cell phone that's ringing right here. I said, can you give it to the people at my job? They were there.
Mm-hmm.
He slammed the door in my face and
I got you.
my coworker's door in my face. But it's okay for him to do that?
To shut the door?
No, come on now. You get what I'm trying. You get what I'm saying.
I mean,
that's
yeah, your
coworker.
property's
You
gonna
tried
go with you.
Huh?
Your property usually goes with you.
If I told him to give it to someone else, I said I can get. All I need is 2 phone numbers.
They may have changed their mind, something like that.
So that's okay to be a jackass.
It's probably better that you have it with you.
No, I don't want it because I don't want it in there with me. No, I just need 2 phone numbers and I was good.
It's with you now, so it's gonna stay with you now. But it gets no. When you get there.
Oh,
It really doesn't matter.
Not, bro. I understand that, bro. Because you don't know what happened.
It doesn't mean you're guilty.
Huh?
It doesn't mean you're guilty just because you're going.
So how does that work? This is my first time going through some shit like this.
You'll go. I don't know what the charge is. Like I said, I'm just here to search you. You'll have first appearance maybe today. I'm not going to tell you for sure because I don't know. Generally, it's by Zoom, like FaceTime, something like that.
Gladly.
Walking over here.
Oh, now you being gentle? Because you got cameras around you, now you being gentle?
I had a camera.
That's what that is? You being gentle now, that's what that is.
Yanni was charged with resisting an officer without violence and trespassing. She is in
Trespass on property. I mean, yeah, she didn't. They were leaving, though.
innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
I don't know, it's whack. Whack on both sides. Sometimes, Nimbus? What about the other times? I think anyone might be jittery. Shopping, music. Let's see what China has to say.
As we have been reporting, the White House says its tariffs on China now total 145%. Trump administration officials clarified this morning this comes
These are good numbers.
from the 125%
I think they could pump those numbers up, though.
tariff on Chinese goods announced Wednesday, in addition to a 20% tariff implemented when the president took office. China has retaliated against the United States with an 84% levy on American products, which is currently in effect. China's Commerce Ministry vowed on Wednesday to, quote, fight to the end, and called President Trump's tariffs a
Fight to
quote,
the end.
typical unilateral bullying practice. A lot to break down on this. Joining us now is Dongyuan Liu, also known as Zoe. She is the Maurice R. Greenberg Senior Fellow for China Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Zoe, thank you so much for being with us here. President Trump says that he and Chinese President Xi Jinping still have a relatively close relationship, which is interesting when you hear about all this tit for tat that we're seeing. Is that still the case right now? And what could the ramifications be of this trade war on other issues between the two countries?
You know, Nancy, you touched upon a very interesting point, which is the leadership relationship. You know, when I was in school, my teacher told me that countries do not shake hands with each other. It's people and the leaders. I think it's very interesting that so far, despite President Trump's hiking tariff on China, he still talks about he respects President Xi Jinping, but then at the same time, you also see a asymmetric response from China. Asymmetric in the sense that President Xi Jinping, he himself, so far has not talked about anything or responded directly to America's tariff on Chinese export, whereas a lot of the responses in terms of tit-for-tat retaliation comes from the Commerce Department, the Ministry of Commerce, and other Chinese diplomats.
But is there this concern, though, as we hear about trade war and these escalating tensions, that this could carry on to other realms between the two countries?
That is certainly a risk. You know, the spillover effect in terms from trade tension to other broader strategic area, especially military confrontation. And remember, back in 2017, during President Trump's first administration, the U.S. national security strategy identified China or defined China for the first time as a strategic competitor. So from that time onward, that is how the Chinese considers they were being viewed by the U.S. government.
And so we want to ask you about how the Chinese government has approached all of this. They're hitting back with tariffs of their own.
They're going to fight to the end.
Their strategy. What do you think is in their mindset?
It's easy to think about China's response as being tick for tat, and also sort of China tries to drive a hard bargain. And I certainly think that there is a lot of reason to believe, just from Chinese culture, they do not want to lose face, especially being publicly embarrassed. But I think in this particular case, especially considering China's domestic economic challenges, China's response is very restrained in the sense that the hitting back of tariffs is sort of in different realms and very steady. They also demonstrated a full range of hitting back capacity without actively trying to escalate the tension. But that being said, I think President Xi Jinping is also ready to prepare the Chinese economy and political system to endure a period of 吃苦 or eat bitterness. And in fact, we can make the argument, it's safe to say, he has spent his entire political career to prepare for exactly this moment.
And Zoe, I want to ask you about
They're
this
ready.
article that came out for Foreign Policy, suggesting that these tariffs on China may actually help Xi in the long run. Do you see that as the case?
I think I'm familiar with this kind of argument, but I also think that they might overestimate China's ability to address or to capitalize on the Trump administration's foreign policy circus, in the sense that although we no longer read in the news on a day-to-day basis, the Chinese economy is in a dump or in economic malaise, we focus more on what is happening here in this country. But that does not necessarily mean the Chinese policymakers has solved China's economic challenges. In fact, they haven't. And in the long run, it makes sense for President Xi Jinping to cite the current Trump administration's policies as China containment. Hence, China should double down on self-sufficiency or self-reliance. But that is going to come at the cost of boosting domestic household consumption. And the lack of domestic consumption has been a problem, dragging down the Chinese economy and triggering the whole concern from the rest of the world about China's industrial overcapacity challenge, which leads to the rise of international trade barriers against Chinese export.
Nimbus, those cops are going to know your mom by name.
Thank you for having me.
What? I killed his wife?
The community. And that doctor now faces up to 20 years in prison, but he was not convicted on the first-degree murder charge he was facing.
He's going to jail.
Did break down in court this afternoon when that verdict was read. Dr. Ingolf Turk found guilty of voluntary manslaughter. He says that he panicked when he and his wife, 45-year-old Kathleen McLean, were fighting after a night of drinking back in May of 2020. He testified that his wife hit him with a glass and that he then grabbed her by the neck until she passed out. He says he then dumped her body in a pond near their house, weighing her down.
Weezer's wife? I missed that. Where was that? What the heck?
A new policy took effect tonight at a Bergen County theater where kids have been getting rowdy during the movie Minecraft. So from now on, young people who want to see that movie will have to be accompanied by an adult. News 4's Jackie Beckford has more.
Movie night on a school night. How'd these kids get so lucky? That's right. It's to see the pop culture hit, the Minecraft movie.
We want to save this world.
The video game turned film, scoring big with kids and teens, but not so much with some movie theater owners.
We had a bunch of like 13, 14-year-old kids come in and cause havoc.
Dave and Laura Rose own Township Theater in the Township of Washington. They say Friday night, a group of teens reacting to the chicken jockey trend, a quote by Jack Black in the movie, got out of control.
Because they broke seats, they squirted lotion around, I don't know why, and they made a horrific mess. We got a call from a mom on that night, complaining to us that it would, her experience was very bad with her sons.
And it's not just here. The chicken jockey trend is going viral, with young kids and teens posting themselves from theaters across the country. This is from Seaford Cinemas on Long Island, where police can be seen escorting several people out after a crowd of young theater goers got rowdy.
Some of the kids who were at the theater that night posted on TikTok, filming themselves being crazy.
So the Roses announced on the theater's Facebook page that groups of minors seeing the Minecraft movie would need to be escorted by an adult.
I feel like if the kids are misbehaving, they need some parental advice, guidance.
We want it to be a nice experience for the kids.
Everyone we spoke to attending Tuesday night show agreed with the policy, but the Roses say some of the social media backlash has been surprising.
A lot of comments
So
back
stupid.
and forth. Some were saying,
It's
well, kids will just be
idiocracy.
kids, let them have their fun.
But the theater owners say it's about more than that, and hope moviegoers and their parents will help keep the theater a place where all can feel comfortable.
There are posts from employees of other theaters who are asking the public, the kids, not to make this kind of a mess.
Jackie Beckford reporting in the Township of Washington.
Yo,
News
the
4.
popcorn is so funny. The popcorn flying.
To make this kind of
Look
a
at it.
mess.
Boom,
Jackie
it's
Beckford
raining
reporting
popcorn.
in the Township of Washington. News 4, New York.
So I just go home?
No.
Why?
A new policy took effect tonight at a Bergen.
Raining popcorn is really funny. This guy did that at the car wash? Why do you have a samurai sword at the car wash? That just sounds wild. That's what's wild on so many levels. I wouldn't even know where to begin to get into that. The Nintendo Switches are delayed. No, the pre-orders are delayed. Damn. We got nothing? No one has videos for us to watch? You guys give me nothing to work with. This could be good.
Subscription models
I don't like this guy's voice.
were first started as a good thing and date
Not
back
that
to
I
the
don't like it. I don't know if I
17th
can listen
They
to
were meant
it.
to give an alternative to people who couldn't afford something at the time. And the 1860s, milk delivery services in the UK
A
officially
weird way to
became
play
a
Primate. We can
Streaming
break
services
that
were
up
bought
with
by
this.
people because you could access a ton of content without having to buy the actual media every time. And people went in at the time with the thought of, wow, so much stuff. This is such a great price.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Dark Arm Duels. Integrity doing a Primite Phantasm Spiral deck profile. So I'm really excited to do this one for you guys because this deck is an extremely fun deck to play with just how well the Phantasm Spiral cards work with the Primite engine. So without further ado, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell near so you can become part of the notification squad, and definitely check out the Patreon in the description below for all those awesome rewards. Like in your name, description, single video, getting get signed cards in the mail, and even getting to request a deck profile every single month to your Patreon. So without further ado, let's get straight on into this. So first off, we're playing a single copy of Phantasm Spiral Dragon. This card could be any large vanilla monster that you want to play, like a Blue Eyes White Dragon or even Go-Giga, depending on what you want to play in this deck. But I really like this card because it is a part of the Phantasm Spiral deck, and it's really cool to actually play their boss monster. Plus, this card comes out at 2,900 and 2,900, and this card is absolutely
It doesn't even tell me
massive
about
and
any of the
super easy to
plays.
summon out.
I'm sorry. Doesn't even tell me about any of the plays. Just the deck? I guess so.
To our side of the field with Lordy Load and Roar. We then play a single copy of Card of Demise.
It's
Card of Demise
Floodgates.
is great in the you're going up against of Pot of Extravagance.
I don't know, it's
Pot of
just cringe.
Extravagance is really cool in this deck as a 3-of because we
That's my
the
take.
check all that much, and we only declare a no.
Nah, there's nothing wrong with
another copy of
Spiral,
this card.
Phantasm
You can also
Spiral.
declare a normal monster's name and special summon one declared normal monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard. And
The way I work is you can't tell me what a whole bunch of cards do. I have to see it. That's just the way that works is. And I don't play Phantasm Spiral or Primite. That's new to me. So I can't tell. I can't. This is like speaking Chinese to me.
Subscription models were first started as a good thing and date back to the 17th.
Might as well speak another language. Weezer's wife. It's kind of crazy. Did this just happen? Wow. Oh, wait. What?
Jillian Lauren, an author and the wife of Weezer bassist Scott Schreiner, was shot in an officer-involved shooting and has since been booked for attempted murder, according to law enforcement officials. The Los Angeles Police Department shared a news release on Wednesday.
But she attempted to shoot someone?
Incident involving Jillian, identified in the report by her legal name, Jillian Schreiner. According to LAPD's preliminary investigation, officers responded to a California Highway Patrol call for backup in finding 3 hit-and-run suspects who had run into a residential neighborhood in Los Angeles. And police were directed to the rear of a residence where one of the suspects was last seen. LAPD's news release read in part, As the officers were in the rear yard of that residence, they observed a female, later identified as 51-year-old Jillian Schreiner, in the yard of a neighboring residence armed with a handgun. The officers ordered Schreiner to drop the handgun numerous times. However, she refused. Schreiner then pointed the handgun at officers.
What? This lady's crazy.
Schreiner was struck by gunfire and fled to her residence. She later exited and was taken into custody. Los Angeles Fire Department paramedics transported Schreiner to a local hospital, where she was treated for a non-life-threatening gunshot wound. According to police, no other injuries occurred in the incident. LAPD additionally shared in their release. It was later determined that Schreiner was uninvolved in the hit and run and lived at the residence where she was observed, adding that she was, quote, ultimately absentee booked for attempted murder. Online booking records for the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department confirmed that Jillian was booked on Wednesday, with bail set at $1 million. Access Hollywood has reached out to Jillian's representatives for comment. Jillian is known as a memoirist and author, and her work was featured in the true crime docuseries Confronting a Serial Killer. She's been married to Weezer bassist Scott Schreiner since 2005, and Weezer is expected to perform at Coachella this upcoming Saturday.
Wow. Well, she's okay, I guess, right? Maybe, who knows, that could be wrong. No, this is probably right.
Listen,
Why Gen Z prefers unemployment. It's better to live a life with nothing than be a slave.
I would be lying if I say I have learned a lot ever since I gained consciousness. Matter of fact, sometimes I feel like I haven't learned shit this whole entire time, but there are two things that I slowly start to understand, and you cannot blame me for this. Number one thing that I slowly start understanding is why chickens randomly wake up and start screaming. I don't blame a single chicken on God's green earth for randomly waking up in the stable and starting to scream like there is no tomorrow. I don't blame you, chicken. I understand. Number two thing that slowly starts making sense to me, and I know this is going to sound insane, but I understand why bank robbers randomly wake up on a random Tuesday morning, the sun is shining, the
Yes,
birds are
you got to get that Nintendo Switch money, especially with the prices raising of those damn tariffs.
chirping. There's not a single cloud on the horizon, and they're laying in their beds and they think, wow, today is such a beautiful day. Today is the perfect day to rob a fucking bank. I don't blame a single bank robber for robbing a bank. This is for the guy that checks my videos at the YouTube headquarters. I am just playing. Everything that I'm saying, like all the time, not just in this video, but all the time, I'm just playing, bro. Let me tell you that. I don't blame a single one. Bank robber is not automatically a bad person in my opinion. Matter of fact, might low-key be a hero. Listen, I'm joking. I'm not telling you to randomly just start robbing banks. That will get you in jail because you're violating.
But if you do, donate the money here and we can launder it.
The law. Okay? I'm not saying you should start robbing banks. Okay? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I get where bank robbers are coming from. And sometimes I understand the chickens more, sometimes I understand the bank robbers more. It always fluctuates between these two. It depends on what type of day I have. And today I kind of feel bank robberish, okay? So you might ask yourself, yo, Nerman, why the fuck are you feeling bank robberish? Let me tell you why. I wasn't even planning on making this video. I'm currently working on a big project. I'm watching the internet's scariest horror movies, you know, the bottom of the bottom iceberg. If you want to see that, let me know in the comment section down below. Now back to the question, why do I feel bank robberish today? I was watching the Nintendo Direct the other day.
Here it is, it's coming.
Don't worry, this video is not going to be about video games. The Nintendo Direct, for the people that don't know, is a live stream where Nintendo is showcasing the new console, which is the Switch 2. And the Switch 2 is going to cost us around $450.
$500 with the game.
I wouldn't consider it to be cheap, but for a console, I wouldn't even consider it to be super expensive. You know, I wouldn't have been mad if the retail price was like $400, ish. 550, it's definitely a little something. But that right there wasn't even the problem. The problem that I actually had with this Nintendo Direct came after the Nintendo Direct. I was genuinely interested in the Switch 2 because it seems like a cool console. So I went over to the Nintendo site to get more insight on the Switch 2 when I saw something so gut-wrenching, something that really made my stomach turn. Mario Kart Worlds, a simple Switch 2 game, is priced at $90.
$90?
Fucking dollars. Do I look like fucking Mansa Musa, bro?
Oh,
Who
gosh.
the fuck you think you are, Nintendo? $90. Do you know what this fuckery means for the future? Do you know what this means for games like GTA 6? Rockstar is gonna see
GTA
Nintendo
6,
get away with this.
$100.
Do you really think they are going to sell the biggest game of all time for mere $60, $70? Nintendo just did irreversible damage to society. Again, this video is not about video games, but I had to get this one off my chest, bro. It genuinely pisses me off so fucking much. I'm boycotting Nintendo. There is no way I'm paying $90 for a video game.
I don't even plan on getting the Switch on release. What is someone sell me on it why I need it on release to play a game that's only available on the Switch 2? What game?
Get much worse in the future. Everything on this planet is so fucking expensive, it's ridiculous. Grocery shopping has turned into a near-death experience. Every time I go grab some groceries, my stomach fucking turns. And it's not like I'm buying super expensive shit like premium nuts and premium meat. Hold up, like premium fish and premium fruit.
Hold up.
I'm buying water, maybe yogurt. And if I'm feeling generous on that day, like really, really lavish, I might even go for some bread. Some plain old
That's like
bread.
some
Every single
freaking
time the
pound cake,
cashier
dude.
starts scanning my shit, the total is never under 10 euros. I'm from Europe. We pay in euros, okay? When will this fuckery end? Everything is getting more expensive, but the salary is staying the same. Who am I even talking to? Most of you guys are probably unemployed anyways. And not even like groceries, but also like fast food is so fucking expensive. You can't even go out anymore and just have a good time because you know that bill is coming. That bill is coming and it's not gonna be cheap. Let me tell you that much. Even if it's fucking McDonald's, even if it's fucking Burger King, bro, Burger King is using some chum bucket meat from a third world country. They are still charging fucking $12 for a burger. We are definitely in the end times. All of this was just the appetizer. Let me quickly get to the actual issue here. The fact that Gen Z is labeled as the most lazy generation pisses me off, bro. It shouldn't piss me off this much, but it pisses me off. Oh, your generation is so lazy. Back in my days, I was working 80 hours a day. Even if a day has 24 hours, I made it 80 because I was such a hustler. You don't know about this struggle, okay? Really? Really, Richard? Really? Really? Really, Richard? Okay, because last time that I checked, in 1960, a whole entire house, on average, costed around $11,000, which is around $90,000 in today's money. $90,000. If I...
Basically, you used to be able to buy a house in 5 years' salary, let's say, give or take. Now, what is it? 10 years? So it went from 4 to 5 to 10. More than doubled.
Could buy a house, a whole entire house. We're not talking about a car. We're not talking about a PlayStation 5. We are talking about a whole entire fucking house. You are...
Don't think about it in terms of how much you're paid versus how much it costs. Think about how many years it took to pay for a house. That's a good metric.
Set for life once you have a house. If a house would still cost around $90,000 today.
Oh yeah, well, in New York, California, all these crazy areas, sure, it's gonna be more. I live in a very high cost of living area. It's crazy, too expensive to where I live at. I wouldn't stay here. When it's just me, I take care of my mom, who's disabled. We're okay. It'll be okay. But she just wants to be here close to her mom. And if it was ever just me, dude, I would be... I keep saying Missouri.
I will be the first motherfucker standing in the oil rig. I will be the first motherfucker in the sewers filtering shit.
Holy
but
shit.
that is the fucking problem, Richard. $11,000? You know what I can get for $11,000 nowadays? I can get a Switch 2 and Mario Kart Worlds. And Richard, I know for a fact you would be the first motherfucker to be unemployed in today's day and age. But then again, Richard comes around with the argument that be lucky you live in this generation. Making money has never been easier in the ages of the internet. Wow, Richard.
Yes and no.
Richard, I'm sorry. Didn't know you were an expert like that. Richard, listen. Every single motherfucker that I know is trying to sell something on the internet. And when everybody is trying to sell something, there is no one that wants to buy something. Everybody is just trying to make money, but no one wants to actually spend money. That is the problem, Richard. The market is so oversaturated. You really think you can just put anything up on the internet and just sell it in a matter of minutes? It does not work like that. Just like I said in my previous videos, everybody has a great idea. Everybody wants to be a dropshipper.
The internet is so insanely saturated, it's wild.
Trying to sell. And you want to know the worst part, Richard? The worst part about all of this? The worst part about all of this is that somebody is standing on the balcony across the street, looking at you, spying on you with his binoculars, waiting for you to make a wrong move. Motherfuckers be selling so much on the internet. Richard, listen, your liver is probably already being listed on the dark web. It is on sale. This motherfucker is just waiting for you to make a wrong move, and just like that, he's taking your liver. Is that how you make business, Richard? Just like I said in the beginning, we are not living anymore to live. We are just living to survive. I don't blame anybody for not wanting to work. I don't blame a single unemployed person. Well, you have to do something, obviously, or you won't survive. But I don't blame anybody for not wanting to work a 9-to-5 in today's day and age.
Who wants to work 9 to 5 and be a slave?
Fucking outdated. It is just not cutting it anymore. Why the fuck?
The way I put it is, why work, 12 hours a day? Not really. I mean, I would do it 9 to 10, 12 hours a day, and then you come home and you go to sleep. You pay all this money just for expensive housing. For a place that you don't even spend a lot of time in. You don't even, if you're out and working so much to pay for an expensive place,
should
it doesn't make any sense. Just you're working just to be. Just be.
Whole entire life away.
In a place that's maybe not as expensive.
Whole entire life, and I'm not even exaggerating. For what? For barely surviving, for barely being able to afford bread and yogurt and water. Is this life? Richard, with all due respect, you can suck my dick. Just like I said in the beginning, everything is getting more expensive. Like, not even a little bit. It is skyrocketing, but the salaries are staying the fucking same. How does that work, bro? And if I really think about it, I kind of lean
$650 for a 2-bedroom house? That's insane. You can't even, where I'm from, you can't even get $650 for a bedroom.
Or it's the screaming chickens right now. I understand why you guys scream. I might start doing that too, because this shit is driving me crazy. I don't know what the fuck to do. We're all in the same boat. We are so fucked. You don't even know how fucked we are. And this mess that we have to deal with was made by Richard's generation.
Very angry while trying to strangle my balls. Wipe my ass with some butter while scraping shit on the...
The general consensus were probably all cooked. I think if we watch Moist critical videos, it'll be like breaking the fourth wall too much. Not in that sense, but like what were we reacting to someone reacting to someone? Look and see what Moist has to say. Yes, see, we're better off watching the original video, you know what I'm saying? Did we see this? I think I want to see this. Why we'll never own anything again. I mean, I'm not Gen Z, but it certainly feels that way.
To people who couldn't afford something at the time. In the 1860s, milk delivery services in the UK officially became a subscription service. Streaming services were bought by people because you could access a ton of content without having to buy.
I've canceled my Netflix many years ago, and I don't care. People ask me, oh, did you watch this new stupid show? And I'm like, I haven't watched that, and I haven't paid for that in the longest time. Who cares?
By the actual media every time. And people went in at the time with the thought of, wow, so much stuff. This is such a great price. Surely they won't increase the price every year by 5% and remove every show I like. Oh wait. Yeah, there's honestly one post that inspired me to make this entire video, and you may have probably already heard about it. DoorDash announces buy now, pay later.
This is crazy. This is how you know we're cooked. DoorDash allows you to buy food for delivery and pay in multiple installments, where you could, let's say you get McDonald's and you pay it over 2 or 4 payments. How does that even make sense?
Partnership with Klarna. Like, how can you see this as a human being and think the world is doing okay? Imagine getting your car repoed because you were a year late on that Chipotle burrito order you bought one day. It looks like more and more that not only have we turned into a subscription-based society, but we're turning into a buy now and pay later society. Soon enough, everything's gonna have a Klarna tag on it, and you can buy now, pay later with it. Need to get on the subway but don't have $1? 4 easy payments.
Payment plans for food.
Need an Uber to drop you off somewhere but don't got the money? 4
Ew.
easy payments of $5 a month. And take a wild guess at the generation that uses the subscription model the most. According to stats, 93% of Gen Z have at least one subscription service. And we're the biggest drivers of this whole subscription economy. And I'm calling it now. Give it a couple of years and we'll be the biggest drivers in the buy now, pay later model. I think at the end of Gen Z's run, just like how every generation has certain things they're known for, we'll be known as the generation that own nothing. Before the subscription model dominance, everyone would save up to actually buy things. If it was music, you went to a record store and bought the music of whoever you wanted to. If it was games, you went to the game store and bought whatever games you wanted. And a lot of times I feel like,
I guess even back in the day you would download an album off iTunes, but now you pay monthly to just have them all, right?
Gen Z forgets that we grew up in these times before everyone switched. Like, everyone got their own childhood game collection growing up. And it's sad to know, after the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One release, everyone slowly had their collection stacking up less and less with the new generations of consoles. I remember the feelings vividly of going to my homie's house and seeing what type of games they had in their collections. And I understand why people wouldn't want to go out to the store every time a new game releases, but the feeling of getting that game and that saran wrap and the beautiful packaging, it was just better. And I never was one of the people that waited in line at midnight to get a game drop, but seeing the old videos of people waiting for the new Call of Duty to drop or anything is so nostalgic. And people's first worries with digital content taking over for the next generations was that because you didn't physically own it, they could take it at any moment and there's nothing you could do. But everyone thought surely that would never happen, and that's too preposterous. How dare they? Until Sony tried it in 2023. Sony in 2023 announced it was going to remove Discovery Channel content for every PlayStation user's library because their licensing agreement was expiring. And the most interesting fact from this entire thing I learned is that Mythbusters has a game. I thought the Discovery Channel was just lines fighting and I didn't know they had something like that in their bag. And when they first announced it, you would think they would have at least told people whether or not they were getting refunds, but they had zero mention of it. So people got pissed off the fact that they were going to take away the games people bought and not give them a refund. They announced a couple weeks after that they're reversing the decision and managed to update the licensing arrangements. But if they were able to update it so fast, then why the didn't they do that in the first place? It's looking like Sony was testing the waters to see what they could get away with at first. And I think things like this is a big part, and when people talk about Gen Z is the generation that will never own anything. No matter how annoying getting a physical copy will get, at least you know you 100% own it. And if Sony could do something like this potentially, then imagine all the major gaming storefronts.
From being that we can't afford, no one can afford a house. People don't buy cars, they lease them. We don't buy anything anymore.
They probably got it written in the middle of the 1,000-page term and conditions that they could do it. Which is why I personally always read all terms and conditions in length before signing anything. Not risking them putting in small text that they could take my soul in any moment if I disobey them. Another reason on why people say most of Gen Z will never own anything is housing and the fact that most of Gen Z will never own a house. I think most people probably won't even start the process of getting one. Like, our generation's already having a hard time trying to get an apartment. Because nowadays, they be requiring you to make 3x the income just to rent it. Just worry if you get your money at the the end of the month or not, man. Don't worry on the ways I had to get it. Imagine you're someone making a good salary, like $6,000 a month. You think something like $3,000 a month is good because that's half your income and it's a nice place. Then they come back saying you gotta make at least $9,000. How the fuck would I be able to cough up that money? I'm gonna have to go on the streets of Gotham as Batman to do that. The worst part about it too is there's not really anything we could do.
9,000 a month.
Massive investment companies have
Where are you getting that at?
houses in America because they have
Put me
unlimited
on.
money. Not just in America too. They do it in other countries. And they put the prices at whatever they want to because they can do whatever they want. They own the market. Which is why rentals are such a common thing now. But the older generation will still be like, "Grr, you doggone kids, always complaining and never working. Just work harder and you can buy a house like me when I was 18. Like, buddy, you bought a house for 2 chopsticks and a penny. Shut up. It took you 6 months of working at McDonald's to put a down payment on that house. It's crazy to me how the older generation still doesn't understand how much of a struggle it is to grow up in this time. They only started to realize after COVID hit and things started affecting them. The older they get, the less and less they want to listen though. And a lot of Gen Z will 100% follow what the older generation says, which I think is a big problem for us. The older generation is right on certain things, but other things, not so much. Like for example, there are a lot of lazy that just sit down and scroll on TikTok all day and just goon
doom scrolling
and don't even try to find a job because they think things are so cooked that it's not worth even trying. And our generation also definitely doesn't handle confrontations well. But what they're 100% wrong on is the old system laid out for success. Like in their time period, the things they're advocating for, yes, you could go to college, come out with your degree, and be guaranteed a nice cozy office job with benefits 99% of the time. But nowadays, you gotta be Spartan fighting with your peers on LinkedIn just to be able to apply for a job. You gotta be pulling some tragic levels of backstabbing just to make it up the ladder. The biggest regret I've noticed a lot of times for people that graduated and are in debt and still can't find a job is that they always say they felt pressure by their parents and family to finish school. There is the aspect
that's one thing I knew to always avoid, to not go into debt to get a degree. That would be a terrible idea.
Some parents do truly
Probably the smartest thing I ever did.
want the best for their kids and they think that
If you can afford it and grant and you work really hard, not doing loans, hell yeah, do that shit. But there's no way.
that's the way they should go about it. But then there's this other toxic aspect of they don't even want to listen and still think their system is 100% foolproof. And they'll never admit it, but it's less about their kids graduating and a lot of times for their ego. They be wanting to flex to everybody what school their kid is going to and how good they're doing in school. And a lot of those kids end up blaming and resenting their parents for it. Which is why it could be hard, but you just got to make the decision for yourself. More and more people of our generation are realizing that, which I think has been a good thing. There is nobody out there who took that risk for something and it failed that say they regret taking the risk. Unless if, I don't know, maybe you try to rob a bank with your homies and you got arrested and got 20 years. Because you could always go back to that original formula and start again. It's not like school is ever
Except robbing the bank. Don't do that.
Too. I'm not one of those that says college is useless all the time and you should become a drop shipper on TikTok and be eternally sent to posting ads like this for people to buy. Mustard or ketchup?
Mustard.
But something the older generations don't acknowledge is the amount of ways you can earn money nowadays. Everyone knows there's like a million ways you can.
Well, we do need doctors and lawyers and all that stuff, but not all of it. The problem is that it's too expensive. Every degree is overpriced.
Money online. Half of Gen Z is also Uber drivers and Door Dashers instead of even having a traditional job, which you can have pretty much zero education to do. Some of these people are high school dropouts and make more doing those jobs than a college grad. Don't drop out of high school though. Very much stay your ass in school until you graduate. But my point is, college is a no longer end all be all for your life. A lot of our generation will sacrifice our passions and just to do it. But even if you do have the ideal scenario for the way you wanted things to go, it's not like it matters because your ass will probably never ever be able to get a house. It's insane seeing the contrast between
never gonna matter anyway
back then and how much a house costed. You could dead ass work for 2 years with a fully saved up salary and buy a house in full. Gen Z and millennials had the worst time in growing up in the housing market. Because imagine not only having houses double the price in the span of 2 years because of COVID, but also having to balance that with the cost of living. By the way, way, the world is still not financially stable after COVID, so getting a house isn't even a question for people, it's surviving. Which is why most people are choosing to rent. At least it's more reliable than potentially having to go bankrupt over missing your mortgage payments. People have also been speculating that the new houses being built every year are becoming weaker and weaker. Like, there's videos of construction workers showing how badly some of the houses are actually built, and it's insane.
See all these $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 houses? Hell, here's one. There's one. All right. I want to show you what these son bitches are made out of.
Tinfoil and paper.
You see that? Better. Okay. There's this. Ain't shit to it. I want y'all's goddamn homes built out of fucking cardboard. 200 G's. 200 G's.
2025. There ain't gonna be nothing wrong with new construction.
That's terrible.
If I could throw a Hail Mary through the wall of my house and it makes a hole, I know that getting wiped clean when any natural disaster hits. A new house is out of the question for most of Gen Z anyways, but even if you could afford it, that's what you're dealing with. Which is why a lot of people are advocating for people to buy older houses because they say they're more reliable. That American dream of buying a new spanking house after working hard is dead though. Like I'm not buying a driveway house. And you'll be lucky if you can even find a job for Gen Z nowadays. The job market is so cooked for so many people of our generation.
There's like fake job postings. There's jobs you don't even get a response from.
Crazy. You'll hear countless stories of people applying to like 100 jobs and getting one response back, maybe. And it's only ramped up because of COVID.
You have to apply to 2,000, 3,000 jobs to get a job.
Coming from someone who hasn't had a traditional job in years, I remember in like 2019 when I was in high school applying to a bunch and getting denied. But after about a week, I managed to work at this pizza place and get hired with zero experience. It's almost impossible to have something like that nowadays. Nowadays, people are complaining that some internships are requiring them to have experience too. Like am I an intern or an employee? You mean I need experience? But there may just be one beacon of hope for Gen Z. Hustlers University. Nah, I'm just kidding. Over the next 20 years, Gen Z and millennials are supposed to have the biggest wealth transfer of all time. It's estimated that $84 trillion of assets are going to be passed down from the older generations to us. And that's accounting everybody 40 and below. According to the new updated terms of being UNC status by the internet though, if you're over the age of 20 years old now, you're too old and you won't qualify. This is all accounting though if your family
telling me I'm old?
Have assets they could actually pass down, which a majority of people might have like a car and maybe their parents' house. But if they're still paying for that, yeah, you better run away. You're gonna have to take over them mortgage payments. Or if your family even likes you for real, they could just spend their last money on like some nice ass jewelry and die with the drip as a last. A lot of this really won't matter though, because since everything is still going up, that money's probably going to be worth 1/3 of what it should actually be worth. The sad thing about all of this is we all know the system is taking place in front of our eyes and we can't do anything about it. We know the politicians will sell us out with a couple of donos on the table, and the companies can keep doing it as long as it's like that. The only way this changes is when those older generations die off.
That's true. I wonder how old this kid is.
We become the heroes and fix all issues.
Thankfully, I'm only 29. I still got a few good years.
Because we're the most caring generation and always listen to each other with open minds. We'll have like 5 solid years before we bankrupt the world. Anyways, that's gonna wrap it up. I don't want to give everybody a doomer mindset, you know.
Dude,
like,
we're all
still
cooked.
hope for things. Things have already
This
changed
type of shit, seeing all this stuff makes me feel better that I'm not the only one who thinks we're cooked.
Compared to the past, like we've gotten way better at a lot of stuff. So don't worry, everyone. Have hope. We got Elon Musk running around with a chainsaw in the White House. Surely he'll do something. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. As always, I love you guys consensually. And until next time, I'm out.
Well, that's another thing. The longer people live, they didn't expect to live that long, so they didn't plan properly. And no one really plans for retirement the way they should. So all these older people are working past retirement because they didn't prepare, and they're living longer than they intended, which is great. But then it leaves less jobs for people starting out. And then they're like, oh, well, you don't want to work because you don't want to work for pennies. Everything's entry level. because everyone's fighting over jobs because people are working longer. It's all downhill after 30. That's not going to be good. This was so bad, the fake vapes. Unk status. If I had a Wii, that means I'm old? Dude, I have a Wii like right over there. Like to the left of me. Del Taco. That's exactly what I'm saying, Nimbus. With more people working longer, there's less positions for people even just trying to get entry level. You need a drink. Someone give us a video. Cover. $4,000 bribe? What? Chip Lord, keep at it, grind that mining level. What's your mining right now? We got to get back to the Kraken. We'll do that. We'll switch over soon. We're not just looking for anything here. We are looking for like highly engaging, already viral stuff to watch, to to ride the coattails off of. We're not even gonna beat around the bush anymore here. We need to take advantage of current events. And we're pulling out all of the stops. Like I said, society's cooked. Whatever way you gotta get it, get it. And that's what we're gonna have to do. Dude, this guy, bro. We saw all the good stuff here already, I think. Damn. Terrible. Rest in peace, those people. Deported in error? Oh my god. They deported the wrong guy. Uncovered original pilot for Family Guy. Was that real? I didn't know that was like real. I saw it going around. Oh yeah, there's that story. Would you take immortality if they put you inside of RuneScape forever? That's something to think about. Gold prices are on the rise. What? I mean, yeah, that's not that much. How could you go wrong? You live forever in RuneScape? Sure. Uneasy, why? It could be a scary place to live in, but we would live in Master Duel forever getting max seed, dude. I can't. Dude, 3,500 for an iPhone is insane. No one will buy a phone. I wouldn't. If you buy a phone for 3,500 because of the tariffs, you're stupid. Schedule 1, that would be a good game to get live in. The direwolf thing is kind of cool. I wanted to see about that. It's too long. I don't want to. Let's see what they have to say about the direwolves. The direwolves from Game of Thrones are back.
The howl of a dire wolf hasn't been heard on planet Earth for more than 10,000 years. That's because the species is extinct. Or was. Colossal bioscience.
Is it really a direwolf, though? I mean, they probably got close.
Is a Dallas-based company that's using genetic engineering to de-extinct long-gone species. And this is the first time Colossal's dire wolf pups, who are now 6 months old, have been seen by the public.
Okay.
Hey Ben, it's Jeff Kluger from Time Magazine. A pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what the goal is for de-extincting and rewilding ultimately. Why are you...
They're going to put him back in the wild?
It became abundantly clear that we need new tools and technologies for conservation. And so we thought this was a really cool way that we could create value, create impact, inspire people, and then also hopefully thoughtfully rewild some of these species, which apparently will also have ecological benefits to these different potential ecosystems.
To try and do that, Colossal needed to understand dire wolves at a genetic level. The company has documented the process from the beginning and shared this footage with Time for a cover story.
So can you tell me a little bit about what went into engineering the dire wolf?
We extracted DNA from 2 fossils that we knew from previous work had
Wow.
some amount of preserved ancient DNA. One was a 13,000-year-old bone, and the other was a 72,000-year-old bone.
72,000-year-old bone.
We were able to generate 2 genomes, 2 direwolf genome sequences from that, which we then compared to all the other wolves for which there's already been data generated. And when we do that, we want to figure out where it is that these 2 dire wolves are similar to each other, but different from the other wolves that are out there. And so we come up with this list of genes where they're distinct. Now, our goal in the Dire Wolf Project, just like with all de-extinction projects, is to re-engineer the core traits, the core characteristics that made these extinct species unique and able to fill whatever role that they filled in their ecosystems when they were still alive.
Using this knowledge, Colossal then made 20 modifications to 14 genes in the DNA of common gray wolf cells. These relatively few tweaks to the genetic code produce some big differences. The dire wolf's white coat, large size, characteristic vocalizations like that howling you heard at the beginning of the story, and more. That DNA was transferred to denucleated egg cells, meaning cells without their own genetic material, and then developed into embryos and were then implanted in the wombs of surrogate mothers, who were hound mixed dogs.
We didn't know how big these embryos would grow and wanted to make sure that the surrogate was healthy. So we picked large dogs.
Romulus and Remus, named after the Roman
look at the little
mythological
dog.
twin brothers who
Yeah.
were raised by a wolf, were born on October 1st, 2024. And in January, they were joined by a younger sister that the Colossal team named Khaleesi. Each wolf is on track to grow to as large as 6 feet long and 150 pounds. Colossal
Oh my
isn't
gosh.
planning to reintroduce them to the wild. Instead, the 3 dire wolves will live out their lives on a fenced 2,000-acre preserve. Colossal does not want to disclose this location in order to protect the animals.
I think these are the luckiest animals ever. They will live their entire life on this protected ecological reserve where they have all sorts of space and they have natural denning environment and they have
So they're not going back in the wild.
Hide out in if they need to. They have 24-hour
That'd be crazy, though.
care.
Dire wolves aren't the only species on Colossal's de-extinction agenda.
An American company says it has genetically engineered mice so that they have developed some traits like mammoths.
That's Hamtaro.
Potentially important step in a quest to eventually bring back the prehistoric woolly mammoth.
They hope to de-extinct the woolly mammoth as
No
early
shot.
as 2028.
What?
The company is also hoping to bring back the dodo and
I was
the
gonna say, are they gonna bring back the dodo?
Tasmanian tiger. If some of this genetic tinkering feels familiar, it's because Hollywood has been here first. And spoiler alert, we all know that didn't end well.
Things that you saw in a movie 20 years ago that was science fiction might not be science fiction anymore. Funny how that goes.
So naturally, bioethicists have some concerns.
When you're playing with nature,
nature usually wins. Nature is much more complicated than the ability of our brains to understand it. Genes do many things. There may be a lot of unintended consequences. Let's say we alter a gene to make extra hair or to make it burn metabolism more, burn fat more. Those genes may do other things in ways that we just don't even understand. So we may create animals that have lots of medical problems. If we start tinkering with genes, we may create a super mouse, a super rat that kills
Super
all the other
mice.
animals around.
But the team at Colossal says their mission to restore extinct species.
There's a new race
is
of
also
super mice
about
coming.
Stopping the disappearance of endangered ones today, as experts predict Earth will lose 30% of its genetic diversity by
Damn.
2050. Colossal has used techniques learned from the Direwolf project to clone 4 red wolves, a small but important step in fortifying that endangered species. The 4 new wolves could help inject fresh DNA into the red wolf gene pool, which currently suffers from a so-called genetic bottleneck, the result of too few individuals carrying too little genetic variety to keep the species healthy.
Yes, it would be really amazing to see a mammoth. It would be great for the habitats of Tasmania to have a keystone predator.
Yeah, how will they
reintroduced
actually
into
all
that
reproduce
ecosystem.
though?
But the tools that we're developing on the path to these species have immediate application to species that are not yet extinct. A future that is both biodiverse and filled with people. We should be giving ourselves the opportunity to see what our big brains can do to reverse some of the bad things that we've done to the world already.
There's a huge need to help prevent animals from becoming endangered and going extinct. We need to spend more money on conservation. Particularly now, there's a lot of threats that lands that we have as national parks and as preserves are going to be used for drilling oil, for instance. So there's a lot of habitats where species now live that are going to be under threat. So, and
What's the point of having them be parks anymore?
Efforts.
Do you think they'll reproduce? I don't see why they wouldn't, right? They're like genetically modified dogs. Wolves. Rainsworth, what is going on? You got any cool videos for us to watch? If anyone has a video for us, let us know. Dark videos? Are they a lie though?
Whoa, buddy, we've got a Time magazine that says these dire wolves have suddenly become de-extincted? This is Remus. He's a dire wolf, the first to exist in over 10,000 years.
A video about being 30, oh gosh. It's all downhill after that.
Endangered species.
Why is the dire wolves a lie though?
The idea of it is CRISPR is like the natural defense system that a bacteria can provide against things like viruses. So scientists use 2 components, from my understanding, Cas9 proteins, which are basically this enzyme that are like a DNA cutting tool. It's like scissors for the DNA. And then using the gRNA, which is guide RNA, it tells the Cas9 how to actually cut this DNA. So the reason why you use CRISPR is you can effectively delete genes, you can insert new genes, or you can modify genes that already exist. And if it sounds crazy to you, I guess a very similar gaming version of this could be like Metal Gear Solid, right? You know those genome soldiers in the first game? A lot of those soldiers are genetically modified. They contain traits from Big Boss, one of the biggest soldiers, the best soldiers at the time. And so implementing the soldiers of a, fucking implementing the genetic structure of or the positive genes from one of the best soldiers in the average person, I guess in the game's theory, led to better soldiers, right? Heightened soldiers that had like the craziest like abilities, right? Because they were just copies. And
what was that getting played
upgrades
on
from
back
what
then?
a normal human could have been? But obviously in scientific land, right, the cool stuff that you can do with CRISPR right now are things like crops, for instance, right? You can make crops resistant to certain diseases, so you can have more bountiful harvests, right? More food for people.
Oh, I got
You
a
can
use for that in
possibly,
Schedule
all right,
1.
treat things like genetic defects before the birth of, children, which again is super controversial. But from what I understand, even things like sickle cell anemia can be treated through the use of CRISPR. So this technology is effectively what they used for colossal biosciences.
How do they do that?
So what they did was they found the fossil of a fucking dire wolf, and basically they dug out like this 13,000-year-old tooth, and they got like a 72,000-year-old like bone in the ear to sequence the genome structure of the dire wolf. Then, utilizing things like CRISPR, they identified 20 key genetic differences across 14 different actual genes that were responsible for those specific dire wolf traits, right? Like what makes a dire wolf a dire wolf? So things like just a larger size, things like, your whiter fur, so to speak. And then they use CRISPR to effectively modify this into gray wolf actual cells. And then...
I mean, to me, I guess if you take the closest thing you've got and you give it the distinguishing characteristics of that extinct species, it's not the same exact thing. That's pretty close.
Once they had modified these genes, they put them into actual X cells, and of course, then 3 wolf pups came into the world. And yeah, all of a sudden, these pups literally had apparently behavioral traits and the physical, look of like extinct dire wolves. And now they're effectively being studied. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how, I guess, scientists have de-extincted an animal. So the thing about it is obviously this would be pretty big news, but it really seems like they're kind of overselling this and they're not really being truthful about de-extincting an animal. Because no, the dire wolves have not come back. According to most of the actual analysis, these are still just gray wolves, except they have more genetic traits that resemble the dire wolf. They're still like tons of time of actual genetic changes and actual evolution, actual
It would take
between the gray wolf
generations and generations and generations.
and the dire wolf that just have not been addressed. Okay, these are still 2 very distinct animals. They've just managed to create like a slightly more resembling version. It's like taking humans and I guess implementing them with like Neanderthal DNA to bring back the original Neanderthals. You might be able to do that.
I mean, it's not the same thing, but you're making steps to get there.
It's just like a weird bastardization of something that's kind of...
It's weird.
Now, one of the things that I wanted to kind of research was obviously, why would a company like this get so involved, right? Like, what is the business sense of just bringing back de-extincted animals, right?
True, where would they get money from this? What is their end goal here?
Obviously, there's got to be something money related to it. Now, obviously, these guys have made a fair bit of cash in just, again, being the company that they are and getting investments. So back in 2021, they secured $15 million from just some investors, okay? People from Breyer Capital, guys like Thomas Tull, Tim Draper, all that.
Okay.
And then of course, down the road in 2022, they started to get $60 million in Series A funding. Then they started getting over $100 million in then the Series B funding. And then, of course, finally, around Series C, they ended up getting 200. So this is big money, okay? 200 million, 100 million here. Their valuation went up to $1 billion. They literally became a company that just effectively jumped up in value off of all of these promises of de-extinction. So it's a lot of money that has been put into a company with the super altruistic motive.
Now worth 10 billion.
Of course, then you started to get into really crazy spooky shit. Eventually The Intercept actually ended up reporting that in 2022 the CIA even ended up investing money into it. And you might be like, how do we know the CIA did it? Well, if you ever watched a video that I made about Apple versus the Israeli cybersecurity companies, you would know of one organization known as IQT, which is actually the investment arm of the Central Intelligence Agency. So they put in a lot of money into various sectors for the ultimate goal of global innovation to secure the United States, right? That's how the CIA works. They give money to people who, I guess they feel, contribute to the security of the country. So when I started to look at things like their investments and everything, at least from a personal perspective, it really does feel like at the actual surface, they want to bring back the woolly mammoth. But any company that's involved in things like genetic sciences,
Are we gonna use
fucking
woolly
around with
mammoths in
DNA,
war?
has me wondering if there's like maybe military aspects, especially when you've got like the attention of organizations like the Central Intelligence Agency. Just to kind of tangent it off, one of the things that I was watching like the other day was Joe Rogan again, right? He was talking about these allegedly like Chinese DNA babies where CRISPR was used to like modify them into becoming better than average humans. Now again, I don't know the true reality of it.
What?
I'm just saying this because I heard about it.
China's making a hybrid race.
Research.
Oh
It's part of
God.
a bigger video later on down the week where we're looking into like these edited Chinese babies. This
Oh my
conspiracy
gosh.
stuff's doing really well on the channel, and I feel like a lot of you guys are interested in the same shit that I am, which is why I'm so dead on covering it, because I do like talking about this stuff. It's super duper interesting. But it is one of those things where I wonder what the actual goal of a company like Colossal Biosciences really is, and I don't think it's just to bring back dead animals. Okay, that's just way too altruistic for a company that's raised up this much money and has gotten the attention of some really interesting investors. Now, honestly, when it comes to a lie, did Colossal Biosciences do a colossal lie on bringing back the dire wolf? Which
China's
is
insane.
The version they have has turned out to basically be like a gray wolf for most of the reason. That is a great comparison. It's kind of like if you took like a chimpanzee and I think like a human being, if you took something that was 90% similar to human beings, and you took like maybe some human elements and implemented it into a different species, and so whatever you created resembled human beings more, obviously, let's be completely honest here, whatever they would generate would not resemble a human being, which is similar to what it appears in this situation, right? It's a gray wolf that is it's got more traits of a dire wolf, but it ain't exactly a dire wolf. So for me, I would consider this to be a little bit more misinformation-y than anything. I do, however, love the actual social media. This is an actual social media post from the guy running the account where they go onto Wall Street Bets, and the fucking moderators on Wall Street Bets are like, why should this post stay up? Why the fuck do a bunch of wolves on a low-effort graph have to do with gambling on the market? I'm glad they just say it's gambling. Don't even bother answering. Go astroturf your garbage somewhere else. And the Colossal guys were like, don't share this meme. It made the Wall Street Bet mods really upset. I just love the fact that I can always agree with, even if I don't agree with what they're promoting here and how they're saying it, I can always agree that Reddit mods are completely overzealous individuals. But yeah, it's the dire wolf, man. Apparently they wanted to say that this fucking majestic beast ended up coming back, when in reality, no it didn't. This is just, I guess, a way for them to gain more funding and more interest, right? And honestly, I really feel like this is just one of those like big tech businesses that are either around just to raise money and ultimately not really produce anything in the long run of substance, or
Sounds about right.
in my opinion, at least if I was to apply my tinfoil hat, I'm pretty sure that a company like this, when it gets the interest of an organization like the Central Intelligence Agency, has probably doing something more than just bringing back dead animals with the CRISPR technology and the gene editing technology they're using. I somehow think that a lot of the technology here might be used for ultimately more nefarious purposes.
Wait, are they making Spartans now? Is this how Halo's gonna start? They're gonna make super soldiers? Oh shit. They're funding that so they can figure out how to make the super soldiers.
Or maybe could possibly be used on human beings down the road for ultimately, in my opinion, nefarious purposes. But yeah, according to a lot of the news that came out and the de-extinction of this animal, I don't really believe personally that there's actually been a de-extinction. I think if anything, this has been the most colossal oversell of something like this. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, all I really wanted to say, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Can U.S. presidents drive?
Now here's the bad news. I'm not allowed to drive.
While being the leader of the free world comes with its perks, the freedom of driving isn't one of them.
Do you ever drive? I cannot drive.
There's no actual law
Why can't they
barring a
drive?
president from getting behind the wheel. But after the JFK assassination, the Secret Service stopped allowing presidents and vice presidents from driving on public property.
I have not driven on a road since '93. Wow.
Still, each president has found his own way of getting behind the wheel, even if just for a ride around the White House lawn.
Anybody want to jump in the back?
Can U.S. presidents drive?
Now here's the bad.
Huh. That must be not fun. Getting watched all the time. Yeah, that's true. I don't want the algorithm of this YouTube channel to be messed up by Yu-Gi-Oh videos. Maybe having a show for it wouldn't be so bad. Vitali arrest updates.
All right, so let's get to. All right.
He's going to jail for 20 years. No, I don't.
All right, so let's get to Vitali. So first, let's cover some notes. There was a Filipino lawyer who wrote back some answers. You guys asked some questions in the chat, and he had some answers for you guys because many of you asked questions. So as a Filipino lawyer, he wanted to help me answer these. So I'm going to answer some questions that you guys had in PowerPoint format, of course, in classic legal mindset PowerPoint format. Okay, first of all, he wanted me to say, because many of you ask about caning, unfortunately, guys, there is no caning in the Philippines. But
I don't know what that
according to
means.
a Filipino lawyer, he said that he would rather be caned than go to a Filipino prison. He literally said, I would rather be caned than go to a Filipino prison. So that kind of tells you, and I'm going to show
This
you
is
the
too
Filipino
much lawyer
prison. And
talk.
if after what I showed you today, you would not prefer the caning, but I think the Filipino prison is pretty rough. We're going to talk about that. Also, review bombings. But initially,
that is only 100, but more than 300 includes the illegal China.
That's that one.
This guy is
that's the
stupid. Oh, this is the prison. No fucking way. What?
Looks lovely, right?
Man, that's terrible.
Yeah, crazy, right? Crazy stuff. So there we go. That's that one. And now we're gonna go to another one. And we're gonna look at the this is a documentary. It's in Tagalog. But it is very interesting. It's a documentary. We'll watch a little bit of it. But look at the crowding conditions here.
Why would being hit with a cane even be an option? Is that a punishment? I don't think that's an optional punishment. Well, in Singapore they allow that? Oh gosh. The guy with the corn on the drill, dude, he tried to bite the corn on the drill, bro, lost his teeth, dude. I can't. Oh wow, this is crazy. Born between 1990 and 2005, you were lied to? That's freaking me, dude. You telling me we were lied to? What's crazy is I was born 95 and it feels like I'm like right in the middle of all this. I guess you would say 1997 and a half is exactly right in the middle of all this. But 95 to then, well, let's say, when is like really the middle? A range of the middle? Would be 6 to 8. Would be 96 to 98. But I'm 6 months away from 96. So I'm really in there. Like, I'm right in the middle of this.
If you were born between 1990 and 2005, you will be classed as either millennial or...
So what I was getting at is people say millennial. But if you're like me, 29, close to 30, you're in between both.
Gen Z. But I have a more accurate name for you. The Broken Promise generation. I was born in 97.
I thought he was going to say zillennial.
And that makes me 27 at the time of recording this. And growing up, there were certain promises made to me about life and my future. Be a good kid, fit the mold, do well in school, get good grades, decide what you want to do with your life, go to college, meet the girl of your dreams.
That's all a shit show.
Be paid well.
None of that exists. None of that exists.
Home by the age of 25. Get promoted.
What a joke.
Start a family, dog included. Go on a couple vacations per year.
Wait, there's a dog? I want the dog.
Now by the age of 60 and live out your golden years in peaceful serenity and then die. I was told if I worked hard, if I did what I was told, if I played by your rules, then this is what I would receive. That was a lie. As we know, reality is far different. So in this video, we're going to talk about what these broken promises were and what you can do about it. As I go through this, if I come across as a bit resentful, it's because I am. Now, when you're a kid and you look up to these adults around you, you kind of expect them to know what they're doing. But then as you get older and you learn more about yourself and more about the world,
as you get older, you realize no one knows what they're doing. If they knew what they're doing, we'd all be in a better spot.
You have two realizations. The first is, holy shit, I don't know anything. And
neither does anyone else.
Holy shit, no one else knows anything either. And so let's talk about these promises. It starts at school.
That's actually when you grow up, when you mature, when you realize no one knows anything.
And tell you what you needed to learn. School taught you how to think, how to conform, how to fit the mold you were assigned. You were being prepared for a world that needed obedient soldiers, compliant citizens, civil servants, and well-behaved workers.
It's crazy. Just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything else.
It's easy to think that you were expected to decide what you're going to do with your life by the age of 18. Most of you chose college, even though it is severely overpriced. In 1980, tuition was $5,000. Today, it's closer to $30,000. That is adjusted for inflation, by the way.
Is that a year?
You were told your degree will guarantee you a high-paying job. No. 52% of graduates are working jobs that do not require a college degree, and 75% of them remain in that situation for more than 10 years.
That's the crazy part.
Find they are paid the same, sometimes less than bartenders and servers. You paid more for a degree and have gotten less out of it than everyone else that came before
We
you.
were talking
Because
about
you
that
have
before.
a goal of eventually owning your first home. And unfortunately for us, that dream is slipping away. In 1980, the average home cost $76,000. Today, the average is $500,000. There has been a large divergence between the number of 60-year-old homeowners and 35-year-old homeowners, and it's only going to get harder for us. Every year, you get poorer. Inflation and rising cost of living continues to outpace pay rises. Most of you reading this won't retire in your lives. You will be working until you die. But maybe you'll meet some great people along the way. And I sincerely hope you do. But if your experience
Maybe you might.
the statistics,
Probably won't.
It is unlikely.
You might.
When Gen Z is asked how many close friends do you have, the most common answer is 0.
That's actually really sad.
50% of Gen Z adults have never been in a relationship. Gen Z is not dating. People are not getting married. Birth rates are plummeting. We've been tricked into living lives of connected solitude.
Well, I think it's a result of overpopulation and a lack of jobs and all that, everything. Less jobs, people aren't stable, they don't have money to spend on dating or having a family. They don't want to have a family because if they do, they can't afford it.
Ever before.
It doesn't
It
take
is no wonder why Gen Z is called
doesn't take a rocket science to explain all that.
for the Doomer generation. The game was rigged against us. Until now. I remember being at university and I was having a conversation with one of my really good friends, and she was explaining to me about how she was starting to question everything she was told when she was growing up. Things like what success actually is, what she needed to pursue in her life, what goals she needed to aim at. She began to question all of it because she began to realize that she didn't need to. And I want to start this section by getting you guys to understand that it wasn't necessarily because of ill intent, but it's because the world has been changing so rapidly that human psychology can't keep up. Moore's law states the number of transistors in a microchip doubles every 2 years.
Yes, and it's I think if I don't know if I remember exactly. It's like we're running out of space.
Developments in technology is exponential, but developments in human psychology is not. The beliefs given to you about the world no longer apply.
Like
because that world
they're
does
getting
not
so small.
exist
How can you make those resistors, those microchips, even smaller?
anymore. When you go from school to college to your first job and then to the rest of your career, you progressively get more and more specialized to doing one thing. You are no better than the pasta butter robot from that episode in Rick and Morty.
What is my purpose?
You pass butter.
Oh my god.
Yeah, welcome to the club, pal.
Because when people ask you,
Oh
what
God,
do you do,
I pass
they're not
butter.
expecting a whole list of
Oh,
everything
God.
that you're interested in, everything that you do in your life, but instead that one thing you do for work. Specialization makes you vulnerable. Your stock portfolio might be diversified, but your skill set isn't. So here's the truth about money. You are paid in relation to how much value you bring to a company. If you can do something...
That's why I liked when I was a car salesperson, I got paid for what I brought in, what I did, and not just you got paid the same amount whether you were sitting around doing nothing or you were working, sweating, working so hard you were destroying your body. It didn't matter. That's why I like getting paid for what you do.
the business wants, and they can't get it anywhere else or from anyone else, you will be paid very well. Think about it. If the demand for your skill is high and the supply is low, your value skyrockets. But if the demand for your skill begins to decrease and the supply begins to increase, your value plummets. This is why cashiers at supermarkets are never going to be paid super well. It's because we've even gotten the customers to do the job for them. If you want to be
Self-checkout.
paid in the top 1%, you have to do what everyone else can't or won't. The average engineer is as valuable to the average engineering company as a forklift driver is to a supermarket. And I say this as an engineer. People think that engineers are paid super well, and some of them are, but really good engineers are rare. The average engineer, though, is a commodity. They are paid approximately the same as a forklift driver is at a supermarket. And I know this because this is a real life example that I've looked into. This is by no means to
just become forklift certified. Boom.
Knock forklift drivers. Like, they're doing real work that is needed for me to get my goddamn food. So I'm not knocking them. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just an example. I spent 5 years going to university to get my degree. And for my job, I had to get a forklift license. That took 2 days. 5 years compared to 2 days to get an equivalent amount of pay. And now,
wait, so he does the forklift?
Rebuttal, but Josh, engineering has so much more potential for growth and pay increases. Forklift driving doesn't really. I was like, yeah, that's fair. But that's only if you acquire the skills that people want, that's in demand, and you progressively become more and more specialized in that thing and do what other people can't. And as you do that, you gotta
forklift harder, faster, smarter.
Economy, markets, and also changes in technology. The work that I do at my job for engineering is so highly specialized that if I was to leave this job, most of the really technical skills that I've learned will not be applied anywhere. It's not a great position to be in. Automation destroyed manufacturing jobs. AI is going to replace a lot of specialist jobs in a lot of sectors. There's a reason why tradies, that's
True.
Australian for tradespeople, are paid way more than university graduates. There is a shortage of people, usually men, doing real shit.
Real shit, that's freaking hard work, honestly, bro.
Roads and lay pipes. They are solving problems people need, and only they can do it. There is no artificial intelligence robot that is building the apartment building next to mine. It's people. You can carve your own path instead of following the plan assigned to you. But you need to aim at the problems in front of you. So let's talk about how to take back control of your life, and also how I tend to frame carving my own path of my own life. And to start off this section, there's a quote from Alan Watts that I think really hits a nail on the head here. Sensible people do what they love for a living. For the first time ever, it is possible for you to follow your curiosity and your interests, multiple of them, and thrive. There's a quote from Dan Coe that I think is an absolute killer of a line when talking about this topic. Knowledge not found in schools is a source of money not found in employment.
That's true.
Self-education is a key. And when I am self-educating, I really have 2 different goals. The first goal is to understand myself better. A process of self-discovery of what I want in my life and what I don't want. What projects do I want to work on? What motivates me? What my weaknesses are? What are my insecurities and why are they present? You get the idea. The second goal is to understand the world better. You are a player in this game, whether you like it or not.
You're
That means
playing.
you have to play on the field you are on. What does your competition who are doing better than you know that you don't? Understand the game. Aim at problems in your life. Aim at problems in other people's lives. That's how you win.
If you, the more amount of people's problems that you can solve, the more problems you solve, or the more amount of people's problems that you solve, the more amount of people that you can help, and you can monetize that through selling a product to actually help people, not just maliciously. That's how you can make a lot of money. Think about that. What tool or what product, what application would help people do what they're trying to do, and that's how you make money.
When we look at the most common problems in most people's lives and the promises that were broken to us, we can really categorize all these problems into 3 main groups. Problem 1, you don't earn enough to be free. A lot of what we talked about today is dependent on money. Your freedom to control your time and actions is dependent on money. I don't care how you feel about it, this is a fact.
That's what I was talking about before, where people spend all their time working to live in a high income area, or you know, in a big house, or you know, for expensive car, where if you worked, maybe if you didn't need all that, you wouldn't have to work so much, or you wouldn't, and you'd save more money than you would be spending, and you wouldn't have to work as long.
Fortunately, there are so many options for you to decide how you're going to be paid more money. Remember, your value skyrockets when you can solve problems in demand when the supply
That's
is low.
exactly what I was saying
You can do
before.
this by becoming a specialist for someone else or for yourself. But you can also do this by becoming a generalist. It's crazy to think that we can be paid for sharing ideas in the form of a newsletter, YouTube videos, and podcasts.
It's crazy.
The internet has become a public journal that people can add to. The things you have learned to solve your own problems, if shared effectively, can be extremely valuable to others. This is the journey that I have decided for myself. When I was at university, I was thinking quite often about, is engineering really what I want to do? And recently I've been introduced to the concept of your life's work. Coincidentally, this is what I've chosen to do with this YouTube channel. I want to solve the problems in my own life by understanding myself better and understanding the world better, and then being able to share those ideas with you on this channel and also in my newsletter. If I do this well, if I become really successful in what I'm aiming at here, then I'll be able to generate more wealth and more money than I would in any job. So if you have any ambition of solving the problems in your own life, sharing those solutions on the internet, on social media, and then being able to make businesses out of it, then this is the journey that we're on together. And I'm going to be sharing the entire process as we grow, because this is the beginning. Problem 2, you are lonely as fuck.
It's fine with me.
Is a silent pandemic.
Lonely and
Since
happy.
you got to hear in the video, I think there's a pretty high chance that you feel alone at least some
I got
of
all
the
you
time.
guys here with
Maybe
me.
you don't have many friends, or maybe your dating life is non-existent, or you feel like you don't fit in, or maybe it's all three. If you have ambition, it's really easy to pull yourself further into your work. That rings true for me quite a lot. If you are lost, it's really easy to retreat further into yourself. The internet has become the place where people go to satisfy their appetite with empty calories.
True.
When people say money can't buy happiness, it's usually because they neglected the relationships in their lives. We all do this. It's hard to maintain things that are a slow burn, but one day you'll look up and you'll see you're alone. Relationships are the one thing that has a gross impact on your life satisfaction. I don't have a solution for you, only a guiding principle. We need to be less solitary. We need to do more fun things. We need to do those fun things in the real world with real people. Problem 3, your health is fucked. And listen man, I know how it sounds. When I was writing this, I was rolling my eyes at it too, because you've heard it all before. Yet most people have some type of health and fitness goal, something they want to improve in or a problem that they want to solve. Improving your sleep, eating a nutritious diet, doing
Sleeping
regular
is easy. Who
exercise
doesn't like to sleep?
is simple, but simple does not mean easy. If it was easy, health and fitness would not consist of billion-dollar industries. Not a billion-dollar industry, billion-dollar industries. Multiple, not one, many. I'm not going to dwell on tactical strategies about how to improve your health and fitness, because one, I can do that in a separate video, and two, there is just so much really good information that already exists online. What I really want to get to is the main point of talking about all of this. It doesn't matter that the promises have been broken. You have the ability to take control of your wealth, your relationships, and your health. The tools have never been more valuable. All you need to do is to figure it out. Because if you really think about it, if you solve your money problems to the extent that you gain control over your own time, you solve your relationship problems, that you had meaningful connections with people that actually matter to you, and you were inside a healthy body, what more could you want? You've won. Bro, if you've achieved those three things, you've won. And so the general process, I think at the moment, and this might change as I change and as I develop, is to aim at the problems that resonate with you the most. Solve the problems by following your interests. Learn more about yourself, learn more about the world, play the field, win. And with time, you'll be carving your own path to the life that you want, not the life you were assigned. Sensible people do what they love for a living. When I say living, I'm talking about your life, not just what you do to earn a wage. I'm talking about the interests you have and the people you have in your life. Living. So that's all for today, my friends. Hopefully this video has provided a little bit more
I like this
clarity
guy's
and
outlook
direction about what we can do in a world that feels so uncertain. And if you do feel lost with what you want to do with your life, then I really recommend giving this video a watch, because I do talk more in detail about what I would do.
A small channel that doesn't have a lot of subscribers, but it's a good video. That's a really good point. You might have to fact check this here, but someone says, imagine a father in 1981 raising his son to be a horseshoe maker for carriages in New York City. And then by the time the son, that son is of age in 1913, the whole city is full of automobiles and there's no horses. But you always adapt. Is very well. You got to adapt through anything. That's not really the point, though. I don't understand. Yeah, but they're not gonna make the living like they did when everyone would ride a horse every day. That's like the person made horseshoes. I was like them. Now that person. Now you have to be a mechanic. And nowadays, being a mechanic, you don't make a lot of money. Horseshoe maker today? I don't even think that's a job. I think it's just made by... A horseshoe maker makes not a lot of money. I didn't even know that was a job. I thought it might just be made, stamped out. In fact, well, I guess they have to be made to the shape of the horse. The horse's hoof. Oh, well, I guess even our shoes are made in a factory. They just have different sizes. Yeah, so here in America, a horseshoe maker would not be making a lot of money. 35,000 every year. Like where I live, you can't even survive on that. Here where I live, to rent or buy a house, you probably would need $100,000 a year. Does anyone have video for us? Can we watch this? Watch this.
How dangerous?
New Jersey is an interesting place to be.
How dangerous is it to ride the New York City subway? Pretty dangerous. And what makes it so dangerous?
Wait. How dangerous has the New York City subway become? It's so dangerous, I would not want to ride on it.
People, crazy people, homeless people. So
I am right by New York City. I'm in New Jersey. And no, we can't pump our... We're not supposed to pump our own gas, but... Like, sometimes I'll do it. The employee will scan their thing, they'll type it, and I'll just put it in.
City laws, these laws here, it's trash. It's a shit show. Excuse my language, but that's exactly what it is.
What would be your message to the people that take the subway each and every single day?
Be safe and stay over the platform. Don't try to get pushed over the red line.
I don't even know why that... I don't know why they have it so you can't pump your own gas. I think it's such a stupid law. There doesn't seem... I don't remember why.
You don't want to get shot, you would die, man. I got shot before, man.
The famous...
This guy got shot in the subway.
New York City subway might just be one of the most interesting places in the entire world. It's a place where you can see Broadway level talent for completely free, crazy freakouts. Maybe you'll even see Jimmy Fallon and Bad Bunny performing undercover, or you could see a woman being set to flames by an illegal immigrant. Or maybe a pile
see,
of rats
this is absolutely insane.
escape the blankets of a homeless man. With every day a new headline breaking from the subway, I wanted to see how dangerous the subway actually is and speak with the New Yorkers and the people who are considered to be the dangerous people of the subway. And here are some facts about the current crime rates on the New York City subway. Since the pandemic, crime is down 12% here in the subway. However, murder is up 200%, burglary is up 140%,
200%,
and felony assault is up 55%. And there's one man that lives here on the New York City subway. He's 52 years old and he has been arrested 88 times and released onto the streets here in New York City. He's been charged with things such as
That's a good record. He might hit 100.
stabbing people, and he roams and lives on the tracks here in New York City. New York City has 472 subway stations, some like this that are big and grand, and others that are a lot smaller. Now, there are multiple ways to board the subway. You can either tap your phone and pay to come into the subway. If you don't want to pay, you can just step
He did
over
it.
the rail like that.
He
Or
paid.
you could wait for somebody to come outside of this door right here, and you could slide right on in for completely free. There's multiple other ways you can come into the subway. You can do this, you can hop over, you can go under, and technically NYPD should give you a ticket for hopping onto the subway without paying, but because of how many people constantly do it, there are so many people that do it, they'd be writing tickets all day. And the governor, Kathy Hochul, put up new spikes to prevent people from hopping over. However, I do not think it is working. You can still get right on over. Times Square subway station, I just hopped over, even though Kathy Hochul put up those new guardrails. Is that gonna stop teens and other people from hopping over?
Definitely not. I just hopped over myself. There's a lot of people doing it. It ain't stopping nothing.
And because anybody can somehow manage a way to get onto the subway, and with the subway running 24/7, it creates the perfect shelter for homeless people who do not qualify for housing because of addictions, mental illness, or other requirements that they do not meet.
Damn, that shit is so bad. It's free to jump it, yeah, but it's illegal. They're supposed to give you a ticket.
A perfect place to roam around 24/7. So how safe do people feel taking the subway?
But there's so many people doing it, they just can't stop everyone. And then the police are so busy in other areas stopping violence that they don't have time for that.
Do you feel safe on the subway?
Not really.
Why not?
Just all the news and
not really.
You think about it every day as you're walking.
Where do you stand when you're waiting for your subway?
Pretty far back, definitely not too close. And when I am too close, I'm thinking about it and I'm like, I should move back a little bit.
You as a man, you feel safe taking the subway, right?
Yes.
Do you think women should feel safe getting onto the subway?
Depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Do you feel safe on the subway?
No.
Do you think the NYPD is doing enough?
Not that I'm seeing.
As a man, do you feel safe on the subway?
Yes.
If you're a woman, would you feel safe coming onto the subway?
No.
Do you feel safe coming onto the subway?
On a railroad, yes. The subway, no.
What's it like living on the subway?
Got heat in winter.
But after that one, ain't no other perk. You go to Beach Bum after that one.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, you migrate. He's got multiple locations.
Here in New York
Maybe soon he'll unlock a new area.
City.
Plenty available.
Go to the mountains.
If you're a type. If you're a drug addict, you're looking for rehabilitation, you go to a type of you. If you're convict or felon, you're a different type.
And are you on drugs or are you a felon?
Both. Built different.
A little bit of both.
No! No, 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 no. No.
Patient for marijuana.
And what would you say to the New Yorker that is worried about getting onto the subway?
He's built different.
Nah, I won't second guess myself and go against that. Nah, just don't do it yet.
How would you describe the subway to somebody that hasn't ever been down here?
Very cold, a lot of rats and dark, and it's very dangerous.
Yo.
Very cold, a lot of rats and
The rat's like biting this guy's nose off, bro.
dark, and it's very dangerous too.
And what makes the subway so dangerous?
Just the people, you know.
It's rough out here.
The lack of cops. Anybody can just run in there and rob you.
How lawless would you say the subways have became?
The worst.
What do you do down here on the subway?
I'm struggling right now, so I ask people for help. I've been neglected my whole life, so I don't really have the chance to have close ones by me.
And should New Yorkers and tourists be worried when they come down here onto the subway?
Yes, but not really, because police officers have it under control.
And why should people be worried?
Because people are senseless. They think for themselves sometimes when everything is going bad for them.
Mm-hmm. And you yourself, have you ever seen anybody get in harm's way down here on the subway?
Yes.
And how many nights out of the week are you sleeping down here on the subway?
So I'll probably say 3 to 4 days out of the week. But my sister kicked me out the house because I didn't want to take my meds. I don't do meds.
Bro, as soon as this guy starts talking about that, and you're standing on the edge of the track, bro, and I'm getting out of there. I'm getting out of there. I don't know what he's doing on the edge of that shit.
Because
I don't know what he's doing.
What mental illness did the doctors diagnose you with?
Schizophrenia.
I was gonna say, yeah.
What do the voices in your head tell you to do?
It's like bad music.
I mean, yeah, he might be a nice guy. I have a friend who has schizophrenia. I dated a girl who has schizophrenia. My friend with schizophrenia. We were just chilling one day. He starts going crazy about talking about some shit, and I was like, dude, I love you, bro. But you have to go. I don't know where you're gonna go, dude, but go see. He has a skateboard. I was like, go skate it out, dude. I ride a BMX bike, he has a skateboard. We would hang out at the skate park. Like, dude, you gotta go skate this out.
No way.
He was fine. Just had a bit of a day or something. Episode maybe. That's all that could happen. They don't take their medicine or something interacts.
You ever watch a movie and they had like radios playing old music? That's what goes on in my head, like music songs that tell me to do bad. That's what.
And what do they tell you to do?
Tell me to get rich, to do anything, to get rich, kill somebody, or hurt yourself, or sacrifice a family member.
Wow, and have the voices in your head ever told you to harm somebody here on the subway?
Yeah.
And have you ever harmed anybody on the subway?
No.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how dangerous would you say this subway is?
Like a 1 if you chillax and sit down when you're supposed to.
Why do you think there's a lot of talk about how dangerous subways have gotten?
He brings the danger.
Cause like the kids and the youth be trying to do too much. They be adrenaline rush.
We're here on the subway, we're up here in the Bronx. Right behind us, we got blood smeared, looks like alien. How safe do you feel on these subways?
Well, whether you're safe or you're not safe, you have to go wherever you want to go. We're not safe anywhere.
Would you like NYPD to have more of a presence here on these subways?
Yeah, they are present, but they cannot be everywhere.
You think just taking the subway, you inherently take a risk that something may happen, and it's just some risk that everyone has to take?
It can happen anywhere, so you have to do what you have to do.
Do you feel safe riding the subway?
No, absolutely not.
And why don't you feel safe?
Because New York State and city has allowed so many mental health issues out of the hospital during COVID. So there's so many people out here that really needs the help and not getting the help. So it's dangerous to ride the subway because they're setting people on fire, they're throwing urine at you, they're doing all kinds of things. So I'm afraid because I have a disability and I'm disabled. So I'm afraid to walk around with things that I need to help me get around because I think they're gonna take advantage of me and hurt me. So I'm afraid. So I walk around in pain just to avoid anybody assaulting me or hurting me.
You trust that NYPD will be there for you when you need help?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Damn, Beery, these streets are insane, bro.
New York City
And I'm right outside of New York City. This is crazy.
Doesn't help. People get they assault you, they get arrested, they're in jail for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and they're
Nah, it's crazy.
on their own. So no, I don't trust it at all. I know for a fact that there's a lot of money in this city and a lot of things can be done for the people, and this subway can be done better with the homeless system. I think that they need to take care of us better. Us New Yorkers are not being taken care of properly. Even tourists come to this country and get hurt. It shouldn't be. I visit a lot of countries. I travel to...
Nah, see, they just sneak up on you with the piss bottle and whip and spray that shit in your face. It's not
the world. I feel safe when I travel, but I don't feel safe in my own country, my own city, my own state. I don't feel safe here at all. So New York City laws, these laws here, is trash. It's a shit show.
It's like, surprise!
Language, but that's exactly what it is. And act crazy about the mayor. I think the mayor is doing a hell of a job with what he has, for the simple fact that people turn their back and they don't tell you the real deal behind the closed doors. They're not supporting Eric.
Well, the competition is survival, and they're stealing your stuff. They're beating you up.
At all. And Biden didn't, but Trump will. He didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left him. And I agree with him because I feel the same way. I feel like they just abandon you when the need, and they just straddle the fence. And that's what they did to our mayor.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, no woman like you should be worried about walking around or even catching a subway here in New York City.
But I am. Every day of my life.
What do you do down here on the subway every day?
Nothing. Someone stole everything from me. I'm from a
Oh, no
country.
shit.
And
where are you from?
I'm from another country. So my passport and my driving license has been stolen.
And so how do you survive down here in the subway? What's some of the techniques that you use to be able to survive down here?
No techniques. Some people, a lot of people know I'm good, so they help me. I mean, some people give like $5, $10, I guess.
And do you sleep on the subway?
Oh yeah, sometimes, yeah.
How long can you sleep before you are woken up to be moved to a different subway or to be kicked off?
Oh, I think it's less than 5 hours or 4 hours that someone can sleep at one place, yeah.
And do you ever get a full night's sleep on the subways?
No, to be honest, no.
And because of the lack of sleep many of these people are receiving on the subways, it causes them to move around in a zombie-like state around the subways. Some of these people may be on drugs, other people just simply aren't getting enough sleep.
What's the most dangerous thing about taking a subway here?
Just sitting down. At any point in time, the train could just shut down. They're pretty old, outdated.
How bad has the mental illness crisis became here in New York?
It's been pretty serious.
And are you seeing a lot more mental illness walking around these streets and walking around the subways?
Pretty much. Yeah, I'm going through something myself. So I fight it every day.
And one of the reasons why taking the subway can be dangerous.
We all going through it out here.
People who are mentally ill and have a hard time processing their emotions. America is really facing a mental health crisis. The National Institute of Mental Health reported over 50 million adults grapple with escalating anxiety and depression. Suicide rates have also hit all-time highs, and it's obvious new innovative solutions are needed. SSRIs, the top antidepressants, help many, but stir controversy with troubling side effects and overprescription fears, fueling debate over how best to fight this mental health crisis.
crisis. And that brings it to today's sponsor, Alzheimer's Neuro. Alzheimer's Neuro is a biotech company developing treatments for Alzheimer's, bipolar disorder, depression, and PTSD, conditions affecting over 43 million Americans. Their lead product, AL001, is potentially a safer, more effective lithium co-crystal requiring up to 50% less intake for the same benefit. Phase 1 and Phase 2 human clinical trials also confirmed AL001's strong safety profile, and with 5 upcoming studies partnered with Mass General Hospital and Harvard Medical School, AL001 could gain faster approval through the FDA's 505B Section 2 pathway, positioning as a potential replacement for currently marked lithium carbonate or complement to antidepressants.
Is this an advertisement to invest?
Imaging technology created specifically for these studies to validate the effectiveness of AL001. Alzheimer's is also developing ALZN002, patient-specific cell therapy designed to help the immune system to clear harmful proteins for a safer, long-lasting treatment. To discover more about Alzheimer's Neuro and their groundbreaking work, please click the link in the description. And now let's go back to the subways.
The New York City subway system is really amazing when you think about it. Just here in Grand Central alone, this is the largest train station in the world. It has over 67 tracks and 44 platforms, and it connects over 700,000 people to different trains each and every single day. As there are over 3 million people that use the subway each and every single day, you are taking a risk, just like when you get inside your car to go to work every single day. You are taking a risk as to whether or not the drivers around you will drive safely. Do you think driving or getting on the subway is safer?
So in New York City, I feel like the trains is not safer. I feel like driving is more safer. It's bad both ways, but the subways is always worse, because if you don't know how to handle or control yourself or pay attention to your surroundings.
I used to ride the subway 10, 15 years ago.
Get yourself messed up a lot. Me personally, I'm always on cue. You know, you just have to know your whereabouts, know what you have to do, make sure that you're paying attention, your headphones is not that loud, and pray, you know, pray to God every day, because you never know what can happen.
Have you ever seen anything crazy happen on the subway?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of crazy things happening on the subway. A lot of things you don't want children to see, like, you know, men sometimes would golf on the subway. Like, you see a lot of crazy things.
So what would be your warning to people that have never taken the subway, that are watching this video? Maybe they're in some room in Indiana right now. What would be your message to them about how safe and what the experience is like on the subway?
Stay off your phone, pay attention to your surroundings, and
always be aware.
The thing I would say too is don't get confrontational with people. If you see something happening, just eliminate yourself. Take yourself out of the equation, okay? Because that's the best way you could stay safe.
One time I was here on the subway and I looked at a man and he said, "Hey, you Eli Manning looking ass, if you look at me one more time, I'm gonna blow your face up."
Was you staring at him or you staring in his direction?
In his direction.
Yeah, so what some people do on the subway is you don't look at people, don't look in their direction. What I do is I look on the floor. I don't stare at like a place for too long. Like if I'm standing up and I have no choice but to look at people, I try not to stare in their direction. You could still like look around a little bit, but just don't stare. The New Yorkers hate when people stare. They don't like that at all. Do not stare at people. But the subway is like it's like a jungle. It's hustlers. They trying to make their money. They aggravated. They real angry. You might meet some miserable people, miserable teens. It's just a whole bunch. It's a lot. But I would describe it like a jungle.
What's the craziest thing you ever seen happen on a subway?
Saw a guy slap a girl with his.
Yo.
Yeah. Really?
She was sitting and he was just standing. He just went. It's pretty fun.
We're here with Brooker T. Jones, my mother. Brooker T. Jones, do you find it a little interesting that here on the subway, really nobody is talking to each other? They're all on their phones or taking a nap?
No, it does not surprise me at all, because we live in a world where nobody talks to each other anymore. But everyone just keeps to themselves on the subway.
How safe do you think the subway is?
Not safe at all.
And what do you think about them charging congestion pricing now, making thousands of people choose between paying high fees or hopping on a subway?
It's all a setup. They're doing it just to make people go on the subway. They don't live the everyday life that we live.
And why do you think they want people to take the subway?
Just to keep people out the city, you know. But they want the migrants to take it over. But it's not going to happen now.
How much are you having to pay every single day just to come into the city?
Every day, maybe $40. $40 a day to go and come.
And if you do not want to take the subway to come into New York City, you then have to pay congestion pricing, which can add up to become a lot of money.
Just to go there, $40?
City is $9 for a normal sized vehicle, and as of April 8th, They are still charging congestion pricing in New York City despite Donald Trump signing an executive order to remove congestion pricing. And as
Really? I didn't know they could do that.
A man came up to us and approached us for $5, claiming he was one of Beyonce's soldiers.
What's going on, sir?
I'm the soldier, Beyonce soldier.
A Beyonce soldier?
Yes, I need $5 in an emergency. God, the world bless you.
Are you friends with Beyonce?
Not at the moment. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
And does this happen every single day out here?
All the time, all the time. The last time I was assaulted on the train, that's the reason why I don't take the train anymore. I was hit by a tranny for being a girl. She told me go grab another pole. This was her pole. So I was like, oh my God. I was like, I'm not taking the train no more. I'm just walking everywhere I go.
So you were personally attacked on one of these subways?
Yeah, I was assaulted. Yeah. So that was my last time.
And would you say you have any mental illness or anything like that?
Schizoaffective.
Do the voices that come to your head ever tell you to do anything good, or is it always just bad?
A lot of these people.
Torment.
Just all bad, nothing good.
Yeah.
What would be your message to the people that take the subway each and every single day?
Be safe and stay over the platform. Don't try to get pushed over the red line, man, or you might get shot. You don't want to get shot, you'll die, man. I got shot before, man.
After speaking with people in New York City and going all across the subway, I think it's safe to say the New York City subway is not safe. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. Give this video a like, and I'll be reading your comments down below. This is Nick, and I'll see you next video.
Man, that is bad. Don't go there. And if you do, be prepared. Wow. Well, if you're here in America, you're kind of stuck already. He's nuts. Sister leveling? What is that? Is this a show? No, I have no idea what that is. Solo leveling. Is this a show? I don't have time for that. I don't have time for no shows. All my time literally goes to making videos, streaming. And doing stuff for my family. it looks cool, I guess. Anime is cool, but I just feel like it's an oversaturated market, you know? I like the classics. Full Metal Alchemist. But that's like, oh, there's what else I watch? Some more recent stuff. Damn. Demon Slayer's pretty good. This is like new, this is the new big anime that everyone's talking about. Like I said, I don't have time to follow up with every new big anime that everyone that the cycles that come through. I don't even have Crunchyroll. I guess there's probably a free way to watch it. What the heck? Guy pretends to be a cop on Tinder. Methadone Mile. Yeah. We got no other videos to watch. No one's got anything for us. All right, I'll take a break. A 10-minute BRB. Go get some of the drink, stretch your legs, and I'll see you on the other side. BRB. We are back. What is going on? What did I miss? Nothing? Oh, yo, Matt, what is going on? I was actually just about to hop on RuneScape. I'm gonna do this. It's game time. Sliver, what is up? We're all, unless you got a good video for us. I think we're out of videos for the day though. I ain't got nothing else to watch. We need all of you to provide videos for us. It's hard enough providing reactions to them. I have to find the videos. Kraken pet hunt. Let's go. What are we doing? Well, we finished our Kraken task. We got to get a new task. $220 dust up. A lot, bro. I will cancel that. We gotta kill 89 Dagonoths. The prime. I guess I'm gonna have to do it. 2,800, something like that. 2,850 maybe. Maybe even 2,900. I think we did pass 2,900. I don't know if that matters. We're gonna do we have to do Dagonoth now. Okay. Carols? Where's my carols? Do we bring carols? No. We bring a cannon. Combat. Prayer. Barrock teleport. How do we get to Dagonoths? Brahmin. Yeah. You definitely want to get Neve, Matt. It's going to be a big upgrade. Like I would just level up. Focus on that. We're gonna do this. We'll do this. We're gonna configure. I'm gonna go to Lighthouse. Nah, so Neve gives you tasks with good experience per hour, and you're right at the Slayer Cave. So you're just right there. So she gives you good experience points per hour. But Duradel at level 100 combat gives you better oh, I don't have any oh wait, I have prayer. I'm fine. No, dude, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm stupid. Duradel gives you better tasks for money. We switch to this. Retaliate. Fire. Stand on here. We do this. Pray. The grind is crazy, but you just gotta take it in strides. It's not a, it's a marathon, not a race. You're gonna get there. It's just take it in digestible chunks. That's actually a really good way to put it. Why are we? You don't want to burn yourself out. It's a marathon, not a race. You're not gonna get there overnight. You gotta take it in little bits that it's not going to overwhelm you. Now let's see here. You can get a pirate hook from Brimhaven. How do you get that? We didn't even need to bring food here. Said there would be. We'll run it. What we do, right? This is how we do it. Puppytron, what is going on? Normal summon Robina? Fair. But what if I have an imperm? No, this is real, puppy. This is not pre-recorded in front of a live studio audience. I guess I could say that our YouTube videos are pre-recorded in front of a live studio audience. Are we done here? We still got 26 more to go. Just 17 more. As much as I love you, puppy, it's not the time. We're playing RuneScape, and other RuneScape people won't understand what's going on. For a single dollar bill? If it's quick, just like, I'll take a look at it. What do we got here? That's not. Mitsurugi Raiziel Fiendsmith. It looks like you're going to be gaming. I don't play TCG though, so I don't know Mitsurugi and Ryzeal yet. I mean, I do play TCG, but I'm not going to pay to keep up with it though. I have cards. I used to go to locals. But with all the making videos, hosting the tournaments here, I don't have time to go to locals anymore. Ryzeal's a non-once per turn pop. Okay. And a negate. I know that actually. I know about the negate. Because how it detaches on resolution, right? Or it not detaches, it chooses. Well, you know what I'm saying. I haven't had to explain that yet on stream. We'll get there. The negate do be negating though. It do be negating. And then it do. Oh wait, our freaking thing is done, bro. Who's gonna tell us it was done? Chaos Altar, very nice. What's your prayer level? Oh. Everything sounds good. We're good. Yeah, we're good. We banking. We'll do the cannon. We need the. I gotta kill 8 of these guys. Not bad. Oh shit, I gotta hit it. How many times have you gotten killed over there at the Chaos Altar? Why is this guy not? Only twice? That's not bad at all, actually. Especially because, you know, it's so much faster. I thought the cannon would work down here. These guys are kind of strong, actually. When you're talking about that keybind, is that legal? Can you have that? Is it in the rune light? Oh, okay. If it's in the plugins, you're fine. I just keep my log out open for situations like that if I can. That's good. Yo, Matt, did you see the freaking helicopter, dude? She was wild. A helicopter crashed in New York City. It was a tour helicopter. Rest in peace to those people. It was just a helicopter. You hop in, and you just get a sky view of the city. So it's just, and no one knows what happened yet, but the plane, like the helicopter, like fell apart in the air. Ah, yeah, no, you're tripping. Now you can tell her, no shot. Fucked up. It's like a whole family from Spain, actually. A whole family visiting visiting New York City from Spain was on there. Fucked up. Oh, this guy got it. And then I saw this other video today where this person was just like in traffic and it was raining and a tree fell on the back seat of their car. Thankfully there was no one in it. There was no one in it. Thankfully there was no one there, but man, it could be bad. And if they were just backed up a little more, it could have fell on them. That's crazy. Well, with accidents like that happening at any time, you gotta make sure to get right with God, because you never know. You never know. Crazy. Life every day is a gift, and eternal life after would be nice. So I'm gonna get right with God for that one. We'll make it through this. As long as we make it through this and we get there, we'll be all right. That's all you gotta do. The way I say it is, you could say, "Oh, maybe there is no God." Well, when there is, and then you're good forever. Or you know, you say no, there isn't, and then you're screwed forever. So it's pretty safe bet. You ain't got nothing to lose. All right, we're good here. I don't like that song. What is your next goal? Dude, I don't want to kill elves, bro. OSRS player elves? Do I do elves or do I skip them? I'm pretty sure it's a skip. Yeah, I'm not... No. Aren't these elf people? No, these are fairies. Okay. Nightmare Zone, yeah, you definitely want to do that. But you see, like, you gotta have the right quests done to fully take advantage of the Nightmare Zone. Next? Bro. 204. It's a lot, bro. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Yo, we got Cave Kraken, 200 Cave Kraken. And now we're in it. I don't think I even have the rock cake yet. That was something I should have done at Nightmare Zone. I didn't do that. All right. Oh, wait. We got to get that thing. What's the ward? Defense, brew. Well, we'll worry about that after. We'll go Varrock. The Vans. The stack. We out. We are on task. I need a ward. Is it male diction ward? We'll give it a shot. Yeah, she's right. This has a higher defense bonus, but not by that much. I don't do the animation smoothing. Maybe it's my computer, but I don't like the way it looked either. I'll do this one, this one. We're good. I have it on. Oh, we do have it on. Let's see. You know what? Maybe I got used to it by now. Yeah, I see the difference. But I think I got used to it. You can tell it's very subtle. What are we doing? What do I need? Should I recharge the... Wait, we'll check this. We can do a run with this. And then we do this one. We got this. This. What goes to the top though? Oh, we need the explosive. Yep. Okay. I should have gotten fishing explosives from the Slayer Master when I was there. But we're gonna get this one, this one. ALP. Yeah, we're good. Wait, is this it? No. We need to configure. Abyssal Whip, very good upgrade. Definitely worth the time. We got 70. That's all I'd be using. Or sometimes I use the Kraken tentacle, whatever it is. Abyssal tentacle. What we're gonna do? Another day. We're at 2,981 Kraken kills. Bang? No shot. I'm broke. Rustolium, yo, Krylon. This is it. It could be. We're gonna switch. Wait. We gotta do this for real. So this one, hit you. What, we're retaliating. Hit that, hit this, hit this. We're gonna brew. And now we defense. And we defense again. Defense. Yep. This is it. 2,981 Kraken kills has brought us here today. How many are we going to stretch this out to? We have a task of 200. We can stretch that out to 250, right? With the bracelet. I'm just kidding, Matt. There was one time I picked up 200 mil in a drop party. It was absolutely insane. It was actually wild. It was insane. Where all my money comes from. And it's on someone's stream. They had a drop party, so it's real. Where they got it from, I can't confirm that. I picked it up fair and square, though. Dude, where'd it go? Oh yeah. I used the entity hider for some group boss fights. We're not taking hits thanks to this shield. Can I go down in... What happens if I do this? Dude, if I can do that and we can just go forever, it'd be a game changer. So, I'll tell you about that boss in a second, actually. Oh, man. Anyways. The boss. We're gonna Yugioh. I can't even think. You go in a big group. So you have to be like you're in a group of 10, 15, 20 or more. Only the top 10 players who do the most damage are gonna get a drop. So you want to have the higher your range level. That's what we're doing. We're doing range, or you could do magic. If you got to be at the top, the highest levels to have a chance. When I was a lower level for ranged, I was using prayers. I was using prayers and stat bonuses to keep up with everyone else, basically. And then it kind of becomes just an RNG luck based. Who gets the hits? Who gets the drops? You know. And sometimes you get a drop, sometimes you don't. The more people there are playing, it might be harder to get that drop. But so the key there is to play with a group of 10 to 15. Because once you hit over 10, then there's always going to be people who don't get a drop. And we're at 2,981 kills here. This is fine. It shows off the beard. We got the beard angle. We will we'll do this. Yeah, but like, so if we're streaming, we could definitely find a group of 10 of us to go out there and do it, and it wouldn't really matter as much what level you are. The rest of the group can kind of carry you. We got this. Man, I can't wait for this to just be over. Damn, bro. This shield has been a lot better, though. I should have been using this for a while. I should have been using it this whole time. This bright? This might be too bright. True. I was in the middle of that. It could be this task. Let's skip this. We're gonna hit 3,000 soon. I shouldn't have maybe not deleted that. True, we can do it that way. I should not have eaten that shark. Malediction words is definitely superior in terms of defense. Oh, Maxi. All right, backline. Man, we're gonna go over odds, dude. This is 2,999. Well, we just did 2,999. This right here is gonna be number 3,000. That's it, number 3,000. Damn. Fuck. We're over odds now. We'll hit this one. Keep that actually. Dude. I hope it comes soon, bro. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh, bro. All right. $100 kills at a time. 3,000 kill count. Man, bro. Our day is gonna come. It is later. All right. I forgot to brew. All right, we brewed up. Oh shit, I shouldn't. Nimbus, what is going on? You just got home. Nice. Good to have you here with us. Hope you can relax after a, I don't know. Was it a good day? Call it a good day. I hope it was a good day. I very much appreciate you, Nimbus, and your support. People like you always here, no matter what game it is. That means a lot. From RuneScape to Schedule 1 to Master Duel. I was just telling the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament participants that I might have to lower the prize pool of one of the side tournaments back down to $5 from $10 because there's just a general lack of support from the Yu-Gi-Oh players. And I tell them they could help out a lot to support those prizes just by lurking in the stream. And they just don't care. So it's really sad actually. But we'll still always have the regular tournament. I like to have different types of tournaments. That fight? Oh, Patty Pim. I don't know about no fight. But now, I think doing the tournament in a different style, we might be able to keep people engaged with the stream longer. And I think that might actually work and be the saving grace that I should have been doing the whole time. We're gonna find out. But I gotta keep pushing now and do that new idea. Thank you, Nimbus. I appreciate you. That means a lot. They could drop the cheers, bro. And that's the thing. I don't even ask for nobody's money, dude. I thank you. That means a lot. They could subscribe for free with Amazon Prime. And they can do in Krylon's here. So the Yu-Gi-Oh players, they could do $1 a month with Patreon. $1 a month. And the thing is here, bro, it actually makes me sick at sometimes. Cause and like in the past, let's say in the past 6 months, we got maybe 500 to 600 new tournament players. Not everyone plays every day. People come and go, whatever, and so on and so forth. But out of those, not even 10 or 15 people could find $1 a month of those 500. That's just sad. They just don't care. They just don't care. And I give them ways to lurk. And support those tournaments for free. And the tournament players wouldn't want to do that either. So oh yes, thank you, Nimbus. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the thing. Not a lot of places or not a lot of other people are providing ways for so many people to play and show their matches on stream in a competitive environment. I don't know. I think just the game Yu-Gi-Oh is in a tough spot. There's no denying that. Like there was, I guess it was maybe because of COVID days too. Back then, We didn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. We played Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, and that community felt more supportive than Master Duel. I don't know why. Maybe the Master Duel matches take too long, and the Duel Links games kind of went faster, so more people would want to play that, and that's how that went. The Duel Links games on the phone were quicker. I don't know. Tough. But then we actually had someone in here the other day. Chip, if they're around. They said they played Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day, and they were playing RuneScape, and they were in chat here. And we started talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And they were like, oh yeah, I used to love Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day, but they made it way too complicated. It's way too crazy now. Well, Nimbus, you gotta go look at the other YouTube channel and look at 2 years of content that I tried to put out into Yu-Gi-Oh! And it has not returned the results that I've wanted to. So now you're seeing the division of all different types of content, because that before was not working. So I finally woke up. It was literally all Yu-Gi-Oh! All day, every day for 14 hours until I did brain damage to myself. And I'm like, I'm done. I crashed out. Not really. It just, I kept, and then I've said this so many times. YouTube promotes content that is not of the quality that we are producing. And then that just further demoralizes the motivation to want to keep producing that type of stuff. What's going on? Why can't I? Oh, I'm stupid, that's why. Oh, yeah, dude, I could have a whole other conversation about that, but I had to stop. I took a break from streaming on the launch of Master Duel for a long time. And, so there was already the people who did not transition from Duel Links to Master Duel. And then I took a break from streaming. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Is now in hard times now, apparently. So it's like literally a whole freaking recipe for disaster. And then at the end of the day, I would rather have a community that supports me no matter what I'm playing, because if Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, if Yu-Gi-Oh! Died out of nowhere, then that's what happens. No one wants to come by. That's sad as well. And that's why I see I don't even know if you want to say this, Asmongold, Moist Critical, they don't pick one niche to have content about. They just play whatever they're playing, and then they make videos about whatever they're thinking about. So I really think that's the future of it all. And I want to be able to, and then, oh my god, this is the one that kills me, dude. This is the one that gets me. I was asking the tournament players, I was like, oh, basically I was saying that, you know, I'm going to try all different styles of content, but support the tournaments as much as you, the more support I get on that, the more I'll put back into it. And someone said I was a beggar. So begging people to watch the tournament. I was saying, no, dude. Yeah, I'm saying, if you guys don't want to support it, I'll do something that's better worth my time that gets real support. That shit. And they're trying to tell me it's crazy. And that person wasn't even good at the game. They weren't even good at Yu-Gi-Oh! They weren't even good. Well, I would watch a lot of RuneScape streams. Not a lot, not a whole, but for a while, and people doing giveaways and stuff like that. So I always knew that the RuneScape community was very supportive, but it was just the raw numbers alone in what YouTube was telling me about the amount of people just watching RuneScape as a whole in general was way more than the amount of people watching Yu-Gi-Oh. And then when people did watch, they would stay and hang out and watch longer than they would a Yu-Gi-Oh stream. And then what makes that even crazier is you have to think about how my Yu-Gi-Oh channel is supposed to be very dedicated at focusing on Yu-Gi-Oh people, but the other alternate channel for YouTube I had just started out of nowhere, and YouTube already figured out that there was people who wanted to see RuneScape stream on YouTube. But I'd be grinding at the grindstone for months and months, 14 hours a day, trying to get Yu-Gi-Oh on YouTube, but YouTube wouldn't. So that's what was crazy. And that just goes back into Yu-Gi-Oh's not happy right now. I don't know what the players are doing. I don't know what Konami is doing, but they're killing the game, honestly. They gotta fix it. And then you've got content creators and all these big players saying, "Oh, I'm quitting, taking a break, stop playing the game." They're playing a different card game. It's like, I don't know what is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Think Media? Yeah, of course, definitely. I should be getting out of here. No, you're right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yu-Gi-Oh has a big problem with getting new players, and the game is way too freaking complicated for new players to really pick it up at a competitive level. You know, a shooter, everyone's played a shooter and they all kind of play the same thing. The thing is, they all have their own unique twist on them, and that's what makes them different. But you don't have to spend months just learning the basics on how to play. If you were to start playing Yu-Gi-Oh, you're not going to get competitive for a while, unless you have a teacher. You know. Yeah, the season changer, yeah. There are some young people who do play Yu-Gi-Oh, but there's not a lot. There's really not a lot. I think the internet helps with that, but they are not getting new players like they were before. Their animes aren't being shown on kids' TV anymore. Well, it was here in America. It was never really a kids' show. Well, Pokemon is just insane. A Giga Giant, and it's just a whole other. Can't even compare. And then another part of it is there's a lot of different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! There's like super casual, which is, I don't know, I think they say you could say that's maybe 30% of players or 20% of players. And then you have like 60% of players who play the game, understand the rules, and they come and go. They play sometimes and they don't. They're not super hardcore about it. They might not, that 60% might not enter a tournament. And then, but the people I'm catering to, my videos with the tournament gameplay, trying to play at the best of their ability, that might only be 20% of the community. And it gets so, there's a very big division between the casual and the competitive tournament player. What are we doing here? Which is, I'm sure, exists in all communities. But it appears in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a big division. But that's the short version of the story of why I have to try different types of content. And why it might seem like I'm doing all different types of things, but no, it wasn't like that for a while. It only just started. Deny what is going on. Well, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Deny, do you not? We were just talking about how we can't afford the tournaments. We can't have a tournament every day. And then that divides people. We're talking about how it divides people who don't want to see that stuff. And the people who do want to play in tournaments don't even want to support the stream outside of a tournament. There was no tournament today. We need money to afford tournament prizes. Don't come in here asking me if there was a tournament today, because we need money for prizes. It's crazy shit, dude. Well, see, the thing with that is, Nimbus, we have to open up the conversation. We have to open up the conversation as much as possible to make it worthwhile content. And that's why I want you guys to share videos with us. You're fine, Nimbus. Thank you. I appreciate you. If anyone's got videos for us, send them through. Oh yeah, so then if the casual player doesn't want to support the tournaments, it's fine. I'm not mad at anyone. It's whatever. It's content, is what it is. I personally do not want to spend 14 hours a day anymore on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ranked ladder. I don't. We did it for years, and we didn't get us anywhere. So I'm not going to do it anymore. So I don't want to spend 10 hours on the ranked ladder. I'll spend an hour or two a day playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And we'll host the tournaments. Because the way, yes, this is the way you have to have that. If anyone's out there trying to make content or stream, this is the way you have to look at it. You have to make content that can, you have to make your stream designed to make content that can later be repurposed into YouTube videos so that it can live forever, essentially. That's what anyone would recommend to you. Because now look at it this way. If you reverse psychology that, or reverse engineer and break that down, it becomes, why would someone watch your stream if it's not worth making a video about later anyway? You get what I'm saying? And I take this philosophy to when I'm streaming. And I applied that philosophy to Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing the ranked ladder and everything else. It didn't work. No one, I post YouTube videos. YouTube just did not want to promote the shit. We even had a YouTube editor. We had an editor editing the videos. And then YouTube just somehow prioritizes lower quality content. I mean, and I'm not here to say I'm the best player in the world. I'm not the best Yu-Gi-Oh player in the world, but I really enjoyed the game, and I like to think I have the ability to explain the interactions and how the cards work to people, make it simple to understand, and make it funny. But somehow YouTube still prioritizes lower quality content, so I can't be doing that anymore. I can't be spending 10 hours a day on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ranked ladder of a dying game. A whole camel and one drag? That's not the type of video that creates a discussion that we can have a conversation about. I'm talking about, I wanted us to watch videos or see things that we can talk about. Not just oh man, yo, that dude just fucking faced a whole cigarette in one inhale. This guy's a legend, bro. Oh my god, that's the type of shit I don't want to do. It's funny though. It's not. I might watch that right now though. That would be like a right now type of thing. Not that we don't want to see that. Yeah, let me say, it's not that we don't want to see that. It's just that we want to see other things. We need to see other things. Oh man, and then this one almost sent me into next week, bro. This one almost sent me into next week. There was someone who said they love the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments, and they love playing them, and they do. I believe them, they really do. I believe that they do love them. But then there was like notifications in the Discord about YouTube videos, and they're like, "Oh my god, all these Discord pings are insane." And I'm like, dude, it's really not rocket science, bro. If we can't succeed on YouTube, where do you think we're gonna get the money for these tournament prizes? And it was just like at that moment, it made me realize that even the people who supposedly love these tournaments so much, they don't care. And I'm like, it's a losing battle. It's never gonna... That's my venting. I'm sorry. I don't want to drag everyone down. But that's why there's less Yu-Gi-Oh! And the person who got me on it was asking me, is there a tournament today? It just, like... And then it makes me not even able... I don't even know. I don't know what to do. I think that the new format I used for the tournaments might actually save the day, though. And I should have been doing them from before. We'll see. But I'm close to dropping into just one tournament a week, so I can focus on other types of content. It just takes too much time. And if they don't want to support the time that it takes, it's not worth it. That's all. No, dude. A Yu-Gi-Oh deck, a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh deck costs $1,000. A lot of them actually joke about how they're spending... actually, a lot of them joke about how they're spending too much money on their cards that they can't support. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. That's the thing. Every 3 to 6 months... Every 3 to 6 months, the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG players, and not in game, not on game here, but in real life, you're gonna spend $1,200, $1,500 every 3 to 6 months to have a top tier, fully competitive deck. And let me put it to you this way: just to go to a card shop and play in a tournament for, I don't know, 4 to 5 hours. Because every 3 to 6 months, new cards come out, or a ban list comes out that bans your cards and makes your old cards unusable anymore. So you have to, you are forced to buy new cards. I don't even know what I'm saying for it, but oh yeah. So you would spend $10 to go play in a tournament. You would have to drive. You have to drive to go to a card shop to pay $10 to play in a card shop for $10, but then we provide that for free. I don't know. I just think it's people. I'm surprised the players don't want it more. Free. All I would ever ask is if everyone did $1 a month through Patreon, we would have some sick ass tournaments. Everyone says fuck you. I can't. $1, dude, is crazy, bro. I ain't asking for. I ain't even trying to get rich. I would put it all back in a tournament. Crazy, bro. Like I was saying, Like I was saying, 500-600 new tournament participants in the last 6 months, and none of them can do $1 a month for Patreon? Shit. They just don't care. Some of them are really nice, though. Some of them do support. Don't get me wrong. And like I said, I'm not trying to get rich, and it's not about money. They can support through other ways of lurking in stream, or they can support by lurking in stream or by leaving a comment on YouTube. But none of them want to do that. So like, it's enough to keep the stream going, but I'm trying to talk about growth and what's worthwhile to keep doing. If it's not going to grow, or if it's just going to keep at the same level, then maybe you have to explore other things. If you're not growing, you're falling behind. That's what I'll tell you. That's all I can tell you about that. And that's another thing. I've seen so many other communities in all different types supporting people that are not giving back and providing things that I provide. So I just don't get it. Makes no sense. Master Duel is free to play, but you could spend money on the game to get shiny versions of cards. There are different levels to the rarity of the cards, and to get the shiniest version of a particular card might cost you $1,000 to $3,000. Yeah, that's why this conversation basically started when I was saying that Nimbus smoking pounds over here. I appreciate their support very much, and people like that who are here. Basically, no matter what game is playing, could be Master Duel, it could be RuneScape, it could be Schedule 1. They're just here. That's the type of support I'm talking about. And if these tournament players care about the tournament, and they have a computer, the least they could do is have their computer running in the background with the stream volume at 1%. If they can't afford the Patreon for $1 a month. If like 10% of the 500 people in the past 6 months can't do that, I don't know, bro. That's fucking wild. Wild. If I did, it's honestly, if I took that streaming approach to Pokemon, it would probably blow the fuck up. I would probably get way more success. I don't want to say it's Master Duel. I don't know what the hell it is, dude. It's the game. I don't know. It's got to be. There's just not enough people playing Master Duel. But then when you look at the samples like that, I don't know. It makes me not want to think about it. It makes me just want to get this Kraken. Oh yeah, it's also because I'm the fool who put 10,000 hours into mastering Yu-Gi-Oh! For what? Oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master, look at that idiot. All for nothing. What a dummy. I'm just being funny. I think there could be a lot of things to learn from Yu-Gi-Oh! Prioritizing, sequencing, doing things in the correct order, basically, and using your resources the right way. And process of elimination. But that's also sequencing, kind of the way I'm looking at it. R, B. What is going on? See, I should take that alert off now, because I don't know if they're subscribing because of the stream or the react videos that we're trying to get to blow up. I won't even hold you. We're trying to just react to trending videos, to ride coattails and clout ride everything. I'm just kidding. No. we have to take advantage of all possible methods of content creation. Bullets whistle, what is going on? What if tournament quals were introduced and smaller would have to... that's what I did. It was oh my gosh, Nimbus, this shit's gonna make you cry, bro. Dude, I stood up here for 6 months and I asked them for 250... No, it was more like 8 months. That's 7 months. Let's call it 7 months. I stood up here for 8 months and I asked for 250 subs for a $250 prize pool tournament, and the only way to get into that tournament was by getting top placement in one of the previous tournaments, and we only hit 80 subs. We hit 80 subs in 6 months or 7 months. And that was just depressing. I mean, I appreciate everyone's support, but I feel like we should have made more. Not that I want everyone's money. We don't need the money. We need the lurking, because I know that if there was lurking and if people cared about the tournaments and if people cared about the videos, then the rest would come. Not rushing out. I don't need all that. But people don't want to do the free ways to support. So it's like, can't do it. I tried what you're saying, Nimbus. Oh, and Bullet, congratulations on that Kraken. What is your kill count? Oh man, Bullet, bro. Dude. Everyone says I look like Post Malone. Really funny. Stretch? I'll stretch. The best stretch you ever seen in your life. I'll just be riding my bike and people will be like, yo, Post Malone. Oh man, Bullet, I'm at 3,000 now. And also, I'm not saying that I don't want to do the tournaments or anything like that. We need support to do them, obviously. And, you know, I had 3 a week. I had 3 tournaments a week. We were giving away like $50 in prize pool a week. 200 a month. Count it. Just giving away. But I just slowly had to scale it back to lack of support and engagement. I just think it's the game. So I don't think it's worth to do 3 or even 2. Maybe it will just be 1 a week. These are all things that I have to explore. But we're doing, and I'm only saying this because we're basically doing one last Hail Mary shot. That's what it is. Before I have to go down to 1 a week. And if the people can help, they can help. If they don't want to help, they don't want to help. It would only be just the one regular one every Saturday. Wait. You've had 3 pets? And I've got more kills? What? Three jars? I'll show you my list in a minute. I smoked your go content, bro. Give me one of your pets, bro. I got 3,000 kills. No one will question it. Bro, this is crazy. Miles, what is going on? Good luck. You got this. What is your kill count right now? Who is this? B6L. I don't know who this is. That's a lot of pets. I have no, this is going to be my first pet ever. Who is this? I don't know. I don't have him on here. We'll switch to here. 4,857. Damn. Oh wow, B6 the legend here. I can give you items for it. Wait, we gotta get this. We'll give it to them. We'll hit this. Oh, it's bullet. I'm just keeping this. Yeah, you can have it. Merry Christmas. Oh man, we're at 3K. No pet, dude. This person's at 2266. That was quick. Yeah, these bullet for a reason. It's quick. Good luck, yo. Why are they using the antelope? That's whatever. We go private. I'm a private kind of guy. Bullet, thank you for joining us, and thank you for the supply drop. The prayer potions would have gone insane, but don't worry about it. We're gonna get the serum. I'm gonna get it right now. This. Yo. Hi. Let's see. Casey. We out here still. Dude, I hope so. It's gonna come soon, right? Oh no, the Trident is out. How long has it been out for? Not long. Damn. I knew that was coming. Alright, it's alright. Miles, you got this. Don't lose focus now. Nah, Bullet, that's a bot. It's a bot. Some dry Krakens up in here. Today could be the day. We are both over odds. It's true. Oh, it's the same bot. It just does that at different times. Damn, we got a bank. Bullet gave us the supplies. We need to charge this. We need Zolra scales. That's fine. We need Zolra scales. Yo. Someone in my clan chat just got a pet Dagonoth. Dagonoth Supreme. Whoops. We're good. Yep. Matt, what is your goal? You can make your goal like a pet hunt like me. To get the monies, you have to... Once you get like 85 ranged, and you will not even get 75 range, and you come with us to the boss, and then you're fine. That's what you gotta do. But that's like a kind of newer thing. Who knows how long that'll stay. So you definitely want to do that. So I would work on getting ranged. And then if you want to do that, level that up as soon as possible. Use a cannon at Dagonoth. Or maybe not Dagonoth, something better, something like that. Even doing what you're talking about, maxing, it's gonna take a lot of. You're gonna wish you had money to speed it up. We'll do this. It's a big grind. And see, now the proficiency is going to speed up that grind. There are more effective methods that cost more gold. Oh man. All right, we're locked in. What do you mean? 2 bill experience. 200 mil is a lot. $200 mil. I think. Like, I've got... I got 93 magic, and that's 7.9 mil player experience. My Slayer is 91, and that's 6.2 mil experience. Yeah, it's my main account. Close to Araxer. My buddy here is doing Araxer right now. I played a lot. I played back in 2005. I paused this hunt to play Schedule 1. We could do this. We'll do this. Do that. Yeah, I started playing in 2005. I probably stopped playing by around 2009, 2008, 2009. By 2009, I was done. Then I came back to old school on launch. 2014 was it? 2015 maybe? And then I played a lot. I think I played a lot in 2017. And then I took a break for a while again. We're at 3,046. February 22nd, 2013. It's ingrained in Bullet's brain. We'll remember the day forever. That's true. Back in the day, we would play, and we would do nothing but stand around because we were just young kids. And then when I started playing again, when old school opened, I played and I got past my original account way faster. We had no idea what we were doing back then. I think I did Dragons. I definitely did Dragon Slayer back then. That's a good question. I was a member, and I didn't do Monkey Madness. I did Horrors for the Deep to get the prayer book. I remember that was like a not a challenge, but took a while to get there. Uh, 2008. Wait, let's see. 2006, let's say. It was probably peak, right? For me, 2007. 2007, I was... Wait, what? I was 12. $80 crafting back in the day. That was pretty strong. I could open up my RuneScape 3 account and I haven't done anything on it. It's basically my RuneScape 3 account is preserved from when I left it back in the day. Whatever it says on there is what I did. Because by the time I remember when they took away free trade. And then that was kind of like the downfall, right? When was that? Bullet's gonna like pull out his notebook. If that was on Thursday, I'm kidding. But yeah, so they imposed the trade restrictions. What was I saying about that? I remember Hunter came out. I was playing when Hunter came out. Let's see. When did Hunter come out? That was 2006. It was 2008 that they stopped free trade. They imposed those damn tariffs. Dude, a Hunter came out when Habit was too crazy. I was playing the game, bro. I was playing Hunter. I was like, yo, this is cool. I summoned a wolf. Oh man, it's crazy. Does that mean I'm old? That means I'm old. Habit, thank you for joining us. Damn, we're old, Nimbus. We're getting old. We're gonna be all washed up. I was saying, I'm 29. I'm starting to feel like the warranty is gonna expire, where the thing, my bones are starting to creak, that my joints, my knees. But that's actually probably from riding a BMX bike and jumping downstairs and just destroying myself every day for years. That's probably the reason of that. That's not. We got this. Age is a mindset. I was thinking the other day, actually. Until I was, I don't know, 25. They say that your brain doesn't fully develop till you're 25. I can fully attest to that. And then I have ADHD, so they say that gets pushed back even further. Until I was 26, I was doing all kinds of stupid shit. Not just getting in trouble, just being stupid. Not even doing the right, it's not planning. But probably spending money unnecessarily. So sure, it was fun, but you get smarter when you get a little older. I wouldn't even say smarter, maybe wiser. Obviously. Like modifying cars, sure, it's fun. But now I would prioritize having a reliable daily driver instead of modifying the car that I want to drive every day. That's one thing. I always avoided credit. Never had a credit card. I was always pretty good with managing money. Like I would save money. I wouldn't spend too much. I would not have a lot of payments. Like my phone, I got it used. And I would always do that. I wouldn't get a new phone and spend all this money on like pay plan. I wouldn't do the pay plans. That's why all this pay later with DoorDash is insane. People doing that's crazy. So keep your expenses low, and then you can save more. It doesn't matter. What a problem a lot of people have is the more money they make, they think, oh, let me spend more money. Don't fall into that. Driving without insurance, that can mess you up too. Then when you get insurance again, they'll want to charge you more. Financing, if people are financing a pizza, that's how you know society is freaking cooked, dude. And then the other aspect of that is these companies are trying to squeeze every last dollar out of the people before society and economies collapse and topple over themselves. That's the only explanation that I got for it. Nothing else makes sense. What else are you talking about? I mean, you've always been able to finance DoorDash or a pizza on your credit card, right? That's always been a possibility. But now we're integrating the no credit check pay later thing is crazy. They want to get you, they'll spread up your pizza into 4 payments. My gosh, Ghost is right. If you need to finance delivery food, you got more problems, and you should just wait it out. See, me, if I'm eating out, I can get 2 slices of pizza for $4 from the pizza place close to me, but I don't really like their pizza's all right. It's good if you only got $4. If you only got $4, you go there. There's another pizza place which is a little bit of a walking distance from me, but 5 minutes away in a car. And that pizza's pretty good. Now 2 slices, it's $5. In certain hours, or it could be $6. And that's a good deal. I would just go to the pizza place and buy a slice of pizza get 2 slices for $6. Don't be financing a pizza. Make pizza yourself. Well, I can tell you that I'm a big boy, and I'm a hungry boy. But when you're broke and you only got 2 slices of pizza money, you make that 2 slices make you feel full. Well, you know what you do? This is actually what you really do. You get the 2 slices for $6, and then you go to Burger King or McDonald's, and with the app on your phone, you get French fries with a purchase of $1 or more free. And then if you're not full after all that, there's something wrong with you, because I ate that and I almost died. I thought I was literally gonna die. My stomach was gonna explode. Well, no, that's not true. It wasn't from the 2 slices. Now, if all else fails, if you can't, now this is why I say that. If you don't want the $4 slices for 2 slices, and if you don't want the $6 for 2 slices, because it's not fresh, because I can make my own pizza. I'd rather make my own pizza than buy pizza that's not fresh. I'd rather starve in a ditch than buy pizza that's not fresh. So, I will drive 10 minutes to the hood to get a personal pizza for $5. It's like Little Caesars hot and ready $5 personal pizza. Oh, you're over here, $5. I always do that over here, but not you're over here. $5. You get the personal pizza for $5, and then you go to Burger King or McDonald's, and then you get the $1 French fry, or you get the free fries with a purchase of $1 or more. And now you go to what you do is at Burger King. So stupid. At Burger King, you can get value size onion rings for $1.50, and then that gives you free large fries. So for $6.50, you got a personal pizza, value onion rings, and large fries from Burger King for $6.50. That's what I eat every day. God, it's so bad. No way, Nimbus, just keeping the old McDonald's receipts. The McDonald's receipts are gonna fade out, and then all it takes is for someone who's smart to look at the time or date on the receipt and be like, wait a minute, this ain't right. But I believe it could work. You can catch someone off guard. I wasn't praying. Oh, we were out of prayer, I guess. Wait, Ghost has to get 4 McDoubles, 2 spicy McChickens, 2 apple pies, a large fry, and a soda. I mean, Ghost says $6 is enough, but all I'm saying is from experience, when you're broke, $6 is enough. You gotta make it work when you're broke. It's never enough. You gotta stretch each dollar out nowadays. You gotta take $1 and you gotta try and make it buy what $10 did 5 years ago to live today. Oh, wait. Oh, man. We'll go Xanaris. I've been saying this for days, and no one has anything to say about it. Can we have a Xanaris teleport tab? No one has anything to say about it, good or bad. They say no one says I'm coping. No one says it's too OP. No one... Is it a thing? It's not a thing. What did I come here for? a bracelet. McDonald. I'm gonna have to go try that method. $4,900. Nice, Miles. Miles, are you on the Kraken pet hunt? Like, are you doing nothing but hunting tasks? You gotta hit that McDonald's glitch before it's patched. It's crazy. You gotta farm it before it's patched, dude. So you gotta take advantage of all resources that you have nowadays. Got you. Miles, good luck. And 99 Slayer is very crazy. I want to see that. What does... I was just gonna ask if you had any tips for getting more Kraken tasks, but you're just kind of getting them as you go. For me, just the right block list, you know? Bracelet of Slaughter? Yes, I am for sure. Wait, Nimbus, you got your third Kraken pet the other day? What the hell? Why didn't you let me get that one? This task was 200 Kraken, so this is pretty good. Yeah, no, I would block it too at that point if I got a third pet. Oh, we were supposed to look at my collection log. We will after this kill. What do we do? Stream won't end until the task is over, or until we get the pet? Nah, that would just be insane. The stream would never end. We got a shark drop, though. Nimbus, you playing Schedule 1 at all today? Or recently? I think I played earlier. But I'm about to unlock the warehouse. I don't know what to do anymore. Yeah, once you... I was gonna ask Nimbus, how far are you at? But Sauce is saying the same thing. Once you get to a certain point, it's like... the same thing. It's still fun, though. But they gotta add something more. I was really hoping for there to be more of a story. I'm sure that could be added, and then once they refine all the details, you know, they could refine all the details and spend some time fleshing out a story and doing all that with missions and stuff. But I didn't realize. I was hoping that there would have been that. It would have been some of that when I started playing. Yeah. So you can do the pawn shop as well, but the update is only under beta right now. Hopefully they'll put that in the full game soon. Not even the full game, you know, it's the early access. I don't know what the beta is really about. I don't know how to set it up. I don't really care enough. I know it'll come soon though. Wait. It's on, the update's on Steam? No way. Wait, how does it break the game though? You can make a profit selling this stuff? Do you have, does it require like some kind of skill though to make the profit? Like the haggling system. Just buy and sell. Fuck, I got the guy. Just know that about. How do I check for updates? Manage. Uninstall. Oh. It is on Steam. What? Crazy. I'm loading up Schedule 1 right now. Oh, you can go into the pawn shop. It's crazy. That's crazy. It is in the full game. That's wild. Yeah, he got that in the game pretty quick. We praying? We're praying. Damn. Oh yeah, so I just loaded up the game. I was able to go into the pawn shop in the full game. Or, you know, not in beta. You can haggle with the pawn shop person. You can negotiate the prices with them. How many kills are we at? We're gonna find out in just a second. $3,069. Let me look at the combat, or not combat, collection log. Where is it? Kraken. I've got 4 tentacles, 4 tridents, and 1 jar of dirt. How unlucky is that? Or is that average? Yo, dying over here. One of my favorite songs by Lil Uzi Vert. 2017. That's when it was made. We got 135 more kills on task. This is a good one too. We are freaking over odds. Oh shit. I was really hoping it was going to be over before this. Gonna be a good day when we finally get it, though. It's today. Man, I hope so. What's up? What's up? 130 left on task, but we could squeeze that out to like a lot more. $150. I'm thinking we'll get that to 150 at least. I have 152 explosives. Oh man, bro. Frosty said Kraken hunt 3,000. I would also put funny hashtags in the title so that it would force Frosty to talk about them. I would do that too. It's really funny. Damn. Rough out here. Oh man. Nimbus, there was a time where I ran this computer streaming for like 24 hours a day for 3 weeks. It's crazy. We got chips. No, the PC is not water cooled. Dude, there was a time though that when I touched the graphics card, I nearly burned myself. It was crazy. It's really hot. Really hot. You could have cooked an egg on there. Ahmed, what is going on? You said that's a fact. I didn't catch you over there until now. What is a fact? Oh, dude, this bag of chips freaking sealed shut. Apparently, it's a fact, though. Not bad. Yeah, dude. We were really pushing it at that time. Man. So, I would stream. There would be 3 tournaments a week. And I would stream every day besides Saturday or Sunday and Monday. And then whenever I was not streaming, it would be reruns. And the computer just kept going nonstop. We're talking about like there would be a 48-hour stream. There would be like it would be a 48-hour stream, and then Twitch would just auto shut the stream off, and I would turn over to my second monitor and click start streaming. Just start a new one. And then when I wasn't streaming, those reruns would keep everything going, and I would have to edit the reruns from like really good parts of the tournaments, but it actually kind of worked. There was the only problem was a lot of people didn't know when it was live or not, and it was very obvious, so I kind of stopped doing it. But we're gonna have to bring it back. We're gonna have to bring it. That's another way that the tournament players can support the tournament prizing, by watching those reruns, by leaving those reruns running in the background of their computer. That'll give us ads to support the tournament prizes. So I actually don't have any choice but to start doing that again. Oh yeah, so I've also how many KBD kills do I have? I'm the one to do this. I have almost 600 KBD kills. I'm actually gonna have to do another cool thing about the reruns is it promotes the tournaments. So when I do the rerun, I'll have a countdown timer on there, counting down until the next tournament, for people to, it's like free advertising and let people know it's coming up. So if you see that, don't be surprised. I got 1900 Callisto kill count, but they're all done in mass. If I could, you know, what we're gonna do is get the Kraken pet, get the quest Kate, max the account. Then when we get bored of doing stuff like that, or maybe I don't even know if we'll max it, but you know, that's the goals type of stuff. Along the way, if we get bored, then we'll do an Iron Man. We're almost at 3100. I've spent more time with this Kraken than more people in my family. Like, this is real? Like, this is crazy. It's a Kraken locked Iron Man that uses the GE. Pretty much. Well, which were just our resources to kill this guy. No, that's just Kraken locked. Damn, wrong one. Damn. That's the new title, Kraken Locked. Yeah, if you close your eyes during the other tasks, they're all Kraken. Bro. Oh, it was Kraken locked before? Damn. I thought I was being original. Bro. Literally, I've spent more time with this Kraken than I have some cousins or something like that. For sure. I had to have. What are we gonna do today? Same thing we do every day. We kill the Kraken. Man, when this is over, it's gonna be crazy. When this is over, I'm just gonna do the quest in the optimal order, probably. Oh, bro. Breaking news from China. China hits back and raises tariffs to 125%. What was it before? Brand new. That just happened like an hour ago. Oh my gosh. Kraken locked. The restrictions. What are the restrictions to Kraken locked? Maintain your sanity. Just don't go crazy. That's funny, dude. What would the restrictions to Kraken locked be? The only restriction is everything you do has to in some way route back to getting Kraken tasks. You're right, Nimbus. I don't know exactly how that works though. The country of origin might matter. I don't know. It's a good question. That's a lot of work though. But who's doing that? You and me asking someone that we know in Germany to mail us some shit they bought in China? That sounds crazy. You're gonna pay a lot to ship that ship. The manufacturer saves a lot of money in shipping a lot of items to one location. Yeah, the Chinese stuff is cheap. Did I take the Advil? I don't know if I took the Advil, bro. Hold up, hold up, hold up. But there was a 90-day pause on the tariffs, so it's basically saying you guys have 90 days to do what we want to do, and we won't follow through on all this bullshit. Well, I think there's 90-day pause for everyone who didn't retaliate. That's true. Nimbus, what did you get? As a car salesperson, if anyone is looking into buying something, I'd give advice. Yeah. I mean, they're affordable, and they give you a lot of value for what you're paying for. You get a lot of features, but as we all know, their reliability and long term. But if you're, if you don't plan on keeping it forever, it'll be good. And they do have that long warranty, which is a plus, but you might need that warranty because they might not be that reliable. I sold Kias. I was a Kia salesperson. And I can tell you that they had to install a lot of engines at that dealership. A lot of engines. And then another thing is the mechanics in automotive shops, they don't rebuild those engines because they're generally not worth it, or the quality of the engines themselves are low and they're not even rebuildable. But that's happening with a lot of manufacturers now. We just haven't seen the consequences yet of what a lot of the new manufacturers are doing with new cars that are just designed to be made cheaply and replaced. I guess if you got it at a good time where they were like on sale, or they were given good deals because they just fixed them after that whole scandal fiasco where they were all getting stolen. If you get the right deal, that might not be bad at all. Why not? I mean, for $19,000, obviously there's taxes, motor vehicle, or whatever. But if you just look at it like that, and you can drive that for 10 years under warranty, 19 divided by 10, it's just under $2,000 a year to always have a somewhat reliable car that works well for 10 years. That's not bad. But the only way to apply that logic is you have to keep it for that whole 10-year period. And the shorter term you keep it, the worse that outcome is going to be. Because new cars depreciate 40% of their value. I'll even say it's 45-50% of their value in the first 3 years, depending on the car. So actually, if you want to know this, the best way to maximize your value in a car is to buy something that is 3 to 4 years old already. And you can find this stuff at a new car dealership with a warranty, certified warranty, if you really are concerned about that. You get the certified warranty for up to 100,000 miles or whatever it is, just so that you know you're good. But the reason why you buy one that's 3 to 4 years old is because it already went down in value. Everyone knows you buy a new car and it goes down in value. If you buy one that kind of already went down in value, it's not going to lose as much over time as compared to a brand new one. Moral of the story: buy something that's 3 to 4 years old, and then it won't go down in value. And now that on top of that, there are people nowadays who are owing more than what their car is worth. That's a really common thing, where say you buy the car new, and because it goes down in value, you owe more than it's worth, and you're trying to trade it in 3 or 4 years later because you got bored of it or you want to upgrade or something like that. You think you can, but you're negative on it. The reason why people are going negative on it is because when you buy new, it goes down so quickly. But if you're able to get something pre-owned that already depreciated, that it won't lose its money, it loses its value dramatically, really, at all. If you were to look at a chart of a car losing its value, it would be like 3 years, bam, 40%, and then over time, over the 3 years after, once 3 years pass, it just slowly goes down. And this is just like a general, it's not for all cars. Yeah, so in the first 3 years, it dramatically loses its value quickly. After that, it slowly loses its value. And that's where you want to be at. And that is always going to, that's going to make it so that you don't owe more than what your car is worth. And you will be able to switch, trade in, change, whatever you want every few years. Oh, dude. Bro, my car, I have two I used to have 3 Volkswagens. One of them is a the one of them that I have is a 1990. And then the other one's a 99. But I work on them myself. A Ford 500? I don't think I know those actually, Nimbus. I don't know the Fords as well. Sure, if I saw a picture, I would know what you're talking about. Ford Raptor R. I mean, those are really nice truck. But like I was saying, try to get something pre-owned. You get a better deal that way. I was car salesperson. This is how I know all this. I've seen it every day. You can use this website called Auto Tempest to find whatever you're looking for. Autotempest.com. Let's see. We pull it up. So they want a Ford Raptor. Can I not find it here? Is it like it's a submodel of something else, that's why. This is what I'm talking about. So we got 2025s from 90,000 all the way up to 126, whatever you want, 140. But you could you could accept the 2024. If you can accept the 24, you can get this one for 80,000. Oh, is that still new? This is still new with only 2 miles on it for 80,000, 2024. Is this gray or some shit? How is this? Oh, this isn't the R. It's just a regular Raptor, I guess. I'd have to refine the search for that. I don't know about all that. Supercharged? ...2024 Raptor R with 2,600 miles. And it's 126,000. So maybe this does kind of hold its value. But that's because it's the R version, you know what I'm saying? You can't really look at those for the value of those. That doesn't... It's not the average. They might hold their value and better than in comparison to some other kind of other car. But the R version might, the non-R version might not oh gosh, might not as well hold its value. Why is this one 230? Why is this 230? That's insane. But yeah, this 126 is pretty good. You need to ship it to the Middle East? If you call these people, they might do it. I don't know what the laws are right now. If you call them, they might. Link. There's the link right there. Is it? It is the R. That's the regular R? How many R's are there? Is it a double R? And they had that one. Is that like only new ones, or they had those ones before? Dude, I didn't know they were making this shit. 1,000 horsepower trucks on the street, dude. This is insane. A 1,000 horsepower trucks out of the box is wild. Oh, they go and get the upgrade. I got you. Okay. Draft, what is going on? I got barbecue chips, so I'm good. It's barbecue. I am good, Draft. How are you doing today? Good to see you. I wonder how much the upgrade pack costs. Just 80 grand. Raptor R. I don't think it says the price on the website. You can't just look it up. Dude, they'll make it a 6x6? That's insane. The 6x, I'm not from Canada, but the 6x6, you can't even drive that on the road in Canada. Sleep? Who needs sleep? A 6x6. It's a truck with 6 wheels. 6-wheel truck. America. Why? Because America. More wheels, more truck. There's that the really cool one is the Mercedes. Post Malone has one of these as far as I know. How much is this thing? How much does one of these cost? Oh, this is $600,000 new. It's G-Wagon 6x6. It's crazy. It's like a tank. All right, so I don't need to have the 6x6. I'd be okay. Wait, no, I think you need a 2001. You can get a 2001 G-Wagon. And this actually doesn't even look bad. This looks like a regular G-Wagon. You wouldn't even know this is 24 years old. I would drive the shit out of this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It was imported, actually. When did the G-Wagon come to America? Yeah, you put a sound system in there, you'll be balling on a budget, dude. I didn't know it was big and... Down here. What do we want? Clear it all. We got Mercedes, G-Wagon, the G-Class. And you have to look for the least expensive G-Wagon. Dang. Someone bought them all up, dude. You can get a 2014 for 30,000. But this 2013 is 60,000. They bought up all the cheap ones. Wait, here's a 2003 for 27,000. You can get it. Wait. Sort by... Oh, it's right. No, you can get them. They exist. This one has 200,000 miles. And it's only 22,000. This is what if I was playing, if I did Schedule 1 in real life, this is what I would be driving. Or if we made it big, I would be driving the 6x6. I definitely didn't take the Advil. My tooth is screaming, bro. And I have to go to sleep because we're gonna have a tournament in 12 hours. True. Did I do two? Oh gosh, I'm a mess. I probably did two of them. Do I need a bracelet? Sure, we'll break one. We got 17 on it. We're not gonna break it. We're back at it. Dude. On task, we got 100 left. We got this. What are we at? 3,112. True. I saw this place local to me is having a Guitar Hero tournament. $10 to enter, and first place gets 50% of all the money. Pretty crazy. Guitar Hero tournament. I thought the idea was cool. Wow. Really? Is there some type of Guitar Hero resurgence happening right now? People are going back to Guitar Hero? Oh, this Clone Heroes, it's basically cracked any game, any song you want. I see. Yo. So I've been posting videos of all the discussions we've been having watching the videos here on stream. And today they've gotten more views than ever before. And more subscribers. And it's only the beginning. It's going to pop off. We're going to get there. I need you all to provide videos for us to watch. Bro. $101 more on task. I thought we were gonna go all the way through this task, but I don't know if we should. We're gonna keep going. I do have to go to sleep though. It's crazy. Freaking 6:30 in the morning. There's been like 2 or 3 times I've gotten a magic seed within 2 of them, like in 5 kills of 10 kills with each other. And the odds of that happening are equal to the odds of getting a pet. Because they're pretty rare, but 2 of them happening close to each other is very rare. And that would be equal to the odds of getting a pet. Rusty sword, that's what I got. I'm gonna take that rusty sword and shove it up the Kraken's ass. That's what I'm gonna do with the rusty sword. Fucked up. A rusty sword. Crazy. Oh yeah, I got cookies. Cookies are gonna be better than the chips. Look. Look how happy the guy is. Those gotta be good cookies, right? They're kind of soft. Yo. $5K miles, man, you're moving quick. What gear are you using? Frosty's all confused. Miles, thank you for joining us in the Kraken journeys today. Trident, Pog. What about in the shield? The ward? Got you. Oh. What am I gonna do? Endless. This is also a really good song. This one is, the old one I was fighting before is better than this one, but I still want to hear this. $30 per kill. I'll try and time how long my kills take. I usually don't like Nicki Minaj, but this song is pretty good. This is the last kill. We'll have to bank. I didn't time it. I will on the next inventory. Ramen staff, teleport, we out. This song is like 8 years old. Still a good song. All right, we gotta measure. We gotta time the next one. We could look at my. Okay, this works. This song started perfectly on time with when I started fighting it. I feel like this kill could have been on the slower end, but it took 35 seconds. I got 2 battle staffs on the ground though. That's kind of sick. Or 2 stacks. Oh man, bro. Him. $54,000 experience left. How much you can use the tracker on the top to see how much you're getting per hour. How much are you getting per hour? That'll tell you how long it'll take. Oh man. $50 to $60. Oh, you'll be there in no time. You'll be there in an hour. You're using strength, attack potions, all that good stuff. You could pray if you wanted to. I know, Miles. I've timed it perfectly before. Once the explosive hits, you can like time it perfectly where they're just right. I've done it. I'm just chilling. That's true. That one attack speeds it up. I'm not worried about it. We're chilling. When we're seriously gaming, I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like it's the World Championship. There are sometimes we do serious gaming here on RuneScape, but this is not one of them. We've been going for over 10 hours today. Oh, Miles, you play Yu-Gi-Oh? We're gonna have a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament tomorrow. Have you played Master Duel? Or later today when I wake up? I'm gonna go to sleep, and then when I wake up, there's gonna be a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Dino Rabbit. Yeah, we're gonna stream it. That's how we make money here. That's the whole content plan. And then we post the stuff on YouTube. And I'm ranked somewhere in the top like 2,500 players in the world. That's why I do it. I might be able to push myself and get even higher. I'm trying to push to that top 100. That would be cool. But there's not a big difference between top 10,000, top 5,000. Well, that's a good chunk. But top 2,000, top 1,000 is not a big difference. Once you get into the top 100, that's pretty cool. The number one player of a season, let's say, gets to go to the World Championships. It's not actually the an accurate way to put it, but it's the easiest way to explain it. So it's pretty competitive. That's actually a good question. I think was it Seattle this year? I think it might be Seattle this year. I don't know. But it's in 4 or 5 months. Oh, you know what? It was Seattle this year. Well, last year. Coming up this year, it's France. Dude, I don't even know how I would get there. I don't think they're paying for it. That'd be crazy though. We could lower our prayer down. Damn. We're gonna get this. Don't get discouraged. You're right, as soon as the thing hits. I didn't know that was the best way to time it. And I don't even know how long we've been at this for now to get 3,000 kills. I don't even know how long I've been doing this for. We've been at it a while though. Oh, man, bro. Oh my gosh, you're right, Miles. I mean, that's right, but you're not, we gotta include, I mean, I try to think about the time spent just trying to get Kraken tasks, because I do nothing but try and get Kraken tasks. That's all I do. It depends on how you go about it. But yeah, it takes a while. I got a buddy who's doing Araxa right now. We got 3,141. $5,010, I'd go crazy. Man. Aiko, what is going on? You don't know what to do anymore? What's your goal? You beat Jad? I mean, that's pretty good. But maybe you could make a pet a goal. That's what I was saying to someone earlier. I want to get a skill cape and not skill. Yeah, we'll do this. Quest cape. Do all the quests that we can. Oh, man, bro. Kraken locked. Is Jad on task a higher chance to get a pet? It might be. I know you can turn in a cape for another role, right? Man, bro. We're getting there. Kinda tired. What's the regular odds for Jad? I'm right by New York City. It is 6:50 in the morning for me. Oh, man. You can get multiple capes though, right? So you could bank them up instead of just burning them. This boss, you can only fight this boss when you're on task. That's the problem. But it's very easy. 1 out of 200. It's not bad. Oh, it is 1 out of 100 on task. So someone was asking if the odds for a pet is higher on task for Jad. So it is, yes. Dude, it's almost 7 in the morning and I gotta go to sleep, but I don't want to stop. We need that Kraken. This pet's gonna go crazy. Yeah, dude, I get. $79 more. How many kills have we gotten today? We got quite a few. What are we at? 3147. I'm gonna have to go to sleep soon, Aika. When I wake up, we're gonna have a big event. But I have this problem where if I'm not super tired, I can't go to sleep anyway. So I have to be so tired I can't even keep my eyes open anymore. That's like the only way I can go to sleep. Otherwise my brain boom, 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 boom. Okay. Potion, prayer potion drop. I'll take it. We need a shark drop. Another day, another Kraken task. Oh man. We're at 3,152. $3,100 kill count. We're making progress. I can tell you that for sure. This is a pretty good run here. As we were saying before, it takes about 30 to maybe 35 seconds per kill. Could be 30 to 40 seconds depending on what gear you have. And if I've killed it 3,100 times, how long is that? A long time. $35 hours? Man, dude. Do we call it this inventory for the day? Yeah, I think so. We're gonna call it at this inventory. These sharks aren't bad of a drop. Keeps us going. Whoa! We got 5 sharks left. We're almost there. Oh man, bro. What a grind, man. I'm trying to think of how many kills we got today. What did we start at? 20. I think we started at 2950 and now we're at 3150. Solid 200 kills today. Last shark, last prayer potion. I have to get that ready. Well,
day, and today we are here with a Skatizo.
oh man. Nice. Strong. 0? Man, he snuck in a level, a little 23 hit right there. We can do blood magic. Nothing? Damn, that's crazy. That's enough for me? That's enough for me, I'm out. That is enough for me. We got some good numbers today. We're prepping up for a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, so I'm gonna let the stream rerun of previous tournaments to raise awareness for these tournaments. Let people know what's happening. That's funny. We gotta stop praying. Do this. Discord. Oh, I'm out of space. Cool live stream. All right, thank you all for being here with us. I'm gonna go get some rest, but I'm gonna play those reruns to fun tournament prizes. I will see you tomorrow. We did that. We'll do this, and then we do. What do I do? Miles, good luck with the rest of your Kraken hunt. I have this here. All right, if you ever see this, the screen I'm about to do, then you know it's a rerun and it's not live. Matt, peace out. Again, if you ever see this, what I'm about to do, then you know it's not live. Why isn't it? Oh, okay. New recording? No, we don't have to. It's fine. After 5 rounds of Swiss, we have cut down to a top 8 from 42 players. And we've got, I'm going to tell you all the decks in the top 8. We have Blue Eyes versus Emancipator. And we're gonna see, how did they not have a deck? What did I say? We have Snake Eye Millennium versus Emancipator. We got Snake Eye Fire King and this is Snake Eye Millennium. And finally, our last 2 in the top 8 is going to be Spiral versus Emancipator. To participate, all you gotta do is be in the Discord. Free entry, no sub required. We are playing with the newest ban list today. So that's Beatrice is banned. Pure Lily, that's how you want me to say it. Pure Lily is unlimited. Some other things as well. Is that it? Something else is on the ban list. I don't know. I think I said it earlier. We got Spiral versus Emancipator. Emancipator starting us off. They use a super heavy samurai engine, basically to make a Baron de Fleur to protect their plays. So they want to Baron de Fleur and then summon the Gallant Granite to search for a block dragon. Let's see if they do that. We're not even gonna get to see it because they also knew what was happening, and you want to negate the Gallant Granite. If you can't negate that because it's protected by the Baron de Fleur, good luck. Yeah, they didn't even want to sit there and watch their rock combo. So I said, fine, we'll take it into game 2. And this is that game. No, this is actually, wait, what? There is a, did I miss it? There is.
これが俺の切り札にして最強のしもべ。
We're gonna put this, bring out the scores here. Meanie wasn't followed. All right, so yeah, it's fine, guy. Play it out, and just let me know whatever happens. I'll report it. Push will need to update or will need to clear their browser cache, update their web browser, or something like, or try a different web browser, something like that. Let's do it. Illusion of Chaos. We're gonna search for the Magician Souls. Returning the illusion. Now we Imseti. You bait the Ash with the illusion. Now, you definitely want to Ash the Imseti. The Emancipated player on top did win game 1. We're gonna banish the rescue to summon the master plan. Master plan getting into the rescue. All right, so now Magician Souls sending that rescue to the grave to draw a card. They draw an Illusion of Chaos. I mean, that just sucks. There's nothing you can do about that. They do have a normal summon though, so. The master plan left the field, so it's searching for the quick fix, and I'm resort. The quick fix getting a super agent. This is not over yet. Quick fix. We got a big red. Now they normal summon the agent. Link that into a helix. Okay. The drone will check the top card. They want to use the drone to check the top card before they activate the helix, but I think they did it before already, so it's fine. I think it worked though. The double helix, you call monster, spell, or trap, and you reveal the top card of the opponent's deck, and if you call it right, you get to summon something. But you want a drone first to drone checks what the top card is. The Nightmare Griffin is making it so monster effects cannot be activated unless they are linked. The IP Masquerade is linked by special summon monsters, is linked by the Trigate Wizard, but it was negated. The Griffin's gone now. Let me read that Griffin again. Yeah, special summon monsters cannot activate their effects unless they are linked. But that's over now. Curious, they're gonna send the. Well, that Curious has a 78% win rate. And Curious is sending the block. They're unlocking the block. Convulsion of Nature. That's an old card, is it not? Preparation of Rites, getting the illusion again. Summon the Magician Souls, and they get ashed. But this kind of like baits the Ash. We're gonna now Little Knight, banishing block dragon. It's gone. The block is gone. And I don't think it's coming back. But can the double helix reveal what's already revealed? I don't think it can. It's worth a shot. I got a cookie. Really? Nepta, how do you know that? It seems like just some really strange ruling to know. Oh, you played Spiral, okay. This is game number 3. Dangers don't work if the hand is revealed by Eye of Truth. That makes sense. Can't reveal it if it's already revealed, right? Super heavy samurai. Like I was saying before, all of this is just to protect the Baron de Fleur. And wow, it sucks. BTD Rannis here came all this way today after 5 rounds of Swiss to the top 8 to look that Baron de Fleur growling granite combo in the face and say, damn, there was nothing they can do to stop it. What do you need to stop that? You need the 2 or 3 hand traps? That's where we're at. It's crazy. They didn't even try. That's true. They can always send it through the Curious as well. Original. They have the impulse to negate the original. They're double impulsing. Can you do multiple impulse? You can only activate 1 Dominus impulse per turn. Lurie. Ah, there's a full combo. Well, it's at least a Fiendsmith line. Now that Beatrice is gone, this is not a full combo anymore. So we summon the Lacrima. Lacrima will bring back the Engraver. Link that into Apollo. So they have a Apollo plus an Ash and a Maxi. Double droll. They needed the Ash here. But why didn't they Maxi already? We're gonna original. Ash. Negate. Because they, I guess the one will let them have the one for not taking that 1 draw to make sure that your Ash, you check for the called by cross out with the Ash before you Maxi. Even though you miss a draw. In case they have called by. Now, did they not draw? If they did draw, they got the called by. And wasn't there an Apollo? Deception, Tribute, Garunix. We got, yeah, there is Ponix. Ponix Gaming, Snake Eye, Fire King, Azamina. It's really more like Fire King, Azamina, Snake Eye, if you think about it in terms of, or is it least to smallest, or least to most cards? So then it would be Snake Eye, or is it Azamina, Snake Eye, Fire King? I think it goes from least amount of cards to most amount of cards. So is there more Azamina? Is it Diabell and Azamina, or is it Snake Eye? It's an Azamina card, I believe. We got 3 of those. There's only 3 Snake Eye monsters in a temple. It's Azamina, Snake Eye, or well, it could be Fire King, Azamina, Snake Eye. Well, there's Fiendsmith too, right? Where does the Fiendsmith fall into that? How many Fiendsmith cards are there? 2, 3, 4. In the main deck, there's the Lurie, the Tract, 2 Engraver. Only 4 cards in the main deck, right? But then there's the extra deck cards. If you look at it that way, Fire King lost. Lost the match 2-0. Obion push. But what is it though? In terms of least to most cards, or is it most to least? I think it's least to most. So it would be Snake Eye, Azamina. No, wait. Snake Eye, Fiendsmith, Azamina, Fire King? Snake Eye, Azamina, Fiendsmith, Fire King. That's how I would put it. That's terrible. So we got Kashtira Unicorn here, but there's no hand trap. Well, there's an Ogre, but there's no hand trap to bait out. The Unicorn's really good at eating up some disruptions here. And then even if they do activate that Ogre, you're gonna rip a card out of their extra deck. Do they play multiple Gallant Granite? If they don't, which I don't think they do, they probably play 1 Granite. If they only have the 1 and you banish it right then and there, that's not good for them. Princess, bring back the Flambridge. Flambridge will place the Masquerena into the back row. We're going to equip the sequence to the Desiree, but they're destroying the Desiree before it had a negate. Well, it couldn't. You can't target the Ogre. And they don't have that Apollo yet. Did they do the Unicorn? What got banished? They did. They activated the Unicorn, and just like I said, they banished the Gallant Granite. Do they have a second one? I doubt it. Flamberge, bringing forward the Apollo. The Masquerena. Apollo did negate. That's enough for them. With no Granite, they can't access the Block Dragon. Game 2, Emancipator lost, so they're gonna get to choose to go first. That's the thing. A lot of these decks that have more oppressive, bigger end boards, they don't do as well at going second. Sword Soul might be a little bit better at going second, right? Here's the Baron de Fleur, and now they're gonna Pendulum summon 2 level 4s. The Scales brings back another level 4. The Gallant Granite, protected by the Baron de Fleur, getting the Block Dragon. And even they said, you know, fine, you got your block. We'll take it to game 3 and you'll see what happens then. Push. Let's see it. Game number 3 in the top 8. Emancipator with the Block Dragon now limited to 1, freed from the ban list. They've unlocked the block. We got Snake Eye, Fiendsmith choosing to go first in game 3, but there's a Veiler to negate the sequence. We're gonna now go into a Little Knight, banish their Veiler, but the Ogre destroys the Little Knight. This is game 3 in the top 8 after 5 rounds of Swiss. They have a Nibiru. When do we use this Nibiru? This is summon number 2, number 3, 4. This is 5. Little Knight banishing their own Xeno Guitar. It's banished, so it sends the Block Dragon. Now they just get to summon the block. Tribute the block, but the block activates. Was this Nibiru early or right timed? Damn. They got everything they need, right? Sprite Elf has a 75% win rate. Bringing back the Masquerena. Little Knight and their Maxi coming back. Because that Maxi was theirs? Huh. Underworld Goddess. Can negate an effect that would summon a monster from the grave. Like that Engraver. Still very nice getting this far today, Obito. All right. SP banished Xeno was crazy. I didn't expect that. Keep it going. Maiden of White. We got Blue Eyes versus some more Adamantipator. Adamantipator going to the top. So the spirit is negated by Imperm. True Light will set the roar, summon Blue Eyes, then I'll link that into a seal. Seal it up. And the seal contribute to return a monster to the hand. We're going to return the analyzer, and it also summons a Magnemite, or the dragon from the deck. Ash, negate the analyzer. They got Vernusilifs. Whoa. Now the Granite. No good. You got it. Ash, negate the Granite. You can hold it for any. That doesn't matter. You got to hold on to it. And this is turn 2. They're gonna lethal, right? Wait, Little Knight, do we banish? No. Into battle. SP Little Knight destroying the Magnemite, leaving them with just 1600 life left. Banishing the Blue Eye. Oh no, the Keldo is gonna shuffle back. A Blue Eyes Master and the Neo Kaiser. They search for the Neo Kaiser so that they can link that into a spirit. The Little Knight banishing itself and the spirit until the end of the turn. Now the Chang Ying banishing the True Light and the Jet Dragon. We got off to a rocky start. The website was misbehaving, but we got everything all worked out. That was game number 1, right? Yellow Jacket, what is going on? Thank you for joining us today. If anyone else is enjoying these matches here, we're here every Saturday, 6 p.m. EST with this tournament. Free entry, no sub required. If you're enjoying the stream, you can check out the YouTube channel. I'm posting highlights from these tournaments there. We're in game 2 of the top 8. Blue Eyes lost game 1 to Adamantipator. There's no hand trap in the hands of the Adamantipator, so it all depends on what kind of end board Blue Eyes can put up here. And will they let the Adamantipator's play through it? We're searching for a Veiler. They have a Cold Buy in the hand, so the Cold Buy could hit a Vernusilif. and then the Veiler could hit the Granite. But then, as we've seen, if they can get 3 bodies on the field, they'll just use Curious to send the Block Dragon to the graveyard that way. So Imperm will negate the Spirit Dragon, and now the Kokai the Vernuslev, the Seedlings, is sending itself, discarding the Kokai Meru, and the discard the both to the grave, but it gets negated by the Cold Buy. The Cipher negates and destroys. So now the Kokai Meru Supplier is getting negated by Veiler. And they got their second level 4. They got 2 level 4s on the field ready to summon the Gallant Granite, but they're double popping. They had exactly what they needed to stop them from getting the Granite. Game number 3. Blue Eyes going second? Oh, Blue Eyes did win game 2. So Adamantipator gets to choose to go first. The researchers revealing a Droll, a Guardian, Maxi, and the Analyzer. They summon the Supplier. And what do? They Veiler and negate the Supplier. But there's another Veiler for the Granite, but they're gonna Sprite Elf with a 75% win rate at time of appearance. What does it take to be that other 25%? Is it having a Veiler in your hand? We got a Granite, and now the Granite is summoned to a zone that the Sprite Elf points to, so you can Veiler it. Elf is crazy. Here we go. There's the Masquerena, Block Dragon, search for the Doki, the Supplier, and the Researcher. They'll summon the Doki. And there's another Veiler? Oh, they just didn't use that Veiler. Okay. There was only ever 2 Veilers. Block Dragon, ready to be linked off on the opponent's turn. With the Masquerena, then they can search. There's the little knight, and are they gonna banish the Magnum Mutt? They will. Block Dragon, Chainlink 2 is gonna analyze her, Researcher, and the Seeker. So the Wishes will discard another Wishes to get negated by the Herald. And Adamantipator, as you probably might have imagined, going to the semifinals. That little knight is not the little knight, the Sprite Elf is crazy. Three of the top 4 are Adamantipator? No way. Oh gosh. It might just be Coin Flip Simulator. Dude, Block Dragon's crazy. LP and push. All right. Top 8 round. Let's go, let's go. Semifinals. We got Adamantipator versus Snake Eye. There is a Nibiru. When do we Nibiru? If you see, wow, okay. What they're doing here is Adamantipator, you saw it before, they're using Super Heavy Samurai to summon a Baron de Fleur. So as soon as they threaten that Baron, you should probably nib, because anything after that point would be negated by the Baron de Fleur. But now what's going to happen is they are going to Xyz summon Gallant Granite, which will search for Block Dragon. There's the Granite. Here's the block. And they're still not even done with their Super Heavy Samurai plays. They got the motorbike. Here's the Curious. Curious, they could also use that to send the Block Dragon, but what are they going to send? Sending Fairy Tale Snow. They got the Block Dragon and the Snow. And now they sprite Elf. So they got the Elf protection. You can't target a monster in a zone that the Elf points to. You got to be careful that they don't summon the Elf and then summon the Gallant Granite to a zone that the Elf points to if you have Imperm or a Veiler. This is why it's good to toggle off and hide your hand traps. We got a Dweller, and the Dweller is pointed to by the Elf. We got Dweller, Herald, Baron, plus the Snow. And that, wow, and now the